So very good afternoon from the Rice's ground here in St. Philip. As this encounter, round number 2, brings together the superb blend Gladiola home team up against the Wildey, the defending champions. We welcome yet another fantastic broadcast here at the Gladiola Rice's ground, where these two teams come up for a second round encounter, like we rightfully said. This afternoon, I'll be joined by Rashawn Hackett. Rashawn is very much here with us, and coverage Bell Imagery in association with the Barbados Cricket Associations as delivery number 1. As you see this one, Wildey, they're facing up Wildey, they won the toss and elected to field. And Gladiola facing up, it looks like Rashawn Worrell. He's the man entrusted to take first strike. Good afternoon, Rashawn.
Good afternoon, Andy. How are you doing today?
Excellent day, I'm fantastic.
Yes, a fantastic day for cricket indeed. The sun is out in its glory. Outfield looks nice. We have a nice grass top here today at Rice's in St. Philip. As you previously mentioned, we already have won the toss and have elected to have a ball first, which is expected on this wicket. And opening the bowling for Wildey is Jaden Leacock.
So Leacock, the opening bowler from the roadside end. If you know the ground here at at Gladiola Rice's in St. Philip, it's a very nice ground, Rashawn. Plenty of runs they scored here season in, season out. So I'm sure, even though they're asked to bat, it's generally a good batting turf.
Yes, it's generally a good batting turf, and plenty of runs are expected at a ground like this one. Small boundaries all around, so batsmen can pick up boundaries very, very easily. And the outfield is cut, the outfield is fast, so you expect to see big scoring here in this game.
Yeah, boundaries of 3s and 4s. Deliveries outside the line of the off stump. And it seems to be going over the top as well. The umpires for this game are Tremaine Prescott and the ever so well-known Gregory Brathwaite.
Yes, Mr. Gregory Brathwaite, a legend of the game, recently retired from his great international career, and he's now come to give back to the regional and the local arena in cricket. So it's good to have Mr. Gregory Brathwaite here, joined by Tremaine Prescott. He's also one that knows his craft very well. So two guys who've come to govern this game.
Well, yes, two very astute officials. But again, like you said, a lovely day for cricket. You know, the island's all been dry, and in these conditions, this is where you expect lots of runs to be scored. Outfields are parched, and outfields are very fast, so anything pretty much beating the infield usually gets to the boundary. So a good time for the batters to really enjoy themselves and get some runs while the conditions are as they are.
Yes, most definitely. Rashawn Worrell facing up for the Gladiola side. He's one who obviously would be very experienced playing in the Elite Division for a number of years, and he's also played a bit of regional cricket. So he's one who you can expect a score from here today once he gets his eye in and gets going. Blocking that one, full delivery there from Leacock.
Yeah, so still early rows be made. Like you said, just probably trying to get the feel of the pitch. Good start there by Jaden Leacock, like you said. But yeah, early days, just trying to really see what's going on in terms of conditions. Fully grass surface, so he just needs to be a bit watchful and bide his time.
Yes, most definitely. Leacock starting very tidily.
So I'm a full delivery. Can't get past. It's like Jones. That's Jerome Jones, they're stationed at the mid-off position. So the first over has come to an end. And I can tell you, Rashawn, it's made on your thoughts.
Yes, first over, it's been a pretty tidy one. Leacock just been on the ball for most of the deliveries, so it's always good to see when an opening bowler can come and start off very, very tidy, get going at the batsman right away, get them thinking. Just having a look to see who will be coming from the other end to open the bowling for the Wildey side.
Both teams coming off of victories in their previous round, the first round of the series. Wildey in particular having a very emphatic victory over the newly promoted Spartan side at their home base in Dash Valley. It was a well-played game, really, by the Wildey side. After Spartan batted first and got us a 296 at Wildey, they went on to make 400 total, with 2 of the players getting centuries. and then they really blew the Spartan side away in the second innings.
Yes, absolute demolition in that first game from the defending champions, just showing their worth early up in the season. Two fantastic centuries from Akeem Jordan and Deswin Currency. So, Wildey, they've started the season in good form, and they'll look to continue this form as they look to defend their title here this season.
Well, the home side, Gladiola, they also had a victory to start against the University of the West Indies away from home. So that was a good start for them. And they'll be looking to bring home that same kind of impetus to their home ground. It's like Bostic, Orient Bostic, entrusted to open the bowling from that the southern end. And he's bowling to Gittins. Jacoby Gittins left-handed opening bat. Delivery just on about the off stump, and still no runs.
Yes, Bostic opening the bowling here for Wildey. Looks to be bowling a bit of medium pace. Won't trouble the batsman in terms of being the quickest, but perhaps he's getting a bit of movement with the new ball, which is why Wildey probably would have entrusted him with the honor of delivering first. Good delivery there, straight at the batsman.
So yeah, like you said, the conditions probably will favor his type of bowling. Orion Bostic, as rightfully said, medium pacer, not threatening him by pace in any way. But again, they said a fully grass surface, as you can see, and Bostic, he'll be looking to exploit those conditions. This one's got a bit of carry through to the keeper. A little bit of bounce, look like Carlos Maynard, the keeper for today's encounter.
Yes, a bit of bounce here early on in the innings, and I'm not very surprised by it, Andy. We see a very, very lush green pitch here. I was referring to it as a New Zealand wicket earlier, one that you would typically find getting a lot of bounce and movement, which probably would explain the reason as to why Wildey chose to bowl first today.
This time of delivery down the leg side and well taken by the keeper, just off the radar. And those pitches of this nature, I'm sure when we in hold comes a call in, Rashawn, he'll tell you about in his days when he was he was in June to see quite a lot of these type of surfaces. I can tell you one surface that comes immediately to mind is Bank Hall, where the Empire Blues, they were played in Apple, the curator there. He was one who would have really given you what we call a lawn back in the day. So good to see a pitch of this greenery, if I should say. So one, I'm sure that these guys, the ball inside, after winning the toss and electing the field, they were what to exploit.
Yes, Andy, I've heard a lot about these wickets. I personally am very young, so I wouldn't have been able to play on a lot of pitches like these, but the old people would always refer to them as pitches that make batsmen. I'll put a pause in that. Delivery going down the leg side. Gittings having a swing at it, but he misses. Another over comes to an end.
Yes, I'm sure you'll get to encounter these kinds of surfaces. One of which bowlers they really relish back in the day, but one again, like you said, if the batters put their head down, they would get some runs and shots that would come to the fore. Shots of the hook, the cuts. These were the shots that we really would have played on these type of surfaces. But again, tidy stuff so far by the Wildey team after winning the toss and elected to field.
Yes, Andy, tidy stuff so far. We see young Jaden Leacock coming back in to deliver his second over. He obviously is one who is very experienced. He's a good young player representing Barbados at all youth levels on the 15, on the 17, and on the 19. And he would have had a brief stint with the West Indies on the 15 in his younger days. Comes in now to Rashawn. And he drives this one beautifully over the cover region, and it goes one bounce into the boundary for 4. So, Superb Blend Gladiola opened their account with a lovely flowing drive for 4, Andy.
Well, that's a good shot there by Worrell again, just over pitching on this occasion is Leacock and getting the treatment by Worrell, who opens his account with a boundary. Remember, boundaries here are 3s and 4s, so that one will register at the 3. But I think you would like to pull his length back, young Leacock. Here he is again. Delivery this one, taking the outer portion of the bat and not going in the air, so no alarms really, as it's picked up there by Jerome Jones, stationed at that mid-off position.
Yes, more on the field. We see 3 slips in place, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, sharp mid-wicket, deep square. So it's a fairly balanced field as of right now. That looks to be Joshua Dorn, Zishan Mutara. Can you recognize who that fielder is in first slip, Andy?
Yeah, we'll come to me in a minute. Looks like St. Hill.
Yes, does look like St. Hill.
Delivery down the leg side, and it's await the signal from the umpire, Gregory Braffett. As you can see him just raising that right leg now to indicate leg buys. So extras to the total. So 3 more of them, really. So 3 to the good of the Gladiola side.
Yes, delivery just angling down the leg side. Clipping the pad of Rashawn. Going into the boundary for 3 runs.
So let's see how Leacock. Delivery, good delivery. Search for a quick single leg by again. I'm not sure that one's came off the pad, but good work by it looks like Currency lurking in there from short mid wicket, getting to it and hitting the stunt with a direct hit. But Young Gittins, he was home in a flash.
Yes, good alertness there from the Gladiola batsmen, just scampering through for that quick single. They obviously would be looking for runs here on this wicket. They'll have to fight for their runs, so it's always good to see when batsmen are running early in the day, Andy.
Well, yeah, that's the aim of it. Just get off strike. Just try to get your non-striker going. Rotation of strike is very integral. And if you're going to form any partnerships, it's good to know your partner. So these two seems to have an understanding because as soon as Giddens called, he had a good response from Worrell.
Yes, most definitely. Gittings will now face up to Leacock.
Yeah, so just to face up to Leacock for the first time. A delivery, good carry through to the keeper. Outside the line, the off stump. No harm.
Yes, tidy start here from Leacock so far. Just bowling, getting the batsman thinking early on in the day. On a wicket that is particularly very bouncy, I've noticed so far, Andy. The wicket is getting just a lot of bounce and carry to the keeper. So it's something that the batsman will have to think about. Perhaps they'll have to try to get on top of the bounce a bit more.
Yeah, well, what they're doing here is that they're very watchful. So deliveries they're not meant to play at, they're not going after. So that's good batsmanship, really. As a loud appeal as that one seems to be wrapping him outside the leg stump. And again, the very efficient Gregory Braffett had no interest in that appeal whatsoever. So, yeah, another over is come to an end. After winning the toss and led to the field, the Wildey side, they're doing some tidy stuff in the bowling, not giving boundaries away so easily and just stifling the Gladiola batters.
Yes, tidy start here from Wildey so far.
Very nice ground here at Rice's in St. Philip. Like we said, very much, like what I say, mid-countryside. St. Philip, a parish, have produced quite a lot of cricketers. This particular area next to the Foul Bay region, it's also produced quite a lot of cricketers. I'm sure during the day we'll go through some of those who would have played here. I can tell you, but this is the area where it's being home to Joffa Archer. He's played quite a lot of cricket here.
Yes, Joffa Archer, he would have played a lot of cricket here in his earlier days. Obviously, he's now gone on to the highest level of cricket. Bossed it. That one just driven out to the cover region, no run. But as we were saying, Joffa Archer, he's played quite a bit of cricket here and he's gone on to play at the highest level. He would be partaking in the IPL that's currently going on, doing well for himself. So it just shows the importance of cricket at this domestic level.
Yeah, very much a community ground. Again, Bossett just bringing his man forward. He plays that one into point. Currency station, no run. But yeah, community ground. I can tell you this Foul Bay Rice's area. They play lots of cricket here. It's one of the a tape ball tournament was just finished over the last weekend here. I can tell you the Crows really come out and support the cricket in this area.
Yes, the Crows definitely love cricket in this area. It's obviously a community that enjoys their cricket. That one just pulled uppishly, but it will drop safely. outfielder does well on the boundary. That's Leacock. So they come through for 1 run.
Yeah, so again, this one just stood up in the wicket. Again, Ball State doesn't offer the express pace. It looks like Worrell was in that one a bit early, and Leacock had to run away from his right here at square leg to go all the way to mid wicket. So he didn't time it as well, obviously, lack of pace, and it just stood up on him a bit.
Yes, Ball Stick starting with 2 slips. Point in place, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and deep square, so pretty regulation field. That delivery just blocked into the offside.
Yeah, just played with soft hands there by young Gittins. Say again, Ball State. There's lack of pace really onto these deliveries, so just asking the batter to come on the front foot, which is good bowling. Don't see him really getting a prodigious bounce with his pace. Again, just a little teasing delivery outside the off stump by Ball State. It's just dying as it carries its way through the keeper Maynard, who didn't have that extra pace again. But watchful again by Gittins, and just allow that one to go through to the keeper.
Yes, quite a strong windy breeze here picking up at Rice's Andy, so I'm sure that the batsman will have to take that into account as well. Ball perhaps will get a bit of extra movement along with the bounce off of the surface.
Again, Ball State just spraying Gittins onto the front foot. So, yeah, another over comes to end. 4 overs completed, and superb blend Gladiola. They find themselves at 8 for no loss, Rashawn.
Yes, good start here from both sides, both superb blend Gladiola and Wildey. Wildey starting tidy with the ball, and Gladiola just being very watchful early in the day. They obviously will want to preserve their wickets and go about their batting very, very smartly here today, as they have so much time to bat. So it's been a good start here from both sides at just 8 without loss in 4 overs.
So the ball is back with Leacock. He's about to start his third. 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, a cover, a mid off, a mid on, a mid wicket, and a man at backward square. Just seen that one, just leaving him off the outer edge, Worrell, and passing that diving Zishan Mutara at slip and all the way to the boundary for yet another 3.
A beautiful delivery there, Andy. That one just slightly back of a length, just shooting off the surface and catches the edge of Rashawn Worrell, and it goes past Mutara. Put in a diving effort, but it was not good enough. So they pick up another 3 runs. But that's good stuff there from Leacock. That's the area that he'll be looking to hit here all day. Early on with the new ball, just slightly back of a length where batsmen are forced to think and account for that bounce.
Well, these are the consistencies that he will want on this type of surface. Again, good delivery this time, nipping it back into the left-hander, striking him high on the pad, and just picking up on his follow-through. But the consistencies of the bowlers on this type of surface, it's not a buy-in to the pitch surface. It's one you just need to kiss your length, and that's the ball to go through to the keeper, as you saw in those previous deliveries.
Yes, kiss your length, and that's exactly what Leacock is doing here early on. He's just perhaps hitting that 6 to 8 meter length and getting the batsman to think on the front foot. Leacock.
Seeing with that number 6 jersey on his back. Again, the delivery just pitched up and taking the inner portion of the bat all the way out to where deep backward square is, and picking up another single. So just a bit of timing is off a bit for Leacock. Sorry for Mr. Worrell.
Yes, Worrell perhaps just going to that shot a bit too early. He looks to be one who enjoys driving the cricket ball from what I'm seeing in this short innings so far. Everything that's been full, he's driven at. So I'm sure that that's one of his scoring shots here today. It brings Gittins back into strike, who hasn't opened his account as yet.
So again, a delivery outside the off stump, very watchful, is Shamari Gittins. It's allowed to go through to the keeper. But this is good batting, even though he's not off the mark as yet. He's been very watchful, really. Just allowing the balls to come to him. He's not going pushing at them or fishing at them outside the off stump. So this is good watchful stuff.
Yes, this is very good batting here. The job of the openers in this 3-day tournament is just to see out the first hour. They won't be looking to be too flashy. Just get their team that solid foundation.
Just wearing his man onto the front foot again and playing that one quietly into the offside. Yet another dot delivery. So he's still not yet off the mark, but he's very watchful. Solid in the defense. It's Shamari Giddens. Both batters are left-handed by nature. So again, just outside the off stump, coming quietly forward and just playing that one into the cover region.
Yes, Giddens, he looks to be a very compact player. Looks to know his game. As he faces up again here to Leacock.
Again, that one, good carry through the outside of the off stump and true to the keeper. Just watchful again as the over comes in and superb in Gladiola. They're 12 for no loss after 5.
Yes, Andy, and in case the viewers are not joining us, I'll just run you through the teams that are playing here today. So we have superb Ben Gladiola going up against Wildey. Playing for the superb Ben Gladiola side is Matthew Jones, Ashley Nurse, Giovante De Pisa, Jaden Lord, Jamar Eiffel, Rashawn Ramsey, Rashawn Worrell, Rivaldo Clark, Shamari Gittins, Stephon Griffith, and rounding out the 11 is Zidane Herwood. And representing the Wildey side is Captain Jerome Jones, Carlos Maynard, Craig St. Hill, Desmond Currency, Jaden Leacock, Joshua Dorn, Orion Bostic, Shanaldo Taylor, Shane Paris, Tariq O'Neill, and young Zishan Motara.
Lineups as Bostic continues from this to southern end. It starts with another dot delivery again, just bordering Rashawn Worrell with that lack of pace, but his consistency of Bostic, he's just asking the batters questions, but without any real pace.
Yeah, so lots of oohs and ahs here early on, Andy. The Wildey side making things happen. Lots of loud appeals, but umpires ruled not out.
So again, delivery by on target, but this is good batting really by the Gladiola side. Like I said, this is the job of the openers, just to see off this new ball. Remember, the surface, like we rightfully said, is full of grass really, and they will think that they want to exploit the early exchanges, the Wildey side. Hence, they invited the home side to have a knock. So the job of the batters here will be to defy them as long as they can. As Bostic. Again, this one worked behind square. This one will run pretty close to the boundary, and it goes past the rope as Leacock couldn't pull that one back and just eluded him and into the fence for another boundary. So 3 more to the total.
Yes, that delivery just flicked off the legs there from Rashawn Worrell, and it just goes to show the ease in scoring here, Andy, as we previously mentioned. Outfields are very, very small, so once batsmen time the ball and very watchful here on this wicket, runs will come.
And again, it's about selection on these types of surfaces. Just asking, as soon as the bowlers get offline, you really just pick them off as opposed to go bludgeoning boundaries, really. So it's that kind of surface. You just needs to be as selective for as long as you can, and you will buy your time and pick up some scores. But again, a delivery outside the off stump there by Boston and just shoulder and arms is Worrell and allow that one to go through the keeper. So good batting, picking off the boundary and just continue to be watchful.
Yes, the name of the game here is patience. Batsmen will have to do their best to be patient and build a foundation here for the rest of the team, and bowlers as well. Hit their lines and lengths consistently. See Bostic bowling another delivery straight at the batsman. No run.
So this is good batting. Like, he's now batted some 21 deliveries on. He's on 11. His partner Gittins, he's faced up 14. He's yet to get off the mark. But they're forging a partnership together, which the team would really like to get from the opening batters. Just get their team into the game for as long as possible. This one, quite a bit of bounce. Just, again, this ball said this should be looking for overthrows as Taylor, the man coming in there from mid-wicket, just get into that one as the batters cross for a single and just misfiring that one past the keeper. Really wasn't well backed up in the outfield, and pick up another couple to add to the total. So the totals move along to 17 for no loss as over number 6 is coming in. I can tell you Leacock is ball 3, Bossy is ball 3, Worrell, Rashawn Worrell, he's on 13, and Gittins yet to get off the mark.
Yes, tidy start here from both sides, Andy. Nothing too much has happened so far. A bit of overcast skies here today, but I don't think it's anything that will be threatening as the clouds look to be blowing over. So I suspect that we will get a good day of action-packed cricket here today.
Well, that's the nature. We expect exciting stuff. You rightfully said, you know, this Wildey team, they're filled with a lot of slower bowlers, the ones who really do the bulk of the bowling for them, the likes of Desmond Currency, fresh off Fifer, Jerome Jones, who's had a good season in 2025, and young Tariq O'Neill. These are the three that will be probably entrusted to do the bulk of the bowling for the Wildey side. But it's the main pacers in Leacock and the medium pace of Ball State. But Leacock, he continues.
Yes. Back of the length delivery. Just capped out by Gittins. I'm glad you mentioned that the spinners here in this game today, though, Andy, because when I saw these two sides come up against one another, I was very happy to see the matchups because both sides have very, very quality spinners who can definitely trouble batsmen. There's the like of Desmond Currency, as you mentioned, most wickets last season. Jerome Jones, another left-arm orthodox bowler. Gladiola would have the likes of Matthew Jones and Giovante De Pisa. Another delivery just tucked into the leg side, 1 run. But as I was saying, Andy, very, very talented spinners here today. There's also the likes of Ashley Nurse, former international cricketer who can definitely trouble batsmen, and he's also one who can take a game away from a fielding side with the bat. So I'm very excited and keen to see how this battle turns out today.
Well, it should be of some excitement, but again, like you said, day one on such a surface full of grass, you would think that your seamers would be the ones that you would want to do the bulk of the work and try to exploit these conditions. But as you see, it hasn't been threatening by any stretch of the imagination. And the patience of these two, Gittins and Worrell, they're really just batting out the pace bowlers without much alarm.
That delivery there, just outside the line of the off stump. It did something a bit different there, just kept a bit low, perhaps just getting off of the wicket. So that's new. Wicket been bouncing very, very nicely all morning, getting good carry to the keeper. So it's something else that the batsman will have to add to what he's thinking about.
Yeah, and this is what the job of the openers is, really, to showcase to the team, the teammates, the ones that come later, how the wicket is playing, and well, you can adapt to it. So this pair has done very well. This time a delivery outside the Austin bounce, playing a miss. Really, that one really offered a bit of bouncing through to Carlos Maynard, but Worrell on that occasion didn't get bat on it. He'd be disappointed, really.
Yes, Worrell just likes to be. He looks to be quite an aggressive batter here. Anything too full or too short, he just having a big go at. Looking to get bat on ball early on. He's on 13 from 24 deliveries, so he's the aggressor in this partnership, clearly.
Delivery again, work into mid-wicket. I know you said aggressor. He's been the main scorer. He's been the only scorer, really, with the exception of the extras. As Gittins, he's only one. He's one off 16. That's Worrell. But generally, he is an aggressive style batter. But he's very watchful here today, so this is almost second nature to him.
Yes, I stand corrected. Aggressor was not the correct word. He's done the bulk of the scoring here early on.
It's more of accumulating today, so he's been the main accumulator of runs as he overcomes, and then 7 of them completed. Superb Glen Gladiola, 18 for no loss.
Yes, Leacock just into a very, very good spell here early on. 4 overs delivered, just 8 runs conceded, and Bostic will come back for his 4th over. Just 6 runs conceded early on, so tidy start here from the bowlers. Good start here from the batsmen, being very watchful on a tricky surface, so a good battle is shaping up early on.
Well, yeah, can say even Stevens so far after his first 7 overs. So just scored another rate of 2.57. I remember Wildey, they would have won the toss and opted to field. And Gladiola, they now have to put up the resistance and show that resilience on their home ground.
Yes, and as we can see here on screen, Andy, lovely Rice's community. Can see a bit in the background. Lots of trees, lots of nature. I'm sure that some of the members of this community would be out watching the cricket game here today. We see a couple folks on the trees.
Ball stick continues on that length just on or about the off stump. And that one, shoulder and arms again, is Gittins. Allow it to go through the keeper, Carlos Maynard. Very competent glove man, Maynard. I'd say this will decide is very much full of keepers. Two of them missing from today's encounter in Demetrius Richards and Neymar Bolden. They're both absent from this game. As a delivery again on a good length. As it's delayed in the shot is Gittins and playing that one into the offside and no run resulting. So it's, yes, Demetrius Richards and Neymar Bolden, two of the other competent keepers in this will decide. But Carlos Maynard, not to be left out, he's a very, very, very good keeper.
Yes, you mentioned that the keepers are missing, and additionally, Akeem Jordan, who would have scored a century in the last game, is also missing today. So perhaps that's why Bostic is opening new ball. We know that Jordan is very competent opening bowler. But Bostic looks to be doing a good job so far, just challenging the batsmen in good areas.
And again, as you know, this is a time of year when quite a lot of these players will go off to do their professional duty overseas. I'm sure Jordan, as the likes of someone like Richards, they're doing that professional stint away from Barbados, and the likes of Bostic asked to come in as a replacement.
Another good delivery outside line of the off stump. Have you ever had the privilege, Andy, of playing cricket here at the lovely Rice's ground?
Oh yes, I played some matches here. Like I said, very good ground. Again, this is one of the grounds that we speak again about scoring runs with ease. You just need to be selective in your shots and know the areas where to score. This time a fuller length delivery, played back up to the bowler is Shamari Gittins. He remains on 1 from 21. It's this Wildey just putting up good work in the bowling department. Not going too expensive. 2.3 is the scoring rate, but good watchful stuff by the superb playing Gladiola batters.
Another good delivery, left outside line of the off stump. You talked about this ground being one that's particularly good for batting. It brings another over to an end. 8 overs completed, 18 with the loss of none. But you talked about this pitch and this ground being particularly good for batting, and I'm sure that many batsmen would just love to see this on a fixture. I personally only had the opportunity to come here and play once, so I don't have much experience, but I'm very, very sure that batsmen would love to come here. Just seeing the small boundaries, just capitalizing on runs here.
Yeah, you didn't get a good score?
I do not think so, actually. The fact I don't remember it probably says it all. That was years ago, probably 2022 or 2023. So I don't think I got a good score. That was when I was playing for Barbados Youth. I actually made my debut here for Barbados Youth in the Elite Division. So I don't think that went too well.
You remember your dismissal on the bowler?
I do remember Javante De Pisa got me out, bowling his left arm orthodox. Can't remember if he nicked me off or bowled me down. It was all a blur though, but I definitely didn't score runs. I can tell you that for sure because I don't remember it. But that was my only experience here playing that one game. I've not played a whole lot of cricket here at Rice's.
So viewers, my co-commentator, Rashawn Hackett, he missed out at this ground. But here he is. He can score quite a lot in the commentary booth. You can call all the runs that I scored here today, Rashawn.
Yes, most definitely.
As Leacock continues, this time it's a flowing drive. This is a good way to get the first delivery off and gain some confidence by that shot. A delivery over pitch by Leacock and coming on the front foot and easing that one past a vacant cover for 3.
A shot of true authority there from Worrell. I just previously alluded to the fact that he loves the driving. Every ball that's been pitched up so far for the morning, he's just driven, and we see him connecting sweetly with that one through the covers for 4 runs.
Well, just remember to the viewers, the boundaries here are of 3s and 4s. That was a nice flowing drive off the bat of Worrell. He caught this time, pulling his length back, rightfully so, just picking the outside edge and going pretty close to the fence. And yeah, again, over the rope. But yeah, another boundary.
Yes, Worrell just picking up a fortuitous boundary there. Good delivery there from Leacock, back of a length, just nicked him up. He perhaps squared up a bit, but went through the slips and he got another 3 runs.
Well, again, just good delivery, just compensating, pulling his length back. But again, the nature of the pitch is not true. It's not quick. by any stretch of imagination. Full of grass, so I think they would have preferred if it was a bit harder, a bit more true, where that ball would have carried to the slip. But you saw that one just dying before he gets to the second slip and threw down to the boundary. Another back of the length delivery. So let's pull his length back after being driven for that 4 on the first delivery is Leacock. But Worrell, like I said, he's taken his tally up to 19 from 29 deliveries. Gladiola, they move up to 24 for no loss. As you see that man from Gully, Zishan Matari, he's just come a bit tighter, more like a 4th slip. No, as I said, deliveries didn't carry after getting the edge. Got again back of the length, so this is a good comeback. 2 boundaries in the first 2 deliveries, one albeit off the outer edge. He's really pulled his length back. Follow-up deliveries, Rashawn.
Yes, very, very good comeback here from Leacock. He just noticed that Worrell enjoys driving that delivery, so he just pulled his length back quite a bit and getting Worrell to play off the back foot, getting on top of the ball. So he's telling Worrell, no, if you want to score it, hit me from this back of the length area.
Well, that's a bit more defensive-minded. Again, just getting him on the front foot. I think that's more of the length he will want to bowl a bit more consistent and bowl a bit tighter. The first delivery had whiff on offer. This one is a bit more challenging the stumps, and all Worrell could do is defend. So a good delivery to come back. One more delivery left for Sean in this over.
Yes, that last delivery, Worrell just looked a bit in 2 minds. Looks like he was going to have a drive at it at first, but he just stopped himself halfway through. Let's see what he does in this last delivery of the over.
Full again into the block hole. Yorker dug out by Worrell, so no run. The over comes in, and at the end of some 9 overs, superb Gladiola. Yeah, 24 for no loss.
Yes, 24 for no loss. Good work here from the batsman. Rashawn Worrell just on 19 from 32 deliveries. Shamari Gittins been quiet so far. Just 1 run from 22 deliveries. Both batsmen doing well, being very watchful here on this wicket. Just not letting anything phase them early on, just getting on top of the bounce of the deliveries. And Worrell, he's been sure to capitalize on any balls that have been too full. So, good start here from the batsman. We see some sort of dancing here so from Matara. He's now stopped, but he looks to be enjoying himself. He's now gone into a short cover position. He does it again. Just enjoying himself, Andy.
Well, it'd be remiss of us not to have mentioned, and that's been quadruplet actually. Zishan Matara, who would have played for the West Indies in a one-off series. He's very much part of that quadrat.
Yes, he's definitely one that will bring... Right, he's definitely one that will bring so much value to this Wildey bowling attack. And he also brings a lot of value in the field and with the bat, Andy, because he's also a very, very positive batsman. Can hold his own with the bat.
Yes, he is. Said a good spin quartet by the Wildey side. As Boston, he continues. Ball is to the left-handed. Gittins, who this time flicks this one over the deep mid-wicket and all the way for maximum. So he picks up his first maximum in the innings. 4. Remember, boundaries are 3s and 4s. Boston straining the line on length and getting the full treatment.
A beautiful shot there, flicked off the legs. I hope your car is not parked out there, Andy, because that one almost hit a car just now.
That's the dangers of parking so close. But I'm nowhere in that vicinity. But delivery, like you said, just off length by Orion Boston and given the treatment by Gittins. A batter who really, once he gets in, he plays a wider range of shots. You see him flicking that one over the top for 6.
Yes, Bostic just strained on the leg side a bit. He'll look to make the adjustment on this delivery. That's it there.
See that? Good bounce on that occasion, albeit slow bounce, like you said. So the pitch is not pacey. It's like you said, full grass covered, but it's just a bit slower in nature. So you can see him just getting on the back foot. He had time to adjust, even though he had a lot of bounce on him, but he had that time to adjust based on the nature of the pitch, the slowness.
Yes, definitely a pitch that's not the best in terms of pace, but it's definitely one that the bowlers can get a lot out of, a lot of bounce in the wicket. I'm sure that the ball will be getting a lot of lateral movement here with the breeze. So bowlers have something to use. Another good delivery outside line of the off stump, just left alone.
Yeah, and that's what Boston would bring to the table. He's just one that would just bowl it there for the duration of the day. He's not going to trouble you by pace. Like I said, he's more looking to induce a fault shot. It's Orion Boston. But like I said, this pair has been watchful and just capitalizing once they've given the opportunity to score. So this is good batting by this pair.
See Bostic just pulling out of his run. Another good delivery, just back of a length. Now that you've mentioned good batting, Andy, Kevin Wickham, did you watch that game that he played against the Jamaica Scorpions earlier this week?
Yes, I saw both innings. Thought it was very well batted by young Kevin Wickham. I mean, he's got an assignment, really. He knows what he's about, and he's really off to a very good start. But here's Boston again, just bringing his batsman forward and just playing that one quietly into the offside again. Not threatening stuff by Orion Boston, but very watchful on the part of the superb Gladiola batters. 28 for no loss, 10 overs completed.
Yes, and just to add to what you said about Kevin Wickham, Andy, what was so impressive about him is that before he left, he did an interview at the airport and said that his goal is to score 3 centuries, and he's already ticked off 2 in the first game alone. So I'm sure that if he continues on this trajectory, he will be sure to surpass those 3 centuries that he's aiming for.
Well, he's in good form. His confidence is good. Confidence is high. See, looks like Josh Adorn seems to be getting a warm up here. But yes, continuing Kevin Wickham, very excited batter, young prospect who is sure seems destined to go all the way. And if he continues in this form and in this vein, I'm sure his calling can't be too far off. And we get to see him pick up another couple of centuries. I think he's now carries his tally to 5 first-class centuries. So he would want to get another couple under his belt before the end of this series.
Yes, he took his tally up to 5 first-class centuries with those twin hundreds, and it also made him just the 3rd Bajan player to score twin centuries in a game in first-class cricket. He's joined good company alongside skipper Craig Brathwaite and coach Ryan Hines, so he's amongst some elite company. As we now see Joshua Dorn, another full delivery, just driven off the legs, no run.
Yeah, so Dorn in another just another discipline of his, really to add. You know him more for his uncomplicated off spin, but here he is just showing case in his ability to bowl a bit of medium pace, just trying to get some overs in on this kind of surface. Like we said, it's not threatening at all. It's bowling really by any stretch of the imagination, more looking to induce fault shots.
Another tight delivery there, just targeted straight at the batsman. But Dorn, a jack of all trades. I've seen him bat, I've seen him bowl. He also does a bit of wicket keeping, and he's also very good in the field. So young player that's making a name for himself. And as you said, his bowling here, no threat of the imagination, but I'm excited to see his spell today.
So I'm just trying to hit that one through the line. Is Burrell just taking the inner portion of the bat. Again, you just need to be patient. I'm sure Josh Adorn, he's really a part-time medium pacer, so you don't want to go chasing after him. Within his 6th delivery, I'm sure he'll give you something. So Burrell just needs to be mindful of that. And he's been there now for some 35 deliveries. He's patting himself into a star. You don't want to give it away now to the part-timer.
Yes, Joshua Dorn just looking easy running in. Just trotting in and bringing over his hand. But he's been very accurate so far, all 3 deliveries at the batsman. So he's come to do a job, make the batsman play shots, and he's doing so well so far.
It's application. He needs to apply himself. He needs to stay patient, is Rashawn Worrell. Dorn, on the other hand, definitely he'll have different ideas. But I'm saying any batter gets himself in on this surface, which is not offering that type of pace, really, they shouldn't be too bothered.
Yes, good deliveries here from Dorn. Fielding side riled up. They're very excited. And batsmen just been very patient so far, doing well for their team to build this foundation. They'll be looking to get to the first water break without losing a wicket.
And that's the first assignment, to get to that first drinks break without losing a wicket. Obviously, a little bit of banter going out there. See Worrell just pulling out of his stance. He's having a laugh. Shinaldo Taylor inside the cover. Never shy of a word. Afraid to just line outside the leg stump. Looking for two, but not on. Terry O'Neill is coming from deep backward square and just rifling a powerful return into the keeper. Carlos Maynard as the over comes in, and superb Gladiola 29 for no loss after 11 overs.
Yes, good first over there from Joshua Dorn. Just 1 run conceded. He was on the ball from early. So he's the new bowler into the attack. And we will see if Wildey will have another switch here from the other end, or if they remain with Bostic.
Yeah, but you see, a good over in the context of things, but like you said, not threatening whatsoever. Just one delivery that really carried through to the keeper. Everything else was just pretty much on the stumps, where the batter, all he had to do was defend his wicket, not with too much alarm, and obviously just picking up that 1 run. But again, not offering any chance really is Worrell. So just as good watchful batting on his part. Takes his tally up to 20 from 38 deliveries. Young Shamari Gittins, the other left-handed opener, he's on 5 from 28, and he's been the perfect foil. Very watchful.
Yes, and we will see a change in bowling here from that opposite end, Andy. That looks to be Tariq O'Neill coming into the attack. Very skillful off-spinner, picked up a lot of wickets in Barbados cricket. He found himself along amongst the Barbados trails recently and in the past couple of years, so he's definitely one who's very, very skilled. Just one slip in place, backward point, cover, short cover, mid off, long on, deep mid wicket, and square leg. So O'Neill is the new bowler.
Yes, that's a good introduction. Tariq O'Neill, you've said it all about him. Said, see how the spinners go on this surface. So first over spin about to begin. See, one thing about what I would have done differently, I mean, he probably just needs to get himself going, O'Neill. But after winning the toss and elected the field, they just really got one attacking feeder, and that was slip. So just to tell you, they probably think the pitch is of easy nature as well, very easy nature.
Yes, we see the field spread quite early on. Deep mid wicket, long off in place as O'Neill comes in. Starts with a full delivery outside the line of the off stump. Worrell not bothered to play out that one.
Yeah, just a delivery outside the off stump through to keeper Maynard. Maynard just doing good work. Excellent gloveman is Carlos Maynard. So just that one slip in place in Dorn. Delivery flighted. Just stroke up to cover point where Orion Boston is stationed and no run resulting. So just tossed up delivery really. Not any real venom on that one.
Yes. Whoa, that delivery just bouncing off the surface. Pitch right in front of Worrell, but hit the keeper in his chest.
Yes, so you get a bit of bounce on that occasion. They also had a bit of turn as well. So this is what I can tell you about the nature of this pitch. The off spinner, he should get some spin on this pitch. Remember, it's full of grass, but again, delivery spinning past the left-hander. So this is good work here by the off-spinner. Full of grass, but obviously you can see some moisture in the pitch, hence the slowness in the pace for the pace bowlers. I'm sure the off-spinner will get some grip on this kind of surface. So again, like I said, they should be looking to employ another catcher somewhere in the gully region if you're going to get this kind of turn.
Yes, you know, read my mind, Andy. I was now about to say, oh, a loud appeal. And umpire Prescott gives him. Worrell has to go back to the pavilion for 20 from 42 deliveries. A beautiful ball there from Tariq O'Neill, just hitting right in front of Worrell, turning away from the batsman and catching the edge.
So good delivery there, like you said, from Tariq O'Neill, taking the edge of the bat of Worrell. He's got to make his way back into the pavilion. An excellent catch as well there by young Carlos Maynard. Ball just spinning past the left-handed bat, taking the outside edge. Bit of turn and bounce as well. And he did well to really roll that one, and picking up the first wicket is Terry O'Neill. So superb Gladiola losing their first, scoring 29 for 1.
You call that one perfectly, Andy. Just the ball before you were mentioning that they should bring in another catcher behind the bat, and very next ball we see exactly that happening. Keeper taking a sharp catch there. So O'Neill, he started very, very good on the ball.
Yes, like you said, just pushing out that one a bit there was Worrell, so really taking the other edge. But again, the off spinner, like you said, he expects to get a bit of grip on the surface. So you expect to get a bit of grip on this surface, and the accuracy of Terry O'Neill in the start of his over, and he's gathered some success, early success for him, really, to the demise of Rashawn Worrell. The new batter is Rashawn Ramsey. Rashawn Ramsey, very much a homegrown player here. Hackett, this is a player who's had a good start to his setup last season, and he will want to really put up a good score here for his team.
Starts very positively, driving that one, but he gets no run, and he just looks to be very full of energy here early on.
He is an animated character, goes by the nickname Bash. You can tell why.
yes, definitely you can tell why he started, came out, and another over came to an end, 29 for 1 after 12 overs.
So with that, I'll take a leave. Wayne Holder, he's the man who's going to come into the com box here to join you, Rashawn Hackett. So with the fall of the first wicket, 12 overs completed. Superb Gladiola, 29 for 1.
Thank you very much, Andy. Twelve overs completed. Superb Gladiola, just 29 for 1. Last over saw the demise of opening batter Rashawn Worrell. A new batsman at the crease is Rashawn Ramsey. So as one Rashawn departs, another one comes in. And as the new batsman comes in, we also welcome Wayne Holder. Wayne, good morning to you.
Well, it's afternoon now, but it was a good morning, and I thank you very much. And yes, fairly even start. I think the Wildey team just about pushing their noses in front in the early fractions of this match with that wicket, getting rid of the very experienced Rashawn Ramsey.
Rashawn Worrell, may I say?
Rashawn Ramsey at the wicket now.
Yes, and we see the wicket is very, very green. I was telling Andy that it's one like it's in New Zealand. What do you make of the wicket here today, Wayne?
Well, yes, it was very interesting when I first arrived to recognize the amount of grass that had been left on the surface, and then I was even further taken aback when the Wildey side won the toss and immediately opted to bowl.
Another delivery outside line of the off stump, and umpire Brathwaite calls wide.
So I made it myself the fly on the wall in the Wildey dressing room when the decision to bowl was made, and the grass on the pitch was very much a factor, but they also indicated that there was quite a bit of moisture left in the wicket, and I thought that here it is. This is definitely an advantage to the team bowling first.
Good delivery. Gittins just leaving that one alone. But as you were saying about the wicket, Wayne?
Well, what I've seen so far is just played fairly slow. Very, very slow surface. And I would like to believe the moisture there is definitely, one can see the ball actually sticking, stopping in the pitch. I think what might have happened.
Full delivery. Gittins just keeps that one out.
Don't necessarily think that the Wildey attack really has that bite about it to really take advantage of any favor in this track. They started with young Jaden Leacock and the veteran Orion Bostic. Bostic just about very, not even military medium, slow medium, on the slower side of medium.
Back up the length delivery. This one worked into the leg side, but fielder does well, no run.
So the batter is having the opportunity to really settle. We've seen young Dorn come in to the attack from this northern end, and he too is that gentle medium pace stuff. But it has been that over from Tariq O'Neill was something of a revelation.
That one just worked into the leg side. 1 run, and it brings another over to an end. 31 for 1 after 13 overs.
And from all indications, there was some bite there for the off spinner O'Neill. And again, bowling to an exclusively left-handed pair of batters, and managed to sneak one past, well, off the outside edge of Rashawn Worrell's bat. And it's going to be, of course, we know this Wildey team, the strength of their bowling has been their spin bowlers. There's the two left-arm spinners yet to come in the captain, Jerome Jones and Desmond Currency. So I think the game is probably entering a new phase now as we see the introduction of the spin bowlers for the Wildey side.
Yes, most definitely. That was expert analysis of what's been going on, Wayne. And you talked about the moisture in the wicket. I had a patrol out early on today, and the wicket does definitely have some moisture in it. It appears to be firm on the surface, but underneath you can definitely tell that perhaps there's been either a bit of wetting or some rainfall. But the wicket taker O'Neill comes back in, and Gittins faces up.
Immediately, the new batter at the wicket facing up, Ramsey. And we see the introduction of a second man in that slip field. Captain Jerome Jones very much on the ball, recognizing that the batter is new, and we saw Ramsey O'Neill get the ball to spin past the left-hander earlier.
Yes, not only have they introduced another slip into place, but they've also put another man into the offside. So a very offside packed field here today, and that probably comes as a result of the first over of O'Neill just getting a bit of grip and turn away from the left-handers. So they've packed the offside, long off, 2 covers in place, point, backward point. Just turning past the outside edge of Gittins again. Oh no, that's Ramsey, my apologies. So O'Neill, he's into a very tidy spell here. He just looks the part from the time he came on to bowl.
Still early days yet, but yes, landed on a length more or less, and he would enjoy spinning the ball away from the left-handed batters again. We talk about that much, a sometimes overused term about matchups.
Yes, matchups definitely. Oh, delivery just driven in the air, but it bounces safely. That's Bostic. Ramsey just having a big flash at that one. He'll have to be a bit more watchful on the surface like this. That's turning and gripping. We see his partner just going down to have a word with him now.
Yes, driving at one outside the off stump, and the ball coming off the edge. Traveled in the air for a while. It wasn't any danger whatsoever, dropping well in front of the man at backward point.
Yes, just another full delivery, just driven out to the covers, no run. And it brings another over to an end, 32 for 1 after 14 overs.
Well, yes, another fine over from young O'Neill, and he already seems to be really reveling in these conditions here. The right arm off spinner, and with the Gladiola side, as I said, fairly decent start by the opening pair though of Worrell and Gittins, and I think they would just this pair at the wicket would probably just need to keep their patience, keep their heads about them, and just work their way through this early period.
Yes, Joshua Dorn comes back into the attack for Wildey. Just starts. Batsman just tapping that one into the offside, no run. But it's been a very, very tidy start from both sides. The batsmen have done well before the partnership was broken. What they've done very well is that they've applied themselves on a wicket like this. They've just been very watchful of deliveries, not letting anything faze them. Just playing each ball on its merit. And the bowlers have been on target from Wildey. So it's a very good first hour that we've seen so far. That one just worked down to the fine leg fielder. They'll just get 1 run.
Not a lot of problems for the batters as when the medium pacers have been bowling, and the ball not really coming onto the bat, not conducive to any extravagant stroke play, playing through the line of the ball, etc. And I think that the bowlers have bowled generally fairly decent lengths.
Yes, definitely. Bowlers have bowled very well so early on this morning. Dorn comes in to deliver once again. Another full delivery outside the off stump.
Good carry through to the wicketkeeper this time. Carlos Maynard appreciating the ball traveling just above the waist high. As we see the field, fairly conservatively set field here for the medium pace of Dorn. Just the one step on the gully, for example.
Full delivery. Just angling down the leg side, hitting the batsman on his pad, and they come through for one leg by.
So yes, that one kept a little low. There was a delivery previously, I think it's also from Dorn, that really crept around the ground. I mean, out of nowhere, we've been talking about the pitch holding a bit. We're talking about the moisture. I think the least thing you would expect on such a surface would have been a ball to keep as low as a particular delivery from Dorn did a couple of overs back.
Yes, I'm sure that delivery was just as phasing to us. Oh, and it's a lovely drive through the covers, and a misfield here from Wildey, and another 440. Superb blend. Gladiola takes their tally up to 37 for 1. What did you make of that shot, Wayne?
Well, it was a lovely shot as you described it. I don't think a lot can be said for the fielding effort, though, because as lovely as the shot was, the ball was traveling straight to the fielder. He might complain that he got a bit of an awkward bounce, but not obeying the basics in the field, Rashawn, you always have to have a second line of defense. And the ball just going straight past the hand of the fielder, not getting anything whatsoever behind the ball.
Yes, the long barrier, man. That's what we're all taught when we were growing up playing cricket, just to get down on your knees, putting that body behind the ball, just in case it misses the hands.
Well, just there, like I said, not necessarily the long barrier itself, but always that second line of defense.
Yes, most definitely. So Dorn, he comes in. It brings another over to an end. 37 for 1 after 15 overs.
Well, yes, and seeing Dorn and this military mundane stuff, I would have to describe it. One could only ask the question is, when will Captain Jones go to one of his left arm spinners from the northern end of the ground? But the batters not particularly perturbed, I so far, from the offerings of Joshua Dorn. Neither were they against Jaden Leacock, who started the bowling from this end. And of course, we talked about Orient Bostic also bowling. The man that has been creating the problems, though, has been this man who is about to start his third over, Tariq O'Neill.
Yes, Tariq O'Neill back into the attack. 2 slips in place, backward point, cover. Short extra cover, long off. No long on, we see a mid on in place. And deep mid wicket comes into the circle now. It looks like they're packing. Is he going into the offside? No, he's just staying at a short mid wicket position. So a very attacking field, one could say here.
Bowling around the wicket too. And obviously the objective here is to be operating on a line just about off, just outside off. I would like to believe that if the ball is actually turning, that he would want to, as much as possible, to start his deliveries on the line of the stumps.
Oh, nicked him, and it takes him. Dorn takes an easy catch in the slips, and O'Neill picks up yet another wicket. Exactly what we know described, Wayne. Batsman just angling the ball in, bowler just angling the ball into the batsman and spinning it away, and it takes yet another edge.
Well, enterprising drive, adventurous drive by young Ramsey. I think that the length was probably there. Again, from our position here, we might not be able to discern the line of the delivery, how wide of the off stump the delivery might have been, but the length definitely encouraged that drive and getting the outside edge. The ball apparently slipping past the keeper, but well held there at first slip is by Joshua Dorn, I think it is.
Yes, Joshua Dorn.
Just right into the midriff and fairly straightforward. And Ramsey doing some early damage here for the Wildey side. And basically
Yes, and this is what we talk about when we.
doing.
Sorry, Wayne, were you finished?
No, I said basically doing justice to the decision by the captain to bowl first on winning the toss, um, vindicating that this decision so far. O'Neill, it didn't come from the pace bowlers with the new ball, but once the spin has come in, it has been working for Wildey.
Yes, most definitely. O'Neill is just justifying why the skipper would have won the toss and elected to have a ball first. And new batsman to the crease, Giovanni De Pisa, right arm batter. But this is what we talk about when we talk about matchups, Wayne. We just see the captain being very smart in implementing the off spinner when two left-handed batsmen were at the crease, and immediately he's came in and he's created an impact, just dismissing two of the batsmen. He'll now look to bowl to Giovanni De Pisa.
Right-handed De Pisa, young all-round cricketer, one of the brightest or brighter prospects along Barbados. Has got so much, so many resources. There's so much talent knocking around Barbados.
That's O'Neill. Good delivery there. But as you said, so much talent hanging around Barbados. De Pisa would be one of them. He finished as the highest run scorer in the 2024 edition with 549 runs, Wayne. And last year, he did not play the full season, but he finished with 377 runs, scoring a superb century against Pickwick. So he's definitely a batsman that comes in and he can create an impact if he gets set and if he gets going.
Add to it his bowling.
Yes, his bowling. He's a wicket taker. He's one of those left-hand spinners that come and turn the ball away from the right-handers, creating problems.
Former West Indies youth vice captain, former Barbados youth captain.
Yes, he has a very, very long and impressive resume.
O'Neill. Now we see the right-handed batter. We definitely are seeing the evidence that the off spinner is getting this ball to really rip off the surface. The three deliveries played by De Pisa, two of them running to the leg slip fielder in Captain Jerome Jones, of course, keeping them all along the ground. De Pisa.
Yes, and another over came to an end. 37 for 2 after 16 overs. I'm glad you mentioned De Pisa's bowling though, Wayne, because he's a left arm spinner, and something that I've noticed in Barbados cricket in our domestic seasons is that no matter what division it is, whether it's elite, whether it's first division, we always see our left arm orthodox bowlers dominating at the top of the wicket charts every year. We see the likes of Matthew Jones, Giovanni De Pisa. As Dorn, I'll put a pause in that as Dorn comes in. Delivery just angled down the leg side.
I was trying to indicate right in front of you, right under your nose, is Jerome Jones.
Yes, Jerome Jones. I was going to get around to him. Jerome Jones as well. He's always in and around the wickets, along with Desmond Currency, who took most wickets last season. And even if you look down into the intermediate division and first division, we will see basketball spinner Bob. Alston Bob. Delivery just down the leg side, flick down to the fine leg area. It won't get all the way. They come back for 2 runs, taking the tally up to 39 for 2. But back to what I was saying though, we see a trend where left arm spinners continue to dominate cricket in Barbados, even all the way down to the youth level. There's the likes of Nathan Seeley, who would have done very, very well in youth cricket. He's now transitioned into men's cricket. So why do you think this happens, Wayne?
Well, okay, so first of all, there are so many of them. They go a dime a dozen around here. And obviously, as far as the finger spinning goes, it's so much easier to control. So what you need as a finger spinner is that control, that ability to make the batsman play at a lot of balls, keep the ball in front of the batter, and of course the advantage for the left-hand spinner is that ability to get that ball to spin away from the bat and to challenge the outside edge.
Yes, and not just spin away, Wayne, but also to angle in that delivery. It creates so much more variation when a bowler can angle the delivery into the batsman and turn it away the totally opposite direction. So it creates.
There's also the element of drift a number of these exponents of the left arm spinning art are able to exploit.
Yeah, so it's definitely something that our Barbados system will have to look to improve on because week in, week out, we see left arm spinners coming and dominating games.
Another reason too I can suggest though is that the nature of the surfaces also contributes to that success. In that I find that a lot of the surfaces are slow. I don't necessarily want to say low, but on these slower holding surfaces, rather than the bowlers are able to get the ball to grip quite a lot, except in the cases where you've got a hard true track where the ball is not going to turn as much, then they have got to resort to other skills. But I think that the dry pitches, well, again, you would not have known about before the covering of pitches, but I think that has also played a significant role in the dominance of these left-arm spinners.
Yes, 39 for 2, 17 overs come to an end, and that brings us to the first water break. But back to what you were saying about the wickets, I was actually having this conversation with Andy earlier, and I was telling him that I personally wouldn't know about wickets like these because we grew up in a time now where wickets are always covered, but you would always hear the older folks talking about wickets like these building character, Wayne, and I'm sure that you would attest to that as well, in that when wickets are not covered and there's that bit of extra grip and that bit of extra rough in the surface, it creates more thoughts for batsmen to have to consider when they go about their innings. So what's your take on that?
I'm not even going to get into the discussion of which was better. What I can tell you that the facts of the matter were that you had to play on impaired surfaces when the rain fell in particular, and there was this need to adapt to the conditions. We also accepted that when the surfaces favored, the bowlers would dominate, and that made it even more imperative that when you get a good solid batting surface, you look to exploit it to the maximum, make the most of it. But as I said, as you said, and Andy would have said earlier, that adaptation, that ability to adapt your game to whatever is coming, definitely built different characteristics, built different abilities. It is because, okay, I can give you an example. A pitch can change conditions. You can experience a number of different conditions in one day, where you might very well start out on a good hard true pitch, the rain comes down, the ball skids on for a while, then it begins to hold and stop, then as it gets a bit drier, it begins to pop a bit more, and by evening time you're back onto a fresh, almost like a fresh new surface, comfortable again. So it brought about the need, the requirement to be able, as I said, to use that word again, adapt your game as a batter.
Yes, most definitely. I think that you summed it up so well, that adaptation, and it also has to do with application, because that was also an issue that we noticed last series, where the Wanderers side, they did not apply themselves very well with the batting, and they just got ran over. And it's something that we saw in series 1 of the competition, where a lot of games ended early because batsmen weren't applying themselves and sides being dismissed early and rounds being finished. So I completely agree with you on that fact that more application and adaptation definitely needs to be shown, and it's wickets like these that will build that character in batsmen.
Well, one of the things that has transpired this season, though, Rashawn, and I think we must commend, again, I mentioned it in the previous game at Wanderers, the decision by the BCA to start the local 3-day season at this early period of the year when it is a lot drier, the pitches are a lot more conducive to batting. The bowlers then are challenged because of the true nature of the surfaces. And I think that the BCA over the years has prioritized the 3-day game, the long format game. I think that is to our credit here in Barbados. We have not allowed the that longer format of the game to really die away and deteriorate in any way. And I think that is an area, a direction in which I would hope to see us continue. So this season, starting on the drier pitches, batsmen having that much better chance to bat, maybe you will see the benefits of that over the next couple of years if it is maintained.
Yes, most definitely. And we're back here live at Rice's as we resume after the first water break. Giovanni De Pisa, the new batsman, just 0 from 4 deliveries. And Shomari Gittins, the opener, 13 from 46 deliveries. O'Neill comes back into bowl. He's taken both wickets so far. Starts with a full delivery. But I'm glad you mentioned the fact that the BCA changed the season, the 3-day season, and put it first instead of in the back half of the season as they usually do, because I do think that it's a great initiative as well for the reasons that you mentioned. But I also think it's a great initiative in terms of the weather, because we know how the weather is set up on the hurricane season in Barbados. The rain typically comes in, delivery just down the leg side, but we know that in the latter half of the season the rain typically comes in and we lose out on a lot of cricket, and we lose out on the most genuine form of the game, which is this 3-day game, which teaches batsmen to bat long, teaches bowlers to put together long spells and work out batsmen. So it's good that they've put it early on in the season. Hopefully that will eliminate some of the rain factor and allow more of this 3-day cricket to play. Hopefully we get in the full season. O'Neill, though, we see, comes into the Pisa. Just punched off the back foot. Fielder does well at mid-off, but they scamper a quick single.
See an example of what I would have mentioned earlier about getting something behind the ball. We saw 2 balls go to the mid-off fielder, and on both occasions he missed it in the hand, but took it on the thigh, somewhere on the body. Unfortunately, this one got away a bit, and they managed to pick up a single.
Yeah, so it's a very up and down outfield, not level at all. Fielder is just having to do that extra bit to get their body behind it, just in case that you lose the hands.
Very dry, very difficult. Not saying that's easy at all, Rashawn. Fairly difficult on these uneven surfaces. Again, we talk about the dryness of this time of year. The grounds are cracked in a number of areas. Very little grass, and the like. Ooh.
Gripping delivery there from O'Neill. Just starting outside line of the leg stump and turning all the way past the batsman, beating his outside edge.
Not only turning, but prodigious bounce on that occasion.
Yes, prodigious bounce. O'Neill is into a very good spell here so far. And Gittins just looking a bit tentative. He's very patient in his approach. It brings the 18th over to an end. 40 for the loss of 2.
Well, he's been there from the very beginning, Shamari Gittins, and this has been quite a fighting knock by him, as we see some 4 bowlers being employed so far by Captain Jones for the Wildey side, and he's going to continue with the medium pace of Joshua Dorn.
Yes.
Find that very, very interesting. I guess ball's still only how many overs old? Just 18 overs old. It has, although the outfield is dry, fairly parched, the ball hasn't taken a lot of battering off the bat.
I assume that the skipper is just using Joshua Dorn here as a holding role. He's not taken any wickets so far, but what he's done very well is that he's restricted the batsman in his 4 overs, just conceding 9 runs as he now comes into the Pisa. Good delivery outside line of the off stump, but he's been just restricting the batsman from scoring while O'Neill threatens the batsman from the other end. So I suspect that that's why he's still in the attack. He's doing the job that the skipper would require him to do. Why do you find it surprising, Wayne?
With the amount of purchase that O'Neill has been able to extract, I would have personally gotten very, very excited as a finger spinner. I would have wanted to get the hands into my hands, to get the ball into my hands.
Chance goes a begging. The Pisa just driving that one uppishly to Leacock in extra cover. Puts in a dive, but he puts it down in the end. Valiant effort.
You know, us commentators, always put to the test and are made to look bad. We were just talking about how militant Dorn has been and threatening, and there it was. He created a chance.
Yes, indeed. He's just been toiling away outside line of that off stump, not giving the batsmen anything to score off of particularly. If they want to score, they have to play away from their bodies. So he's been very consistent.
Yes, and with his lack of pace, I think that makes it a bit more difficult for the batters on this surface, with the ball not coming on and him not having the pace to encourage them.
Straight to delivery. The piece is just presenting the full back face there. But as you mentioned, though, the lack of pace from Dorn probably would deter batsmen from fishing outside line of the off stump, because as a batsman, when you're fishing outside the line of the off stump at those balls, you have to go hard at it. It's either you nick it and hope that it goes over the slips, or you connect with it fully and it goes through the covers. But with Dorn, if you nick his delivery, I don't think that you'll be getting much pace for it to beat the slips. Lovely flowing drive there from the Pisa. Goes straight to the fielder. But as I was saying with Dorn, I don't think that there's much pace for the ball to get over the slip. So he's doing what he's supposed to do here.
I think the danger from Dorn actually, as a batter, would be to hold your shape, hold the stroke players against more dangerous for the fielders in front of the bat. Keep the ball on the ground. Don't get carried away and play too early. I don't think I would worry a lot about Dorn nicking my outside edge at this pace and on this surface. It'd be more to do with those men are extra cover and mid-off. I think they're really important fielders. Here the batsman has got to be careful when driving at the deliveries, those pitched up deliveries.
Yes, batsmen definitely will have to be careful. And with that Dorn over, 19 overs come to an end. The score is 40 for 2. And as that over comes to an end, my stint here will come to an end temporarily. I'll now invite Mr. Andy Payne back to join you, Wayne. So, Wildey.
Well, Rashawn, you know that we are creating history. If you heard, for the first time, we are doing streaming a local cricket at this level. So it is really nice to be part of history. And yourself, Andy, and even me. You know, it is a great occasion.
Yes, it definitely is a wonderful feeling to be a part of history. But I'll leave you to Mr. Andy Payne now, Wayne.
Well, yeah, I deal with him. Don't worry. Thanks, Rashawn. As O'Neill continuing to bowl from the southern end here at Rice's. Second delivery is bringing the left-handed Shamari Gittins on to the front foot. Quite diligently going on to that front foot, bending at the knees, ensuring that he's gotten everything behind it and keeping that ball on the ground. O'Neill right arm around the wicket. And this one is pitching up and driving. Pitching just short of the man there at cover. That's Craig St. Hill, the player coach. But there we saw Gittins reaching and driving a pitched up delivery. Not timing it very well. The ball traveling in the air but falling just short of the cover fielder. This one is much shorter, and he's enjoying this a lot more on the back foot, hitting it hard into the surface, but straight to that man, Craig St. Hill once again. There is no run. Andy Payne, Tariq O'Neill has definitely brought about a complete change in the flow of this game.
Yes, man. He's been threatening, like you said, his off spinners here.
To mid-off, thoughts of going for a quick single from Gittins, looking to get off this pressure. I think the pressure really beginning to show here now for Gittins. He's been unable to score freely, and there he was pushing a delivery straight up to mid-off and looking for that sharp run. I think the ball traveling definitely too quickly to the mid-off fielder.
Yeah, and it's going to one of the better fielders as well, in Zishan Matara. Again, just see the experience of the Pisa just coming out to have a word with his partner, just telling him just continue to play patiently. There's no rush here.
Young Gittins is again wafting at a delivery outside the off-stump. I think this pressure is beginning to build. He wants to score. He wants to get off the strike. Also, with that ball consistently threatening his outside edge. And I think it will be, as you said, once again, the Pisa calling him down forward. I think a call for a cooler head to prevail.
Yes, again, the experience of that man, Giovanni De Pisa, just coming down to have a word with his junior partner, if so to call him. But again, excellent bowling there from Terry O'Neill, the off spinner. He's now sent down 5 overs, wins, pick up 2 for 2. But you see the consistency. He's getting that assistance from the surface, and he's really, really troubling the left-handed batters.
So it's be Dorn again. It's bowled from that northern end in the 6th consecutive over. Bowling with a slip on the gully. A point, cover is deep. The extra cover is shortish. There's the mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at deep square. Wicket keeper Maynard standing back. As this one is driven crisply, sweetly off the middle of the bat, traveling quickly up towards Captain Jones at mid-off. But I was telling Rashawn earlier, I think Dorn main danger would be the batsman not keeping the ball on the ground with those drives. I don't see a lot to suggest that he's going to be nicking the batsman particularly.
Well, yes, he just needs to stay patient. Is Giovanni De Pisa, like you said, that drive would be the mode of dismissal most likely to come. And if it is off the outer edge, it would be probably a wider ball that he goes chasing rather than really getting the ball to move away from the bat and taking a genuine edge. But so far, De Pisa, he's looked solid. He's stroking the ball nicely down the ground. And he's playing with a very nice straight bat. And he just seems like a batter that is determined to really dig deep.
Captain Jones has set some good fields today. So far, he's kept the batsman on a leash. You see De Pisa, who's looked good. The ball has hit the middle of the bat. He's looked solid in defense. But he's only 1 from 17 deliveries. Early days yet, though it may be.
Yeah, and I don't think that would perturb him too much. As long as he feels like he's in good nick, he's getting the ball coming out in the middle. He wants the pitch to just drag a bit more. He's very watchful to what's happened so far. He's had a few deliveries from O'Neill, and I thought that he handled them very well. So he just needs to stay there and carry on.
There he is, driving again, driving crisply. The ball's suddenly off the middle of the bat. Beats the man at extra cover, who had a sniff of a chance in the previous over from Dornman. De Pisa failed to keep one absolutely down on the surface and up to mid-off once again. So this is good, interesting stuff. It is riveting at the moment. This time, this delivery not quite as full, and De Pisa are coming onto the front foot and stopping it with a defensive prod into the offside. I think that might have been a maiden sent down by Dorn, with the total now 40 for the loss of 2 wickets. We've had 21 overs since the start of play. Wildey winning the toss and opting to bowl first. Andy, your thoughts on that decision? Any surprises?
Well, I mean, like you said, they've a team just coming off a win, losing 4 players in the interim. But they also fancy the chances in the bowling department. They've still got a good quartet of slow bowlers, as O'Neill's showing here today. Yet you haven't seen the likes of Jones and Desmond Currency. So I think they were thinking that their strength probably going into this game is more so in their bowling. So they want to take advantage of when they saw a green surface. And I think it was no surprise, really, that after winning the toss that they had to take the field first.
O'Neill, short, slashed away to the right of St. Hill. Good movement by the Currency. That is Currency actually there at backward point. St. Hill is on the other side of point and moving away to his right. Not his stronger hand, Currency, but managing to get down and stop the ball from passing through. As O'Neill is in again, and this one is wide of off stump, picking up the line quite early and leaving it. But thanks for reminding me, Andy. You did say a quartet of spinners, because it has slipped me that there's also the leg spinner, the right arm wrist spinner in Zishan Matara. So as you said, lots and lots of spin to come on offer for the captain, the Wildey captain, as we see a slight adjustment in the field now. Out of nowhere, the short mid wicket has been pushed right back on the boundary. So maybe a thought of some change of tact, or could it be a case of just looking to bait the batsman into something.
Yeah, it means the mind games there, really. It's come after two things. They're thinking that he's looking for a release shot at some point. They also like him to try to hit the ball through the leg side with the ball spinning away from the bat and a prodigious turn. So, really, that's the good move, really, to leave the vacant mid wicket open. And he's got gone for the man at deep mid wicket. So, asking Young Gittins really to try to hit it through that leg side area with the amount of turn that O'Neill is getting.
Continues to bowl around the wicket. And that has been employed. Bad bit of work there by the coach, I think, not leading by example at all, as that one driven up to the cover area, and St. Hill getting himself in a bit of a mess. I think not sure how the placement of the hands, and eventually the ball bursting through and going out towards deep cover. They picked up a couple of runs for it, so 2 welcome runs to the Wildey team at the end of the over. It's 42 for 2.
Yeah, so the superb Gladiola side, really, they were in danger of facing up to some 3 consecutive maiden overs just without midfield from the player coach in St. Hill. They managed to pick up a couple. But this is good, tight stuff again from O'Neill. And this over in particularly, you saw the patience being applied there by Young Gittins. So I think after having that conversation with Giovanni De Pisa, who's probably asking to just remain patient, there's no way to go really here this afternoon. Just spend your time and wait until you get those bad deliveries where you want to capitalize on.
Young Gittins, a couple of seasons with the BCA youth team in this division, and also some days at the Lord School, and coming over to Gladiola. I think he's a resident of this parish also, and building in his experience, building his game, getting more and more accustomed to playing at this level, as we see the long-awaited, I would have to say, on my part, introduction of Desmond Currency, the leading wicket taker last season, and the man who really burst onto it's been around for a while, but burst into the limelight last year. Here he is, left arm around the wicket, between the umpire and the stumps, driven up to long off. In the approved long barrel fashion is Orient ball stick, and some rotation in the strike. Rotation in the strike for the first time in a bit. That's the total up to 43 for 2, as we're going to see. Some adjustments in the field. Of course, Currency bowling now to the left-handed Gittins, and immediately he's gone around the wicket, but not in the same around the wicket, but in this case not between the umpire and the stumps, but coming straight through from around. A little bit of a variation. One would want to believe in the angle, although both from around the wicket.
Yes, Currency, a player who's really matured of recent, Wayne. Like you said, he's had the most wickets last season. He's also added runs to this repertoire.
Swept away. Some release here for Gittins, a delivery down the leg side and getting down on the one. He playing the sweep shot and getting it off the middle of the bat. The ball traveling high over the deep backward square area and running into the boundary there for 4 runs. So, as I said, some relief for Gittins, and Currency still in his first over, slightly off the radar.
Well, Gittins, the left-handed batter, I'm sure he would fancy himself against the left arm off of dots. He would more prefer that ball coming into him where he can utilize those backward square areas, as opposed to someone who, like O'Neill, the off spinner, who's really threatening the outside portion of the bat.
A man put in place at deep square, as this delivery pace off from Currency, and not as full a length, brings Gittins onto the back foot, drops it in front of him, forward short leg onto the helmet, as this one is coming forward and playing defensively up to cover the end of the first over from Desmond Currency. Gittins is on 18, the Pisa is there on 2, and super blend Gladiola invited to bat 46 for 2.
Yeah, like I said, it would be a bit more comfortable. Shomari getting into left-handed batter against the left arm unorthodox spin of someone like uh, Desmond Currency. And you saw him looking a bit more adapt there to it when you just see him coming forward on the front foot with a good defensive bat. And he also had the opportunity to play one sweep shot over backward square where it was vacant, but they've now put a man in that area. But that is good batting there by young Shamari Giddens. But Currency, like you said, coming to maturity and just really starting his spell, he will want to come on and pick up some wickets and carry on in that foil.
The Pisa. A lot to be expected of him off the back foot, forcing it through the covers. He's going to pick up a couple of runs as Shinaldo Taylor from cover chases back to within about 5-6 meters of the boundary at the cover. Of course, we know, Andy, the boundaries here, 3s and 4s. We've got some really short sides, particularly to the north of the ground and to the east. It gets a bit wider as you go eastward and out towards the southeast of the ground, as this delivery one of a much flatter trajectory. And here comes the Pisa onto the front foot and thoroughly pushes it into the offside. Holds his position, has a look at the stumps behind him. I just trying to work out the line of that delivery, exactly where he was playing, as O'Neill over the wicket to the off spinner now and bowls a full delivery. The Pisa just taps it through the vacant mid-on position down to Matara, who's on the rope at long on. A few spectators in the distance under the mango tree, it looks like.
Yeah, one guy who you know very well, he's under that tree. As I say, good evening to Donville Braffett. You know, the Braffett clan is very much from here in this Fall Bay area, this Rice's area. So, a player who taught me quite a lot in my junior years.
Well, here comes O'Neill. He's going back around the wicket now. Delivery pitching outside the off stump. We can see wicket-keeper Maynard stepping away to his left as the ball spins away from the stumps. Off the front foot, off the edge, ball dropping before it gets to Dorn at first slip. Jones, the captain, if you see notedly, a step ahead at second slip, a step ahead of Dorn there at the fine first slip position, but that ball dropping dangerously close to the slip fielders onto the front foot, and managing to get it off the middle now. Back along the pitch to the bowler. O'Neill continues to be impressive, continues to threaten. Another good over from him. And with O'Neill 7 overs for 7 runs, picking up 2 wickets. And notably, some 37 dot balls out of 7 overs, Andy.
Yeah, that's the accuracy of the man. He's been very consistent. He said he's had a lot series of bowling at quite a couple of left-handers. He's picked up 2 in the process in Worrell and also Ramsey. So he's really fancying himself against the left-handers. He's caused some trouble as well for Gittins, who continues to be good. That delivery that you spoke about that took the outer edge. But what was good about it is that Gittins didn't go pushing at it. He just allowed it to come to him with soft hands. Hence, it failed to carry to Jones in that second slip region. But again, excellent bowling from Tariq O'Neill.
Currency through and around the wicket. Umpire Brathwaite standing at the northern end. And the Pisa is coming onto the front foot and not pushing, not necessarily a forceful drive, a defensive push back along the pitch. The bowler feels it cleanly with both hands. Opting to play this one off the pitch this time. The Pisa off the back foot, up to cover. Again, there is no run. There is a man under the helmet at silly point. That may be Shinaldo Taylor.
Sachin Leacock.
Oh, it's Jaden Leacock under the helmet. Yes, there I see now the back, the number 6 jersey. Opened the bowling from this northern end earlier, Leacock. You mentioned a number of players missing from this Wildey side. Another delivery, again, defensively off the back foot. I think that the Wildey side are actually making some 5 changes to the team that won the opening fixture, the maximum points at home against Spartan.
Yeah, they picked up some 20 points in that game.
Outside the yard stump, patted away by the Pisa. Yes, some 5 changes as I mentioned. There are in this match without Zachary McCaskey, Akeem Jordan. There is Demetrius Richards, the wicket keeper, Nimar Bolden, and the Trinidadian and Becky Joseph as the final delivery of that over pushed away into the offside. Second over completed by Desmond Currency. The piece of 5, Gittins 18, 49 for 2.
Yes, again, another good over there by Desmond Currency. Just coming into his work on this occasion. He's bowled his second over maiden on this occasion. But again, to Pisa, I tell you, he's a very inept batter against the slow ball. And when you see a man using the crease to good effect, he uses the crease, he goes deep to the left hand spinner, punch those balls up to cover and extra cover, and also you see him getting on the front foot and driving the ball very powerfully back to the bowler on many occasions. So this is a battle that we look forward to seeing, the Pisa against the slow bowlers.
Well, it has been a battle between O'Neill and Gittins. Remember O'Neill picking up the left-handers, Rashawn Worrell and Rashawn Ramsey, still to price out Gittins, who has been there from the very beginning, much straighter line this time, and you can see Gittins looking a lot more comfortable once the ball is closer to the line of the stumps. Is that ball on the off stump spinning away that has been causing the problems? So he's around the wicket again, still the 2 slips in place. And this time it is much wider, so easing the pressure somewhat these last couple of deliveries. And just looking to experiment, looking to find some variety, trying to price out this wicket. Pushing this one through a bit quicker. The ball coming off the outside edge, eludes Jones there at second slip, but Bostic at that backward point, bordering on a short third position, does the fielding. Quite windy, breezy conditions, but assists with a drift into the left-handed batter for O'Neill. As this one, he gets past the outside edge. Again, Gittins going onto the back foot, ball pitching and bouncing a bit. Carlos Maynard has been enjoying the stint behind the wicket. As this one is again wider of the off stump. Doesn't have to play Gittins. The end of another tight over from O'Neill, and yet another maiden. In fact, he has 2 for 7 from 8 overs, and Gladiola 49 for 2.
Yeah, slow going by the superb Gladiola side here, but watchful batting by this man Shamari Gittins. Said another testing over there from young Tariq O'Neill. So he's just getting those balls into that middle stump, spinning away from the left-hander. And on one occasion, he caught him pretty much in no man's land. He wasn't sure if to come on the front foot or if to be on the back foot. And you saw it just whizzing past the outside edge. And again, excellent keeping there by Carlos Maynard. He's been a very good gloveman so far this afternoon, and really gathering everything comes in his grasp.
Good gloveman for a long time. Here comes Currency and driven back along the pitch on the first bounce. Clapping away there, a couple of the Wildey fielders. The spear continues to dig in against what has been some very accurate bowling, not giving a lot. Again, looking to get onto the back foot, looking to pierce the offside field. I think, suspect that ball may be drifting in with the breeze, with the arm, and coming off the inner half of the bat and traveling back along the pitch to the bowler. The greenest part of this, the entire ground, and it seems to be the pitch itself. You know, outside of the green, grassy nature of the pitch is rather dry, rather parched looking. The outfielder for the most part. As the 50 comes up with that single by De Pisa, 50 up in the 27th over.
Yes, 50 is slow going, but to say this, the grind continues, just being inserted to bat really. So they're really trying to fight off a good Wildey attack here.
As has been as the piece as Gittins is onto the front foot. So yes, you talk about the grind. The piece of some 34 deliveries for his 6 runs, and Gittins has faced up to 75 to make 18. Remember, they were invited to bat Super Blend Gladiola, the home team. This one stroked into a vacant area on the offside. Some hesitation. They're going to come for the second run. The ball played to the oldest man on the pitch. Well, I said as far as the players are concerned, for sure, the over 50-year-old Orient Boston played away to his left slowly. He did manage to get around, but unable to pick up in his weaker hand and allowing the batters to come back for that second run. An over in which the 50 came up, the 27th over, Super Blend Gladiola 52 for 2.
Yes, again, currency as he showed that confidence by Shamari Gittins, the left-hander. You saw him coming on the front foot and just stroking that one through the cover region and picking up a couple. But he seems a bit more at ease at home against the left arm unorthodox of Desmond Currency. But again, to Pisa. You see how comfortable he is to the slow bowling, coming on the front foot, hitting the ball back onto the bowler, and let's say going on the back foot and scoring when the opportunity presents itself. So, challenge, like I said, continues to be the Pisa against the slow bowling. When I think he's one of the better players against the slow bowling in this elite division.
Well, he's got a leg slip on the forward short leg to contend with, and O'Neill having a word with his captain regarding the field setting, and actually the skipper is going to move himself from that leg slip position. He's going to go into a short, straightish mid-on with Currency moving around to a more conventional mid-wicket field. So just the slip on the forward short leg. Now they're under the bat as this delivery is outside the leg stump, turned away down to Bostic at the backward square position. The batsman going with the shot for the single.
Again, when you just saw him using the depth of the crease and getting back as that ball spin into him is the Pisa, and just see how he worked that one into backward square without any alarms.
Well, yes, some good communication between himself and Gittins. The field now adjusts once again for the left-handed Shamari Gittins. So yes, as we said, Wildey making some 5 changes. So you've got coming in. We talked about the players going who are out of the side. I think I've been informed that a number of these players have trekked off to Trinidad and Tobago for some quote-unquote professional duties. Don't know how much you know about the goings. I know you are very frequently in Trinidad and in touch with this cricket scene in Trinidad. Delivery outside the all stump, really pitching, bouncing, good take again by Maynard past the outside edge. So O'Neill still able to produce these dangerous deliveries every now and then.
Had some bounce there, man. Prodigious bounce. I mean, that one really raised like a cobra snake.
Getting surviving a really good delivery. Gets one outside the leg stump, looks for that relief. For once, we see O'Neill getting it offline, actually down the leg side, and missing out on what could have been a free hit there, Gittins. But I think he himself might have been just as surprised as we were that O'Neill for once was not on that middle and off stump line. Getting a lot closer to the pitch this time on Gittins. I think that has to be the key to his play. He's been finding himself in problems when he's been driving, when not quite over the line of the delivery. Off the front foot, in the air, past the man at Sally Point, through the man at square cover, and they're going to come back for a second run. The return comes in at the keeper's end. Gittins makes it safely back into his ground. Misfield by Currency. 2 more runs at the end of that over. Gittins up to 22. It's 55 for 2.
Yeah, playing that one just a bit uppishly win. Like I said, not quite getting over that one on that occasion. And fell a bit short of courtesy at the point region. Wasn't sure if to wait for it or if to go for the dive. And again, just eluding them in the end as it just bounced in front of him. Really a bit of an uneven bounce, so to speak. And they're picking up another couple. But Gittins, he continues. He's on 22 off 81 and really, really trying to bat his team all over hole here. Really, he needs a big partnership. He needs to bat deep as the bowling of that man, Terry O'Neill, continues to be good.
Well, good for his character building, young Gittins. You know, the ability to survive in difficult conditions. Currency continues to bowl to the Pisa. This one angling in with the arm and gently turned behind square by the Pisa, immediately off for the first of 2 runs. So another couple.
Yes, again, the Pisa just using the depth of that crease, albeit being the arm ball, but he got a lot of bat to it on it there, Wayne, and it's good enough to play to that vacant square leg reason.
Well, yes, just the 2 fielders. Well, no, there are 3 fielders on the onside. There's also a deep mid wicket, slightly out of our view from where we sit. But there's also a long on and a mid wicket. Very short boundary here at the northern end. It's coming onto the front foot. Very well onto the front foot, keeping it down. Taken on the first bounce by Leacock there at Silly Point. Number 23 on his back, Deswin Currency. That's coming onto the front foot, lunging onto the front foot and driving out towards the deep extra cover area. Some thought of a second run, but St. Hill from a long off is much too quick. And the Pisa advises young Gittins to stay his ground. You have the next ball up to you on strike.
Good place to bat from.
But yes, a very, very good place to bat from the non-striker's end, some say. Start and stops. Get Currency. All set and ready now. Brings Gittins onto the front foot, guiding it away square on the outside. So we've got the likes of Shinaldo Taylor, Craig St. Hill, Orion Bostic, all up from the intermediate. Well, I think in the case of St. Hill, probably not. He's the actual designated coach of the club. Carlos Maynard, who was part of the reserve for that first match against Spartan, as Gittins stepping forward, looking to be aggressive. I think changing the shot midstream and just tucking it away into the onside. Gets a single, will retain the strike at 59 for 2. We've had some 29 overs. It has been slow going, but it has not been dull.
Yeah, it hasn't been dull at all. Like you said, good bowling by the spinners here, especially this man, Terry O'Neill. He's been good. Desmond Currency, not really getting into his work. You see him just deceiving young Gittins on that occasion with that slow disguised ball and just coming on the front foot. He did well enough to hold the ship. He didn't go into an aggressive shot. So he really did well there on that occasion. So, like I said, hasn't been boring whatsoever. But again, some fantastic batting.
Well, yes, we see on the screen the
University.
This game at the University.
Yep. It is. It's Javid Leacock, the main bowler there. You can see him running with his leg spinners.
Well, that would have to be a previous game, though, because I'm sure you were playing at YMPC today. They're playing at Beckles Road today. Well, we are back with the action here. And we are back to Tariq O'Neill continuing to wheel away from the southern end. And Gittins gets the delivery. It's off the back foot he goes, but not having the room to actually get any power into the shot, just forcing it up in front of point. This one is driven straight up to the left-handed Shane Paris up there in the covers. We've got those two slips. We've got the backward point. We've got a short point in Desmond Currency. Driven again. Again, he finds that fielder, Paris. So there's the cover is a bit deeper. And the extra cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket. And a man out of our view at deep mid-wicket. Short delivery, not taking advantage of whatsoever. Looking to slap it away to the outside, managing only to drag it back along the pitch into the hands of the bowler. On the first bounce, of course. This time he's getting that sweep shot played. It's going to challenge the boundary at deep backward square. Dawn pulls it back just about a half of a meter inside the rope. Dawn running all the way from his position at slip and managing to keep the scoring down to 2. But getting that a shot that he had attempted to play quite early, very much earlier, and picking up a couple of runs at the end of another Tariq O'Neill. 10 overs for 12 runs for the only 2 wickets to have fallen so far, Tariq O'Neill.
Yes, continues to toil away this time. We saw that one outside the leg stump. He had attempted a sweep shot a bit earlier in previous over, failed to make contact on this occasion. He got quite a bit of bat onto that one and just picking up 2 with the sweep. So just ran away outside the leg stump on that occasion was Terry O'Neill. Probably the only 2 balls that he's been offline with in his whole spell. And he's just picked up a couple Gittins. So Gittins continues to be good. But here, and again, at the University Oval, like you rightfully said, it is YMPC against the UE team. But it is playing at the University Oval.
So this is actually the game with YMPC and UE. So
Yes.
UE the home team. So we know that we can see that the UWI team in the field, I think captained in this match by Kyle Corbin, the veteran, as Currency starts another over from the northern end. It will be his 5th over, 61 for 2 the total. The Pisa coming and wristily looking to get it to the right of the bowler in his follow through, but Currency is quickly across the pitch, fields cleanly, dot ball, 61 for 2, and forcing the Pisa on to the back foot and just drops it into the onside. The ball stopping before arriving even at the fielder there at short mid-wicket, Orion Bostic. Currency getting to the over quickly outside the off stump and making a late decision to pull his bat inside of the line, the Pisa. That one pitching down just outside that off stump. Again, choosing to go onto the back foot. Looking a bit dangerous there, that ball pushed through with a bit more zip by Currency, but equal to the task is Giovanni De Pisa, has been there for quite a while now. And again, he's off the back foot. This one hit up towards the extra cover. Good work by Tariq O'Neill, skipping around to his right, keeping it tight, the Wildey side. And after the 31 overs, having won the toss and elected to bowl, they've now got Gladiola at 61 for 2.
Yes, again, you see Currency really now getting into his work. See him just getting a bit more off the surface. You see him, like you said, pushing the man back onto the back foot in the piece and just beating him on a couple of occasions. But good work here. As we head over there to this game now, it looks like the signifying non-Julie Globe Barbados youth here battling up against is it Spartan side here in Queen's Park. To tell you the youth there 75 for 5 after 27.2 overs. Seth Smith, he's on 10. Justin Parrish, he's on 8. Neil Posad, the bowler here for Spartan, the off spinner, he's picked up some 2 for 21 win.
Yes, so in the spot of bother there, the youth. Spartan smarting from that defeat, humiliating defeat by the defending champions in the opening series.
We saw Prasad bring Seth Smith onto the front foot, stroking that one into the cover region. No run resulting, but like you said, the Fusion Boutique Spartan, they won the toss and up to the field, and they've really got the youth in the spot border.
Well, yes, on looking on the rebound, Spartan. But in the meantime, back here, Andy, we've also seen now the introduction of the third component of this quartet of spinners for the Wildey side. Captain Jerome Jones has introduced himself from the southern end, replacing Tariq O'Neill, the wicket taker.
The Captain Jones, he's a man when he gets into the wicket. He's got quite a number of fifers, man.
Very, very prolific wicket taker. Of late, when I said of late, but of last couple of seasons.
Remember when he would have started as a left-arm seam bowler, good enough to have represented the West Indies at the under 19 level, bowling pace, but now he's really changed up his roles.
I think he went to 2 World Cups, if I remember correctly, and yes, created quite an impression. Clipped away by the Pisa. He's going to get a couple, and the ball is misfielded. He actually gets double a couple, but not necessarily a double, because here at Rice's the boundaries are 3s and 4s, but getting himself a bit in a tangle there, the coach Craig St. Hill, and when he should have been actually palming that one in just in front of the rope at deep cover, he actually allowed it through over the boundary. So 3 runs to the Pisa, 3 more runs to the Gladiola score.
I'm sure when he sees these replays, Craig St. Hill and the players will tell him about the field and drills.
I'm sure he'll be able to tell them this is what not to do. Off the front foot, off the outside edge, they're going to go for the single after some hesitation. Gittins was quite keen to come through. The ball traveled towards the left hand of Tariq O'Neill at backward point, and some hesitation on the part of the Pisa. Fortunately, O'Neill wasn't able to pick up the ball cleanly, and eventually the single was easily had. But it looked a bit dangerous there for a while.
Yes, but again, all's well ends well. So even O'Neill, the feeder, he was a bit rushed by that delivery. Took his eyes off of it a bit and had a bit of a bubble. So eventually they got on pretty safely. But good alertness really from Gittins.
Well, yes, some repair to his footwear, I think. Probably just getting his laces tight. I think that's about it. Obliged by Joshua Dorn there at slip. And Gittins on 25. Waits for Jones, tucked up by this delivery. Not a lot of flight, but
that's some spin though, Ian.
But yeah, seemed to really duck back in to the left-hander. So now a different challenge now for Gittins. The left-arm orthodox bowler around the wicket. They're going to get another single through another bit of inept fielding by the Wildey side. Gittins the beneficiary. At the end of that over, the partnership now were some 30 runs off 100 balls, and exactly 100 balls. It has been slow going. It has been testing for the batsmen, and Wildey trying to justify, to vindicate their decision to bowl first, have generally done very well in restricting the Gladiola side, but I think they would very much want to pick up another wicket or two before the break.
Yes, they would want to do that. Again, here back at Queen's Park, the Barbados youth, the 82 for 5, the Shame Holder, the Barbados off spinner, he's picked up 1 for 16, and Paris continues to be good. He's on 12, not out. A good player in the making, really. Young Justin Paris, good batter with his leg spinners as well, is really coming along. And Seth Smith, the wicket keeper,
promising player.
Very, very good player in the making as well. Promising player, good wicket keeper batsman. He's very much there as well.
And you talked about the Barbados spinner Barbados off spinning. Shem Holder on the front foot, pushing to the outside. They go for the quick single and get it too. Good, again, good communication between the pair. Gittins pushing the swan with very soft hands, deliberately forcing the man at cover, Shinaldo Taylor, to come in from his position, and recognizing that the opportunity was there for a single, the pair came through. But yes, Andy, I was going to tell you that one of the real main topics of discussion all week in Barbados cricket circles has been that defeat by the Barbados Pride in the opening round of the West Indies 4-Day Championship there in Jamaica, with the Jamaicans chasing down a target of 320 odd and doing it quite easily, and much to the consternation of the average Barbadian cricket fan.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of conversations going around, but I'm sure the management team there in Jamaica, they're probably very much on this stream. The chairman selectors, he's very much there, as is the coach Vasper Drates and assistant coach Ryan Hines. They've also have the mentor in Desmond Haynes, he's there with them, and manager Colin Bowen. They have a lot of self work to do with the team, soul seeking, really, because as you said, that's total, and to lose in such conditions they're in. I know a lot of Barbados public, they're asking questions.
Well, off the back foot there, went the piece to one that seemed to keep a bit low. Again, he's off the back foot, but he's finding the man at cover. That Zishan Matara there is no run. That over gotten through very quickly by Desmond Currency, leaving the Gladiola side at 68 for the loss of 2 wickets. Gittins on 25, the Pisa on 14, and you know, it is a notable that in that first match, as a matter of fact, that the Barbados team would have travelled without a right arm off spinner. That's why the name of Shem Holder, jumped out at me when you called it just now.
Yes, pretty much. So you got the two left armers and Jamel Warwicken, current West Indies vice captain, young and promising Joshua Bishop. But obviously, you were saying that the Jamaican side made up the top order with a couple of left-handers, and there's no off spinners such note. But I think the construction of the team, they thought that they had what was required to do the job there. But obviously, Kevin Wickham always bowls some unrecognized off spinners.
Well, this is going to be left arm off spin, not the right-handed right arm variety. Jerome Jones in his second over. 68 for 2. Shamari Gittins opening the batting, has battled away. He waits on Jones and chooses to go onto the back foot, guides the delivery. Jerome Jones, not the typical left-arm orthodox spinner. You don't see him tease the batsman with the flight. And Guile gone out of here, down on one knee, and swept the slug sweep coming out of nowhere from Shamari Gittins. That's gone for 4, but it would have been 6 at most of the grounds.
Yes, he really got the measure of that one. If you have a look at the replay, he really got down on one knee and got a full extension of his bat to that one and hitting it with a spin, really, and hitting it really a long way over that mid-wicket region for a 6. A well-measured shot by young Shamari Gittins, and that should do his confidence a world of good.
Yes, that ball has got to be retrieved, and Gittins and the Pisa meeting in the middle for a chat. It's gotten fairly cool, Andy. The conditions are seemingly changed somewhat from that bright sunny outlook that we would have experienced at the start of play, and for most of the play we're seeing some clouds circling around. My attention goes to the groundsperson here, who I'm seeing walking around with his hammer and a few stakes. Tells us that he is maybe having thoughts that the covers may very well be needed sometime soon. Not heavy, strong breeze, fairly cooling breeze, but not strong breeze to blow these clouds away. So we'll wait and see how it turns out. At the moment, play continues. No danger immediately as Jones is going to continue, and again, he's going to bring him onto the front foot. But as I mentioned, one notices Jerome Jones, a converted fast bowler into left arm orthodox spin, and you can see it. A lot of the attributes of the fast bowler coming through, and not that slow arm action, not that flight and looking to deceive the batsman. I think he's more about drift. He's more about wrapping his fingers around the ball and getting the ball to cut off the pitch. So a different variety of left arm spin, Andy.
I think one of his biggest attributes is his knowledge of bowling. He really knows how to work the batter out. But like you rightfully said, he doesn't carry the guile of a traditional left-hand spinner. But his knowledge of bowling has really carried him, man.
No Winston Reid by any stretch of the imagination,
so to speak.
He's going around the wicket now to the Pisa, and the Pisa is going off to the back foot and hitting this one hard into the ground off the bottom half of the bat, and it doesn't score off the final delivery of the over. It's 73 for 2, and Jones has gotten through his second wicket. But to his credit, we must say, he continues to pick up wickets, and he has done that for his side. He's led this team excellently. As we look at the name, Rashawn Primus is back with us in the local competition. He missed out on that first game for Wanderers in that defeat to the Empire Club. And here he is now not out on 5. Wanderers taking on ESA Field Pickwick, the longest rivalry in cricketing. In cricket fraternity in the island, and these the two earliest clubs to be formed in Barbados cricket history, one would have to say, and the unmistakable presence of the, if I can use for a better word, buxom Rashawn Primus. As currency is going to continue, he's on the legs again. There's a bit of hesitation in coming through for the run, but that one was always on, as tucking it away square was Gittins, and the Pisa calling him through for the easy single. So it will be Giovante de Pisa, 14 from 52. So 20 minutes out from the tea break. Pisa is driving. Bostic is in the way at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, this has been a very watchful knot by the Pisa so far. Like you said, Wayne just trying to pull his team into a comfortable position.
He's gone off the back foot again. This ball seemed to be creeping through, bringing the bat down quickly on it, though. This has been a tendency from the Pisa. As you said, he tends to go deep into the crease. An interesting observation again off the back foot, up to extra cover, can't score. You know, some years ago I remember having a chat with the late Sir Everton Weeks in one of these broadcasts doing commentary at Beckers Road, and he did inform me as far as his thinking that there's a lot of talk about using the feet by the batsmen, and a lot of times it is taken to mean getting down the pitch. But Sir Everton was actually making the point that going back deep into your crease was also using your feet and creating different lengths for yourself.
Wow, taking that coaching from the great Sir Everton Reeds.
It was a bit too late for me, though. I was actually commentating that they had stopped playing by then. Off the back foot, and this ball is running away out towards deep third. It's going to be pulled back inside the rope by Joshua Dorn. Again, we saw the piece off the back foot. That ball came off the thickish outer half of the bat and ran past the slip down to deep third, picking up another couple of runs. So the runs have come a bit easier. There's been a bit more of a flow of late from this pair as they go deeper into this partnership, and it is 76 for 2 after 35.
Yeah, so the superb Gladiola saying, like you rightfully said, they're looking a bit more comfortable. It so happens in the game of cricket, once you spend time in the middle, things get a bit easier. Then the fielding team, obviously, they have to try different tactics. As you've seen on this occasion, they've changed up their bowlers, and the batters are getting a bit more comfortable. But again, you can see the left hand unorthodox spinners. They're bowling to young Shamari Gittins. He seems a lot more comfortable
with the ball coming into him.
Yes,
very
so
well said.
so that's also add to the ease into which the batters have gone away.
Well, the players are going to come into us because the umpires have called the cover zone. The rain that we were indicating that might have been possible have actually joined us. Not a very heavy shower at the moment, but strong enough to encourage umpires Brathwaite and Prescott to call the cover zone. The players are going to come off, and we have an unwelcome interruption in what has been so far a very intriguing a session of play where the Wildey side, the visitors, won the toss, opted to bowl first, no doubt encouraged by the green nature, grassy nature of the pitch, and also some apparent moisture into the surface. And it has been somewhat a battle of attrition. I think we must commend, though, the effort of young Shamari Gittins, who has gotten stuck in and has really battled away for his side. In that first session, he has been joined by Giovanni De Pisa. We all know his attributes. We all know his abilities. And something of a fight back here by the Wildey side, by the Gladiola side, after they had been reduced to the fall of 2 early wickets.
Yes, a good fight back, like you rightfully said. The experience of someone like Giovanni De Pisa, you award him coming in that position, his team 2 wickets down, and you show that character, as you rightfully said, from young Shamari Gittins, just showing that fight. He was there from the beginning when he's batted quite a number of balls, and he really looked good. He had his challenges with the right arm off spinner of Tariq O'Neill. I will say that he's batted solidly, and you saw him facing up against the 2 left arm spinners. No, he's looked a bit more in depth against that left hand spin. You see the ball coming into him, he looked a lot more easier than Wayne, and that's where we're at 76 for 2 with the rain interruption.
Well, on the screen in front of us, we see the continuation of play away from here, and as we go a bit more south, I think it was, or westerly from our position. This game being played here at Rice's, and also in the parish of St. Philip, we have Wanderers and Pickwick being played at the 4 Square Oval. And on our screen right now, we see a picture of that play continuing. So obviously, whatever little rain there is here hasn't yet traveled in that direction. We see the young fast bowler Renico Smith in action here against Rashawn Primus. There's Primus and Ian Boyce, the pair at the wicket for Wanderers, who were invited to bat, 120 for 5. So a good session here is for the Pickwick team after opting to bowl. Smith with 1 of the wickets, 1 for 30, now in his 7th over.
Yeah, Pickwick, they'll be looking to come better. Falling short against the youth in that first game. Is it right, Wayne?
Well, eventually they did get away with the victory.
They got the victory in the end.
Yeah, but it was a bit closer than might have been comfortable for them, as the process of getting the cover in place here. So we saw the importance of local knowledge. I did mention to you that I saw the groundsman walking around with his sticks and his hammer. It didn't appear to me as if the rain was imminent, but of course that is local knowledge against me, a visitor.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, he's had some light drizzles, but it's really getting a bit harder as time went on, and he was very much there, ready with his stakes and hammer. Like he said.
Smith on the pads, whipped away by Primus. Flowing looking shot, and it actually gone into the boundary. Played with a lot of style, Andy.
He had a lot of authority there as well. So young Smith, the fast bowler, just spraying in the legs, and Primus not going to miss out on that one, man. Like I said, food and drinks for a player of his quality.
Yes, Rashawn Primus has been a bit in and out as far as competed on the local circuit. His services have been demanded outside of the island, though. He's a very strong hitter of the ball and a very stiff medium-pace bowler, so very attractive to the franchises in the shorter format. He's done a lot of work in North America and also in Trinidad and Tobago. So he's been north, he's been south.
That's correct. He's very decorated. Remember him playing in the Caribbean Premier League for St. Lucia and also for the Barbados in
Royals.
Royals.
Technically, they call him a former Barbados player, but I don't think that he has actually called it on his career.
No, I think he's still very much there, Primus. But this is a man who seems to have a good career. Have him, Renico Smith. He's got pace. He's looked strong. He had a couple of injuries, Wayne, but you can see him here on stream. You can see him just looking a bit more sturdier as he's getting into his work.
Well, that has happened. That has been the fate of a number of younger fast bowlers, those little stress fractures and the like. But I guess you call it occupational hazards.
Comes with the job.
Here he comes. Balls this time a couple of runs picked up by Primus behind square. Down to a very light drizzle, and to tell you that there's nothing significant about the drizzle that we have had. The spectators who would have sat at the two ends, the northern and southern end of the ground, have not changed positions, even though we have had that little drizzle. Yeah, thank you. So yes, as I said, no movement by those spectators. A couple of umbrellas have come out, so we know for sure that a number of the persons have come prepared for any eventualities.
You can see Pittman going through the bowlers here now, man. You see Antonio Morris. He's bowling he's got a variety of leg spin and off spin. Antonio Morris, if you've seen him in, see him here.
Yeah, just tweaking it out of the fingers, really. No real wrist involved. Not the wristy back of the arm leg spinner. More bowling a few leg cutters or rolling it out of the fingers as he's driven up towards the mid-off extra cover area. So play continuing there at
4 square oval.
The 4 square oval. So you see Morris, very economical, only 3 runs, and he's into his 4th over, and he's also got a slip. He's got two men in under the bat at leg slip and forward short leg. The Primus going for the sweep and getting it away for another boundary. Strong hitter of the ball, Rashawn Primus. When he hits it, it definitely stays hit. I wonder it's 131 for 5 from 34 overs. Morris conceding a boundary of the final delivery of his 4th.
Yeah, Primus on 17, but he's a strong hitter of the ball, like Greg said, a very powerful player, Rashawn Primus. So in that lower middle order, he's also got Ian Boyce, who batted well against the Empire side in that first round. He looked in really good form. Really came not out in the second innings, 40-odd not out, I think it was. My memory serves me correct. But this pair will have to really, show up the middle lower order, and really get the Wanderers side into a good position for a good score after losing defeat in their first series.
Primus is a very strong player, a very experienced player, and they will depend heavily on him being able to pull them out of what looks like a position of danger. 5 wickets in a session is always a boost to the fielding side. We saw the Wildey team in that first series of matches there against Spartan, actually at one point slumping to 91 for the loss of 6 wickets. And then, amazingly, I would have to say, they were able to declare with a total just over 400 for the loss of only one further wicket. Fantastic 125 not out off the bat of Akeem Jordan. Jordan not with us here for this match.
Yeah, he had an impressive partnership with Desmond Currency, who also got up to a century.
And only the only one of the top order batters to actually get a score would have been Nimar Bolden, who came in, I think, about number 4. He made number 4. He started the recovery with Jordan, who at this level is very much a proven all-rounder, you would have to say. And he's a player too I have found very interesting. It looks as if that rain has now reached the 4 square area though, because we see the stumps coming out and we see the covers being brought on. So the rain traveling across St. Philip from east to west as it's beginning to get a bit clearer here. I suspect that they are probably going to be taking the break here now, and yes, we're just 5 minutes away from the scheduled interval, and we've now traveled all the way from St. Philip down into Bridgetown. I'm going even further west, and we're Spartan, Fusion's Boutique Spartan, taking on the Signia Globe Financial BCA Youth. And the youth now losing another wicket from the last time we had a look. They're now 117 for 6, losing the wicket of Justin Paris, because Seth Smith is still there on 37, and he's been joined by Jahidi Hines.
Jahidi Hines, again, another Cormier product, like himself, and Justin Paris, 2 very good upcoming players. I saw him hit that one for 6 off Neil Prasad. So a ball seems to be given flight on the leg stump and struck over mid wicket, and it seems to carry all the way in. So
yes, it did.
A very good all round in the making.
Well, yes, and Prasad responsible for that wicket of Justin Paris, because he had 2 wickets when we last had a look. As we screen disappears before us. So it's still raining here at Rice's. Can get a close look at the score sheet, Andy. If you can bring up the scoreboard for us, we can probably enlighten those viewers who may have been joining us later during the broadcast. And let's say the superb blend Gladiola invited to bat by Wildey, and the scorecard so far reads: Rashawn Worrell caught by the wicketkeeper Carlos Maynard, bowled by Tariq O'Neill, the off spinner, for 20. Rashawn Ramsey was caught by Joshua Dorn at slip, also off O'Neill, for no score. Shamari Gittins has remained there, 101 deliveries he has faced so far, 32 not out is his present score. And Giovanni De Pisa is there, not out on 16. We have had some 8 extras made up of 6 leg byes, 1 bye, and the 1 wide. And the wickets falling with the score on 29 and 37. So another 39 runs added for this 3rd wicket so far on unbeaten partnership. Looking at some of the bowling for the Wildey side, Jaden Leacock, who started the new ball, 5 overs, 1 maiden and 14 runs. Orion Bostic, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 10 runs. Joshua Dorn, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 9 runs. Tariq O'Neill, the successful bowler, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 12 runs and 2 wickets in a very impressive spell. Desmond Currency, 7 overs, 2 maidens for 15 runs. And Jerome Jones, the 6th bowler, used 2 overs for 9 runs. So we had a wicket falling at Queen's Park. It looks like Seth Hines is gone. And Seth Smith. Healy Hines is the not-out batsman, getting my names crossed. But yes, and Andre Marshall, the Spartan president, picking up the wicket in what is his first over. And the youth going in shakily placed, going into the interval at 121 for 7 from 34.3 overs. So Spartan, as I said, on the rebound after being defeated outright by Wildey in the opening round. Spartan re-promoted to the Elite Division after capturing the first division crown last season, and of course really looking to get their season up and going. So 121 for 7 here at the Rice's ground in St. Philip. It is superb blend Gladiola 76 for the loss of 2 wickets. As we welcome a couple of officials from the Barbados Cricket Association. We see the CEO, Paul Skinner, in the company of Wendell Coppin, the operations manager, cricket development manager. And they are very much here with us. So Andy, it's raining, it's lunchtime. You're the producer. You tell me what comes next.
Well, I can tell you this coverage here, the stream is brought to you in collaboration between the Barbados Cricket Association and Bell Imagery. We're bringing this live stream of the second round of the Elite Division in Barbados. This encounter brings together the superb Gladiola, the home team, up against the defending champions, Wildey. And like you rightfully said, with a rain interruption and also the cause for a lunch break at 76 for 2 in 35 overs. Wildey winning the toss and asking the home team to win.
Well, yes, I'm going to try to endeavor to bring up some of the action around the rest of the games in this division, this Elite Division. And I can tell you presently, YMPC versus the University of the West Indies side there at KFL. UE 133 for the loss of 6 wickets from some 26 overs at lunch. They have gone to lunch with Najib Bishop not out on 27, and Renako Belgrave there not out on 7. And before them, Jadan Jones made 35, Xavier Trotman 6, Edwin Currency Barnett out for 1, Kemal Smith no score, Kimar Smith the captain, he went for 29, Dwayne Smith he's been dismissed for 18, and as I said 133 for the loss of 6 wickets. UE winning the toss and bowling first, and bowling for UE we've got Ricardo Boyce with a wicket for 21. Radon Bellamy, the young right-arm quickie, formerly of the Queen's College, and now with UE getting his first outing for the new club. 1 for 27. Calvin Marcus picking up 2 for 31. So quite a pacey top 3 there for UWI. Demel Evelyn with 2 for 16, the 1 for 16 from 2 overs. Javed Leacock, the leg spinner, has gone for 26 from 3 overs, and he has also picked up a wicket. Taj Tavernier, the only bowler used so far not to pick up a wicket, 1 over for 10 runs. So that's the position at the 3Ws Oval in KFL. Bayview Urgent Care YMPC invited to bat 133 for the loss of 6. We were just having a look there at the proceedings at Foursquare Oval, where Wanderers are taking on ESA Field Pickwick, and Wanderers again, another team invited to take first knock, 131 for the loss of 5 wickets. Ian Boyce and Rashawn Primus, the all-rounders, not out on 1 and 17 respectively. Jazz Griffith went for 33, Joshua Morris 13, Jared Lovell, the captain, out for 23, Hayden Hart for 21. So we see a number of players getting starts, Andy, and no one really carrying on. Tevin Walcott out for 17, and the wickets going to Rondre Yearwood, the left arm orthodox spin. Rashawn Hackett was earlier talking about the proliferation of left arm spinners in local cricket. Ron J here with just another one, 2 for 27. Zandre Baptiste, the right arm off spinner, also 2 for 27. And Renico Smith, who we saw bowling before the rain interruption, he has picked up 1 wicket for 36 runs. So there we saw Wanderers 131 for 5 at over at Lucas Street. Some tell me that the ground is actually located at Congo Road and not Lucas Street. So, but as far as the Cricket Heroes score goes, it says Lucas Street, where Windward again invited to bat at 145 for 3 from 30 overs and 5 balls. We have Rico Wiggins, a very, very long-standing player, former BDF player. Rico Wiggins on 66 of just 80 balls, 11 fours and a 6, so seems to be a fairly commanding, aggressive knock. Jordan Reefer, the latest of the Reefer clan, onto the scene. He's 35 from 45 balls with 6 fours. So Jordan trekking up to St. Philip to join the Windward Club after initially for a few seasons playing with the Wanderers Club. Seth Agard, a big talk in local cricket circles after the trials, and a number of people suggesting that he might have been fairly close to making the Barbados outfit, the Barbados Pride outfit that traveled to Jamaica for the 4-day competition. He has made 4. Michael Greenidge, another new recruit coming from the youth setup, was out for 8. Joshua Branch made 21, and as I mentioned, Wiggins 66, Reefer on 35. The last wicket going with the score on 31, so they've already added 100 and more for that 4th wicket in partnership. 145 for 3. Windward playing against Empire at Lucas Street. And then we've also had a quick peek in Queen's Park, where the Signier Globe Financial BCA Youth 121 for 7 at the break, losing a wicket just on the stroke of the break, leaving Jahidi Hines not out on 8. The rest of the scorecard reads DeMarco Wiggins out for 17, Isaiah Goodman for 13, Sheila Wood, a first ball duck, Kilani Clark 25, Justin Paris 16, Malik Amy 4, and Seth Smith 37. 121 for 7 from 34.3 overs. 2 for 14 to Sadrian Ward from 6 overs and 1 maiden. 3 for 44, Neil Prasad, the off-spinner, 10 overs and 2 maidens. Shem Holder, the off-spinner, 1 for 32 from 11 overs, 4 maidens. And Andre Marshall, left-arm orthodox, just the 3 deliveries, picked up that wicket just before the break. 1 wicket for no run. The other bowlers used Stefan King, Achilles Brown. They did not get a wicket. So 121 for 7, the position in Queen's Park at the break. So that gives us a bit of a roundup of the position in the various matches being played in the second series of matches in the Barbados Cricket Association's Elite Division, semi-professional Elite Division, I must say, Andy. And I think we're going to take a break here, and we'll be back with you after the resumption, at the resumption after the lunch interval. The rain has held up somewhat. The covers are still on, but we'll have more for you when we return to Rices.
Welcome back to the Rice's Ground in St. Philip, where we have Superb Blend Gladiola going up against Wildey. Batting first is Superb Blend Gladiola, where Shamari Gittins, the opening batsman, is playing a patient innings of 32 off of 102 deliveries. And Giovanni De Pisa is currently on 16 from 57 deliveries. I'm Rashawn Hackett, and alongside me is Andy Payne. Andy, what do you make of the game at this stage so far?
Well, the game at this stage it's been going pretty well. Like you said, for the Gladiola side, losing the toss and being inserted at the bat, they've had quite a lot to fight themselves back into the game. We saw a big fight back in the partnership between Shamari Gittins and Giovanni De Pisa. You know, we saw a lot of good spin bowling from young Tariq O'Neill. He really had the ball spinning and boxing, and he dismissed those two left-handers. And with that, they've really put his team in the ascendancy before this partnership starts to form between the two batters who are still very much in the middle.
Yes, I'm glad that you mentioned Tariq O'Neill because he's been very impressive with the ball this morning. He's been very disciplined in his approach, hitting his areas, always in front of the batsman. And he obviously got the rewards dismissing the two left-handers in Rashawn Worrell and... who was the other batsman?
The other batsman is Rashawn Ramsey. Ramsey went without scoring.
Yes, a very brief stint, which is why I didn't remember. Rashawn Worrell and Rashawn Ramsey. So he dismissed the two Rashawns, and he's been very disciplined in his bowling efforts. And I also was very impressed with Desmond Currency because he was so consistent this morning. Although he didn't get the wicket as yet, he's been very consistent in varying his pace, varying his line and length. So we see currently now Jerome Jones has picked up from the end that Tariq O'Neill would have been bowling from, and he's bowling to Giovanni De Pisa.
Yeah, you spoke about Desmond Currency, and I mentioned earlier on set the maturity that he's come on. I mean, over the past couple of seasons, he was a leading wicket taker last season, and you can see the maturity. He's just got, as he got into his work, you saw he got a lot better. So overs on his belt, he's one of those players that will just grow in strength.
Yes, you definitely can see the improvement from Desmond Currency. I heard Wayne say earlier that he's been around the cricket system for a while now, but he really had his breakout last year. And since then, he's just been flying and going on, putting his name out there. He's represented Barbados at the Bolivarian Games last year where they won gold, and he took most wickets in this season last year. So he's been very impressive, and he's came back today and continued his good form that he started in the first game with 104 wickets.
Well, you go back to last year, he's had a good start to the season as well. He's also been impressive with the bat, whereas in his first game in the series, he's got a century. So the over comes to an end. And at the end of the over, after resumption from the lunch break, you can see the Superb Blend Gladiola. They're 77 for 2.
Yes, a disciplined batting here from Giovanni De Pisa and Shamari Gittins. This pair has come together and really rebuilt the innings for Gladiola. They've been very tactical in their approach to this innings. Obviously, Shamari Gittins, he's been very patient in his approach, and he's been there throughout this entire innings from the start. And De Pisa, he's also been very patient. So I'm really enjoying this partnership building, and I hope to see it go farther for the Gladiola side.
Yeah, it should be a good battle, like you said. De Pisa, in my view, he's one of the better players as slow bowling in the country. He's a man who's really up his game of recent as well. He's been a 500-run scorer in the previous season, where I think he was the 2024 season, where he was a leading run scorer. And then obviously last season he's consistent again with bat and ball. And he's really been the linchpin of this Superb Blend Gladiola side of recent.
Yes, he's definitely been good. And as we speak, Desmond Currency comes back into the attack. Starts with a delivery outside line of the off stump. So it's been very good from both sides this morning, Andy. I'm very impressed with both Wildey and Gladiola. They've both been very disciplined in their approaches to this morning session. And I'm excited to see how this next session shapes up.
Yeah, I mean, they've shown a lot of character, especially young Shamari Gittins on a surface which is not as easy for batting as you would think. You really have to spend some time there just about the concentration of the batters and the manner in which they want to score their runs. And he's been good, like you said, he's to good effect. He's been playing sweeps off the left arm spinner, and as you see him pick up another couple of runs with such a shot.
Yes, he just paddled that one around the corner, picked up 2 runs. And you mentioned the sweeps. He's been very good on that shot today. Swept a big one over the boundaries. Unfortunately, because of the small sizes of these boundaries, it was just 4 runs. But on any cricket ground in the world, I'm sure that that one was going out into the stands. So I'm very impressed with how he's gone about his innings today, and he looks great to go on to get a big score.
Well, yeah, it's one of those surfaces where you have to really spend some time, and he's done well against both against pace and spin. He's been troubled by the off spinner Tariq O'Neill, but he's bided his time, and O'Neill is now out of the attack. And this is where it really comes to the fore when you can see off the bowlers and at least bat him into a second spell.
Yes, you mentioned that he was troubled by Tariq O'Neill, but no fault of his. Tariq O'Neill was so disciplined this morning. He was on the ball, just bowling in his line and lengths, hitting all the right areas. So Gittins, I think he did very well to survive that spell from Tariq O'Neill and to still be here.
Oh, and that's the job of the batter. His job number one is to see off those main bowlers. He lost 2 wickets around him. You saw both Rashawn Worrell and Rashawn Ramsey. They both fell to his demise. But he's just continued to fight. He's now batted some 110 balls for his 35. But like you said, he's showing a lot of character.
Punches that one off the back foot. They come for the first run. They'll look to come back for 2, and they'll complete it successfully. And with that, 2 runs brings another over to an end. 37 overs complete. 81 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, and Desmond Currency, like you said, coming off the lunch break, like you said, he's one of those bowlers that once he get into a good rhythm, he would give you a lot of overs. He can bowl long overs on a trot, is Desmond Currency. He's now conceded some 19 runs off 8 overs. He delivered those 8 overs on the trot from this to Northern End. Economical by his standards, yet to get a wicket, like you rightfully said, but it's because of the good batting that this pair has put together and continues to build a good partnership.
Yes, you talked about Desmond Currency being very economical, and what he's done very well today, Andy, is how he's put together his balls and string good balls together. He's been very good in varying his pace. He has that slower delivery, but he also has that one that he pushes through, and I think that he used his variations very well this morning in order to deceive the batsmen. He's not got on the wicket as yet, but if he continues bowling how he's been bowling, I expect to see great things from him today. Jerome Jones, the skipper, comes back into the attack.
Yeah, Jones, this is the battle, like you said, the Pisa. Good off both the front foot and back foot. He uses the crease so very well. You see him getting a lot deeper to the spin bowlers on many occasions. And also, he's solid on the front foot. And his timing so far has been good. Always, he has the runs to amount the balls that he's batted 16. But in the context of what's happening here, he's really shored up his team.
Yes, definitely. In the context of what's happening, he's been very good. Just being patient on the deliveries that he should be patient on, and every opportunity to score, he's taking it. So he's really doing what his team requires here, just staying at the crease and batting with Gittins and picking up runs as they come.
And that's the way to go about it. Like I said, the surface has not been the easiest to score runs on. Like I said, it's one of those where you have to really show a lot of good discipline, a lot of application, your concentration. You know you got to go on for a long time.
Back of a length delivery, just sliding through. The Pisa having a flash at it, but he misses it.
Yeah, I think what he'd be disappointed with on that occasion is that he tried to hit that one a bit too square early in the innings. You saw him playing that was with a bit of a straighter bat, and he was training a bit more vertical. So he wanted to get those balls a bit more in front of him.
That's much better. Just drops it in front, looks for the single, but Gittins not interested. But you alluded to the fact that he was trying to play the ball square, and I think that, as you mentioned, he just needs to try to continue playing the ball in front, presenting the full back face, because the percentage chances of you playing the ball with the full back face are always better than playing the ball with half the back face. So just looking to be a bit square on that occasion again, but good delivery from Jones brings another over to an end. Tidy over comes to an end. 81 for the loss of 2.
And you continue to see the difficulty in which the batters will get some runs. You saw that final delivery from Jones. You saw the spin on it. You saw the bounce. A good take there by Carlos Mariner, the keeper. Again, so the batters just need to be wary of where your scoring shots will come, as opposed to giving it away with those horizontal shots, like I rightfully said. But again, great bowling by this spin pair.
Yes, the Gladiola side would definitely not want to lose a wicket right now after they've done so well to rebuild this innings and rebuild this partnership. The Pisa and Gittins will want to go on and carry this partnership as far as they can for their team. Desmond Currency comes back into the attack. His 8 overs just yielded 19 runs.
It's a good delivery, just taking the outer portion of the bat, but picking up one. He's lost his footing in the process, so wouldn't come back for a second is Shamari Gittins. But again, like I said, once Desmond Currency get into his work, this is really starts to create problems. You saw that one just leaving the left hand with the arm, just carrying on and eluding Josh Adorn at that first lip region.
Yes, that's the variation that we talked about. He just has those deliveries that can go straight across the batsman with the arm, and he has those deliveries that can spin back into the left-hander. So he's been very tactical with how he's gone about his bowling spell. Here now ball to Giovante De Pisa. Just paddles that one. A touch of class there. They come back for 2 runs. De Pisa down on 1. He just paddling it around the corner and coming back for 2 runs.
Yeah, just using the angles really. There is Giovante De Pisa, like you said, just paddling that one to the vacant fine leg region. Again, good player spin bowling, this Giovante De Pisa, just manipulating the ball on that occasion and picking up a couple of runs.
Yes, he's a very classy player to watch, has shots all around the ground, can play both in front and behind him, as we now saw. Just blocking that delivery. Currency back on the mark. Currency, Andy, though, he's been very tidy here today, and as I previously mentioned, I've been so impressed with how he's varied his pace. Bit short on that occasion. Ooh, bad bounce. But there's protection in deep, so they just come through for 1 run.
Better by Giovante De Pisa on this time. You saw him playing that one off the bat foot, like I rightfully said, but this time he hit it a lot more in front of him with a straight to bat, and you saw him going in full middle and picking up a run in the process.
Yes, that's the best thing to do to eliminate risks. You don't want to be edging any at this point in the game. Another delivery, angle down the leg side to the left-hander, just paddling it around. He wants to, but the Pisa not interested.
Yeah, there's never 2 on there. So Shane Paris getting on that one very quickly. He's very fleet-footed, Shane Paris in the outfield. And you saw him getting that ball a lot quicker than Shamari Gittins was anticipating. But a good fight back with the superb Glenn Gladiola. Like we said, this partnership continues to grow. There's some 86 for 2. We're into the 39th over. And they will walk to bat on as long as they can, this pair.
The Pisa just leaving that one. Currency closes out the over with a good delivery outside line of the off stump. 39 overs come to an end, 86 for 2.
Yeah, another good over there for the Gladiola side. Like we said, just picking up a couple of runs in the process. Saw a good paddle sweep there by Giovante De Pisa, and as well, Shamari Gittins just getting into the act as well with the sweep shot. But good period of cricket here coming off the luncheon period. They look a lot more easier, really, the superb Ben Gladiola batters. Like I said, they've been in the middle for some time. Shamari Gittins batting some 113 deliveries. The Pisa, he's batted some 69. And is really keeping the Wildey team up there. Remember, Wildey winning the toss and electing to field first. They really opted to take the field after seeing the surface full of grass, and they only managed to pick up 2 wickets in the process.
Yes, Gladiola have done very well, and as you mentioned, they do look a lot easier, and I think that they've earned this ease of batting now. They went to the tough period. Right, they went to the tough period, and now batting is just looking easier for them. A lot more balls coming off of the middle of the bat, and they're just rotating the strike. So Wildey will require something to dismiss one of these batsmen and break this partnership before it gets too big. Loud appeal. Umpire says no.
Yeah, that one struck him outside the off stump. As you can have a look here and see, that one's outside the off stump. I mean, I think he's misjudged it a bit, but good enough to know that it's outside the off stump. And even though it would challenge the stump, I think he was in a good position.
Yes, very watchful once again from young Gittins, just leaving that one. Solid in his front foot defense, as he's been all morning. He really doesn't look fazed here, Andy. He's just been very solid and sticking to his game. Nothing has fazed him. Nothing has caused him to play outside of his character. So it's a good innings in the building. On the back foot, cutting that one, and a sloppy bit of fielding allows Gittins to come back for 2 runs in what really should have been no run.
Yeah, Paris on this occasion again not getting behind that one really. and just eluding them a bit of uneven bounces over there. So the partnership has come up of 51 runs between this pair. Gittins, he's on 41. He's added some contribution of 30 to this. The Pisa, he's on 19 from 61. And like we said, just the pair of repair job, that type of repair job that the Gladiola team would have wanted.
Loud appeal. Wildey were convinced, but umpire not convinced. So Gittin lives to see another day. I thought that one was dead, Andy. I would love to see a replay there. From my angle, it looked adjacent.
No, another good decision there by Tremaine Prescott against Chuck outside the line of the off stump. So I think the batter, and also getting a bit long way forward on that occasion. So a good decision by Tremaine Prescott. I'll tell you, I'm one of those batter umpires. I need the umpire to be on the batter side.
Gittins forward in his defense, just closing out another over. 40 overs complete, 88 for 2.
Yeah, 88 for 2 after 40 overs. Like you said, the 50 partnership coming up in that over. Good repair job between this pair of Gittins and the Pisa. Jerome Jones asking some questions really in the over. Had the man probably struck on the par twice, but on both occasions, you can see that he kind of got outside the off stump, and he was in a good position, Tremaine Prescott, to make those decisions.
Yes, Tremaine Prescott, he's been very good all game. Alongside his partner, Gregory Braffett, the two of them have governed this game fairly. Two very good umpires. They know their stuff. Number 23, Desmond Currency, comes back for Wildey to deliver.
Well, like you said, two very competent umpires. Gregory Braffett, as you said, just off the elite panel of the ICC's umpires. And here he is just really giving back to his association. And I'm sure once the players can see someone like Gregory Braffett in the middle, it just gives you that confidence at the standard of umpiring that he would bring to this Elite Division game.
First sign of aggression from Giovante de Pisa. Just looking to extend his hands and go over the top there, but getting the twin and fielder on the boundary. Jerome Jones does well to keep a boundary from happening. Brings Gittins back into strike. Gittins now moves his total up to 41 from 119 deliveries, so it's been a very patient knock so far. He'll look to get to that 50 landmark first. And if he carries on, the overall goal would be to get to the big 3 figures.
Yeah, he's been in a lot of good form recently. Like you said, he's really bided his time. He's batted expertly. Young Shamari Gittins, he said, had his challenges, but here he's coming to the fore. Looks a lot more comfortable.
Yes, certainly looks comfortable. Even when he's not attacking, he still looks confident. He's just on the front foot early and very decisive in his stroke play. So he just looks in good form here.
Solid in defense again, like you rightfully said. But this is good battle. Like I said, this is early argo for his confidence. Just coming up against such competent spin bowling attack. Like we said, it's a quarter of spinners. You haven't yet seen the right hand leg spinner in Zishan Matara, but he's done well against the 2 left arm spinners in both Desmond Currency, who's on set now, and Jerome Jones. Just saw him going for a sweep shot again. Stifle appeal. Really turned down by Gregory Braffett. As you can see him trying to essay yet another sweep.
Yes, lots of oohs and ahs out in the middle. But umpires ruling none of them not out. Good decisions. Another big sweep, but there's protection down there. Just 1 run. Gittins, he's really been playing that sweep shot well, Andy. It looks like a shot that he enjoys. We saw him play over the top for 6 runs, and a couple of them he just paddled behind, and then we just saw that one just swept down to deep square. So he looks to have all of these sweep shots.
And what he's done well is that he's sweeping against the left arm orthodox, which is spinning into him, so the ball turning into him. He seems to be a bit more inept on those shots. So that's good, one of the shots to really have in your armory. A little mix up here, but he gets back home safely in the end. So yeah, so he's playing it well against the ball turning into him, being the left-hander. So without much danger really in playing that shot, I think he's doing a good job.
Yes, and 41 overs complete, 90 for 2. See the fielders just turning around here now. Bit of a crowd gathering behind the umpire. Underneath the mango tree, just taking in the cricket action here at Rice's. Lovely day for some cricket. Nothing that Bajans love more. I'm sure that these spectators are enjoying what they've seen so far for the morning.
Yes, the superb blend Gladiola, like you said, staging that fight back, 90 for 2 or 41 overs. Desmond Currency, he's conceded some 26 runs from his 10 overs. Javonte depends he's on 20. Gittins on 42. He said a current run rate of some 2.2. So they're really fighting in for the team. Remember, they were asked to bat by the Wildey team. And after losing 2 early wickets, this pair has really come together, put on a 50-run partnership, and they were really want to carry on in this last session of play.
Yes, a true batting display here from this partnership. The Pisa and Gittins. Oh, and he's bowled him. Jerome Jones goes through the gates of Gittins, just driving on that occasion, and it hits the middle stump. Gittins will have to go back to the pavilion for 42.
Yeah, just losing a bit of concentration there. You see him opening up for that one, really, but he was really wanted to continue to come to him. So Jerome Jones, he gets into the wicket taking at from the southern end. A man, like we said, who knows how to get wickets. He's one of those bowlers who's smart about his bowling. He's got the bowling smarts. Like you said, he probably doesn't have the guile of a traditional left-hand spinner, but what he does has is that know-how of how to get wickets.
Yes, brilliant stuff from Jerome Jones, just deceiving Gittins on that occasion. It just looked like he's just slowed it down a bit, inducing the drive from Gittins, and it goes through his gate, just spinning back sharply. So a good delivery from Jerome Jones. It brings new batsman to the crease, Rivaldo Clark. So another batsman comes to the crease, former West Indies under 19 player Rivaldo Clark.
So it's a good introduction of Rivaldo Clark, like you said, under 19 player. But he also enrolled at the West Indies Cricket Academy. So too is Javonte de Pisa. So this pair, they will want to carry on, build another partnership, and really take the team deep, bat out the remainder of today. Or will they have different ideas, really. But Jerome Jones, the captain, like he said, just picking up his first scalp.
Yes, this partnership is one that I'm very keen to see. A lot of chemistry here between these two guys. They would have played a lot of cricket with each other from the Barbados youth level and came right up through to Gladiola. So it's definitely a friendship out there. Clark just deep into his crease, stroking his first delivery out into the offside.
Yeah, another very attractive player is Rivaldo Clark. He will just need to get himself in and really carry on here. That's the type of player he is. A delivery, giving some ear and some coming on the front foot and try to stroke that one through cover. I just feel he just needs to get the pace of this pitch before he can really get into his big shots.
Yeah, very positive batsman is Clark. If the ball is there to score, he will take the opportunity. Forward on the front foot. Just blocking that one. You talked about Clark being a part of the West Indies Academy, but we also forgot to mention that he would have had a stint in the CPL with the Barbados Royals. Just punching that one. No run. Jones, very tidy spell here so far. Just conceding 12 runs in what's about to be 6 overs. And he closes out with a good delivery. 90 for 3 after 42 overs.
And 90 for 3 after 43 overs. Just remember, this stream comes to you via the Barbados Cricket Association and Bell Imagery. Just bring it to your home, bring it to your sets, and you continue to see this Elite Division season. You're going to be seeing the viewing goes all around the grounds. Bell Imagery really putting together a good package with the Barbados Cricket Association. And as you've seen, us brought to you some of the other games from some of the other grounds. But at the main ground here, like we rightfully said, the superb blend Gladiola up against the Wildey team, the defending champions. And what's coming out to be a really good, intriguing game so far.
Yes, terrific work indeed by Bell Imagery in collaboration with the Barbados Cricket Association, allowing players to get that valuable exposure. DePisa just punches that one out into the offside, gets a quick single. But as I was saying, it's a great initiative to stream the cricket because it allows players to get that bit of extra exposure, Andy, which they were not granted to before. So it's truly a wonderful initiative for our young players to get that exposure streaming, and it also allows them the opportunity to watch back and improve on their technique, because when these guys go home, I know for a fact that they're watching back to see what they did wrong, what they did right. So a wonderful thing indeed.
Oh, lovely shot there by young Rivaldo Clark. Like you said, Essie in a sweep shot. His currency just airing a little bit onto the leg side and getting to a very good position is Rivaldo Clark picking up his first boundary. Remember, boundaries here are 3s and 4s, so he just picked up a 3 for that and takes the superb Bling Gladiola closer to this 100 mark. They're down 94 for 3.
Yes, you talked about that being the sort of player that Rivaldo Clark is. He'll just come in and look for ways to score immediately, just taking a straighter delivery and just paddling it into the boundary for 3 runs. So very good initiative there from Rivaldo Clark. He's very cheeky in his batting. He'll look to manipulate and work out bowlers and manipulate the field. So he's given Desmond Currency something to think about now.
Good comeback delivery there by Currency. He said he just hear his captain offer him some support. Is Jerome Jones stationed at that long on area to Desmond Currency. Slow delivery. And the feature of the batting between this pair will be the running between the wickets. And like you said, they've got that chemistry, they know each other well. And they just show that youthful exuberance. And you can see the running between the wicket. They look very intent on every delivery play for a single.
Yes, a clear communication between these two guys, having played so much cricket together. They would have developed that bond, that relationship, to just know when the other one wants to run, when the other one doesn't want to run. So a partnership that once they apply themselves can go big for Gladiola.
Just solidly on the front foot to close out yet another over. So 43 overs are completed, and the superb Bling Gladiola, they are 94 for 3.
That's 94 for 3. Giovante DePisa being the set batter now. 21 from 72 deliveries. And Rivaldo Clark, new batsman to the crease, just 3. But we've made a trip all the way down to Bridgetown, where the Barbados youth team are going up against Spartan. Fusion's Boutique Spartan opting to field first, having bowled out the Barbados youth team for just 121 runs. And we now see Barbados youth team having a bowl. That's Jeremiah Ford bowling for the Barbados youth, BCA youth team, my apologies.
You can see 121 all out, except Ford. The opening batters for the Fusion Boutique Spartan side, Akeem Sprayer. I think he might be the captain. And Achilles Brown. This pair was bought to get that lead this afternoon. Remember, bonus points are in offer in this tournament, so they would have picked up some 4 bowling points, and I'm sure by the conclusion of this afternoon's play, they will want to actually gain those first innings honors as well.
Yes, most definitely. As we see now on screen, we've made a switch back over to Rice's all the way in St. Philip, where DePisa will face up to Jerome Jones, forward on the front foot, and that's the communication that we talked about. DePisa just tapping it and knowing that Rivaldo Clark would come through for the single immediately, not even a call required. They just have that level of communication to understand one another.
And like I said, that will be a feature of the batting of this pair. They're just some good runners between the wicket. They know each other well. Like I said, they're both part of the West Indies Cricket Academy. And here they are, both playing at the first class level. And the opportunity to really pull their team into a good position, this pair.
Yes, Clark just forward on the front foot, blocking that one.
Still very much here at this Rice's ground. Rice is located here in St. Philip. Delivery shot over the top. A good catch there by Zishan Mutara at mid-off. Going on the back foot is Rivaldo Clark and can't get over the head of the man station at mid-off. And he has to make his way back into the pavilion as well. And they've lost their 4th wicket.
A soft with dismissal there from Clark. Just getting back on the back foot. Ball just looked to rush him a little bit. Jones possibly pushing that one through a bit more. And Clark just being cramped for room. Hitting it straight to the mid-on fielder, Zishan Mutara. So, Superb Blend Gladiola lose another wicket, 95 for 4 after 43.4 overs. Jerome Jones picks up his 2nd wicket.
Yeah, 2 wickets for the captain and Jones. Like I said, like soft dismissal, some might want to call it. Like I said, getting on the back foot and trying to hit that one over the mid-on region. Couldn't get over the safe hands of Zishan Mutara, and he lost his wicket in the process. Wildey, they're really fighting their way back, like you said, winning the toss and opting to field first. They only pick up some 2 wickets in the first session of play, but immediately after the luncheon interval, they've now got the 2nd as in succession.
A quick turnaround here from Wildey, just getting 2 quick wickets, which brings new batsman to the crease, Zidane Harewood.
Zidane Harewood, he said, one of those really no-nonsense batters. He will want to see his team past that 100 total. They're still 95 for 4.
Yes, you talked about Zidane Harewood being a no-nonsense player. He's one that likes taking attack to bowlers. See him just blocking that first delivery. But although he's one that likes to take an attack to bowlers, his knock today will require a bit more patience and temperament, as his team now needs a rebuild here and a partnership. So,
well, that would be the thought process, really, but it was executed while he's there. Delivery best forceman on the back foot, but I like the feel, like you said, Captain Jones have really set some really lovely fields all afternoon. He's had all those men in the ring asking Harewood, if you're going to take us on, go over the top. He defended the last 2 deliveries in the over. The over is also come to an end, and the Superb Blend Gladiola did 94 for 4.
yes, we make a trip back over to Bridgetown, where Spartan are currently 6 without loss in the first over. Akeem Springer facing up to Jeremiah Ford. Just punching that one into the leg side. 1 run. So Ford closes out first over. 7 runs being conceded.
Yeah, 7 for no loss. Just trying to get up to that 121. They still trail by 114. Like we said, the main aim here would be to probably get beyond the lead this afternoon and probably just secure those points. Remember, the Spartan side just losing their first game in the series against the Wildey side, who we're very much here seeing today. So they will want to pull back that and come back into the 4 things. They were newly promoted from the Division 1 after 2025 season and losing their first series. I'm sure Coach Dave Marshall and they will have quite a lot of fighting back to do.
Yes, and now we see the introduction of the long-awaited Zishan Mutara, leg spinner, tall leg spinner, and he immediately puts into the boundary. Just short delivery, punched into the offside from the Pisa, and it goes all the way into the boundary for 3 runs.
Yeah, greeted with an excellent shot from the Pisa, like you said, one who uses that crease very well. He's on the back foot, and again, you can see the advent of playing with a straight bat and just beating the man at extra cover in Coach Craig Hill and going all the way up to the boundary for 4.
Good comeback delivery from Mutara. A bit more flight on it, fuller. So that's the delivery that Mutara would have wanted to start with.
Just need to see the guile that he goes around with the leg spinner.
Good delivery from Mutara. He's one that we talked about earlier when we were mentioning the spin quartet. Represented West Indies in T20 international cricket, and he would have also played a bit of first-class cricket for the West Indies Academy. So he's definitely one that has a lot of skill underneath his belt.
Just got a lot of turn on that occasion. Spinning away from the bat of the Pisa, who not leave after that one. He's just got one slip in place, but that one's narrowly close to the edge.
Short delivery. Oh, and he's chopped on. The set batsman goes Javonte DePisa, dismissed by what was a long hop. Let's have a look at the replay. Short delivery into the wicket. He just gets back, trying to play it too square, Andy, as we previously alluded to, and he just chops on, getting the inside edge of that bat onto the stumps, and he looks disappointed, as he should be. So Matara picks up his wicket. Javonte DePisa has to take the walk back to the pavilion.
Well, the leg spinner immediately gaining success as he comes into the attack. Again, you said a shorter delivery, but the bounce on it, it just took the inner portion of the bat of the pizza. Again, trying to hit that one a bit too square probably, and hitting the inside edge and getting back onto his stump. So the third wicket had fallen in the session. They're losing their fifth. The superb blend Gladiola being inserted to bat. They're now finding themselves in further trouble. They're 98 for 5.
Yes, good awareness there from Matara. Just realizing that DePisa trying to play the ball a bit too square, getting him to play that shot, and chopped on. So he gets reward from it. I'm sure that DePisa would be very disappointed with that dismissal after playing such a beautiful innings leading up to his point of dismissal. So, superb blend Gladiola, 98 for 5 in the 45th over.
But we were waiting for the introduction of Matara. And like you said, he's just picking up that wicket immediately. The set of Javonte DePisa, he has to make his way back into the dugout. But like you said, the amount of bounce on that delivery, I think that's what really deceived Javonte DePisa. And to his demise, he's got to go in and reflect. But it brings the left-handed Jamar Eiffel into the middle. And he'll be joining Zidane Yearwood, who's yet to score.
Yeah, so two new batsmen at the crease. Yearwood just facing two deliveries. So this partnership will be crucial as Gladiola have now suffered a breakdown and they'll look to rebuild. Matara comes into Eiffel. Eiffel just forward, blocking that one. That dismissal, though, Andy, just shows the assets of a tall leg spinner such as Zishan Matara, just getting that bit of extra bounce because he's so tall. With that bill, you expect him to be a pacer, not bowling leg spin, but he's so tall bowling leg spin, and when he puts the extra revs on that ball, he would definitely get bounced, causing a bit of trouble to batsmen.
Well, he would cause quite a bit of trouble as the over comes in as well. So Purple and Gladiola, 98 for 5. Just finding himself in quite a bit of trouble now. Two newer batsmen at the crease, and I'm sure, as you spoke about young Zishan Matara, he would really fancy himself bowling at the middle to middle lower order, and like I said, such bunks on offer, a leg spinner. He will really lick his chops to get into that middle to lower order with some wickets.
Yes, most definitely. Skipper Jerome Jones comes to continue his good spell of bowling, just 2 for 13. After 7 overs. Zidane Yearwood is facing up. Yearwood forward, just blocking that one, holds the pose. Just having a bit of a word with Jones. It looks to be a friendly battle out in the middle. All in the good spirit of the game.
Yeah, these players play so much cricket together in and around the country, so they know each other very well.
Tidy stuff here from Jerome Jones. Stringing a series of balls together, building up some pressure on the new batsman. Yearwood is yet to score, facing 4 deliveries. Shorter delivery, punch straight back to Jones.
Cracking shot, but for no runs. Good work by Currency in the outfield. But again, you can see him just getting on the back foot and showing that tendency to be aggressive is Zidane Yearwood. A well-played shot, but well stopped as well. So good backing up of his bowling there, Currency.
Jones, another good delivery. And this is the sort of bowling that I like to see at new batsmen, Andy. I just like to see when bowlers come and cause batsmen to think immediately, because you don't want batsmen to get settled in early with bad balls. And Jones has done that so well. He's been on target at these new batsmen. Oh, here we're just flicking that one in the air, but it lands safely before that mid-wicket fielder. And it closes out another over, 98 for 5 after 46 overs.
Yeah, Jerome Jones again just showing that know-how, that experience with his bowling, just bowling the batsman tight, wicket to wicket stuff, asking him to play out every delivery really in that over. And Zidane here, like you said, one of those players who likes to get after it, and you can see him just can't beat the field, so pressure continues to mount on him. So I'm sure that he'll be looking to get a way out of this, but good bowling yet again by Captain Jerome Jones.
Yes. With that good over, it also was a maiden. Jerome Jones just conceding 13 runs in his 8 overs, 2 wickets. Oh, and he hits it, a big shot straight back over the road, and it goes all the way over the ropes for what would be a 6, but it's 4 on this ground. Lovely shot from Jamar Eiffel.
Again, just using those levers. He's a no-nonsense player, Jamar Eiffel. A flighted delivery from the leg spinner, and he got all of that, hit it well over the road here at Rice's. Like you said, boundaries are 3s and 4s, so just picking up a 4 as the maximum number. But what a well-struck delivery for his first scoring shot. Jamar Eiffel really getting the measure of that one, hitting it with a nice straight bat. Remember, he's a left-handed batter from the leg spinner, and it was well struck and well in his zone, really in the arc.
Yes, well struck indeed. He got all of that and more, Andy. Hit that one very, very far. Mataro just getting a bit too full. He wanted to pull his length back, but it shows you the sort of player that Jamar Eiffel is. Once it's there to hit, he will hit you. Let's see how Mataro comes back. Good comeback delivery, just short of a length.
I think you didn't read the googly on that occasion. That one was definitely a wrong one. You see him just trying to take that one away from the left-hander.
Yes, you are right. I did not read that one. Another good delivery from Matara. You can see that he made that adjustment, Andy, after being too full and being pumped back over his head for 6. He just bowled shorter of a length, made that adjustment to Eiffel, causing him to rethink now. Another good delivery. So very, very good change from Zishan Matara, just making that adjustment.
Yeah, and again, continues to get that bounce. We spoke about his height in the previous over, and you just see once he hits that length, it's an uncomfortable bounce really for someone like Eiffel.
And he gets too full once again, and Eiffel just pummeling that one over the covers for yet another 4.
Well, 3 on this occasion, but like you rightfully said, it's almost impossible not to restrain yourself to say where the boundaries are. But again, a fuller length, and you see him just extending those levers again and getting into a good position is Eiffel and getting the boundary.
Yes, Eiffel in a no-nonsense mode here today. Short delivery. Punch out into that area behind point. They look to come back for 2 runs. So that brings an expensive over to an end. 9 from it. 107 for 5 after 47 overs.
Yeah, so bringing up the 100 in that over is Eiffel, like he's rightfully said. Any delivery ball too close to him, he's really going to capitalize. So there needs to be mindful, especially against the slow bowlers. He's one who could really give it a pump, really, is Jamar Eiffel. And he shows his tendencies from early there. Delivery is really in his half. He's really giving them the full throttle with his bat. So taking this total beyond the 100 mark and still continue to score at a run rate of 2.2. So they've always been in that scoring rate for the duration of this innings, the superb Gladiola. And they will want to bat deep. They want Eiffel to stick around here for some time because they know with him and the likes of Ashley Nurse to come, they can get themselves a challenging total and one that they're giving the bowlers a chance.
Yes, being 5 wickets down, but still a lot of batting in the pavilion. You mentioned the likes of Ashley Nurse still having to come. Jamar Eiffel and Zidane Herwood are 2 very capable batsmen in the middle order. So Gladiola will just need to apply themselves to build this partnership up.
Yeah, and they bat really deep. I mean, you didn't mention the captain in Jones, Matthew Jones. He's a man who's still very much there. He can throw the long handle around, and you know once he gets going, how destructive he can be.
Yes, I don't know how I could forget Matthew Jones. A delivery just being attempted to be left alone by Herwood, but just clipping him. Goes down though. Lots of depth in this Gladiola batting. Fast delivery from Jones. Herwood up to the challenge, just keeping that one out. Full delivery, just driven down to that mid-on. Come through for 1 run.
Yeah, so delivery of fuller length, just slower on that occasion, but on the line of the leg stump. And once he kept that bat straight, he was able to pace it past the bowler. And whereas Ishan Matara is, he couldn't prevent the single. So one to get him off the mark after some 13 deliveries is Zidane Herwood and keep moving the superb Glen Gladiola. They're 108 for 5. Remember, we're very much here at the Rice's Ground in St. Philip. We're the home team. They're being inserted to bat, and they're really making a fight.
Yes, they are making a fight indeed. I feel just leaving that delivery alone, and it brings another over to an end. 108 for 5 after 48 overs. Jones into a very, very tidy spell. 9 overs, just 14 runs.
Yeah, they've used some 7 bowlers in the process. You can see just 2 of pace. And like you said, this quartet of spin bowlers, they'll be entrusted to bowl quite a number of overs. So but be shy if you don't see the introduction of someone like a Tariq O'Neill soon back into a spell. But Jerome Jones continues to be economical. He's picking up 2 for 14.
Yes, you know, said 2 of pace, Andy. So my question to you, we saw Orion Bostic bowl today, Joshua Dorn and Jaden Leacock, who would all fancy themselves as pacers. So which one of them is not the pacer to you?
Definitely not Orion Bostic. You can't call that pace.
I agree with you. Very gentle, medium pace.
Slower medium pace.
Ooh, good delivery there by Matara, sliding through.
Yeah, definitely misread that one. Badly judged. He was well onto the back foot for a fuller delivery and really missed on that occasion. Luckily not to got a bit of inside edge onto it. But good take again by Carlos Maynard, who's been very good behind the stumps.
Yes, Carlos Maynard, he's been very, very agile behind the stumps, skipping very well this morning. Very good keeper. Just one of the keepers that Wildey have. They also have the likes of Neymar Bowden, who's absent today, but he's also a very capable wicketkeeper.
Bring his man forward is Matara, and there's also Zachary McCaskey, who's been entrusted with the gloves on some occasions. Missing from this game, he's got an injury. I think he's got a broken finger, which he obtained at practice this week. So wishing Zach McCaskey a speedy recovery. This one has struck on the pad. And looking for a single here. Let's wait for the signal from umpire Gregory Prophet. Likewise, but again, deceive on that occasion with a quicker delivery.
Yes, what these bowlers have done so well this morning is just they vary their pace, and obviously Zishan Matara will get that extra bit of bounce, which is deceiving the batsman. He's using his variations very, very well. He has that flighted delivery, and he also has that one that just sliced through along with the googly. So he's a very difficult bowler to face, always making batsmen think.
Again, just see him taking that one away from the left-handed with the googly on that occasion. You can see Eiffel, who's waiting for him to get a bit full. So the tactic is good. If you're going to hit me down the ground, let's try against the one, spin away from the bat and take me on with that one.
Big swing. Oh, and Dorn puts up a hand, but it's not high enough. And Eiffel gets a life. They come back for 2 runs. That one just clipping the top edge and going over the head of Joshua Dorn. They're at that slip region. And it brings another over to an end. 111 for 5.
Yes, again, you can see him just ripping that googly across the left-handed Eiffel, and Eiffel trying to hit that one somewhere into the leg side, getting the outer portion of the bat all the way over the head of that the stationary first slip. So he would think that he won that battle on that occasion there, Jishan Matara, but unfortunately it didn't carry to hand. So with that, I'll bring Wayne Holder back in to join you, Rashawn. But at this point, 111 for 5, the Superb Blend Gladiola.
Jerome Jones back to continue his good spell of bowling here. 9 overs, 2 wickets, just 14 runs conceded. He's been very, very economical, bowling straight at the batsman. Here we're just having a big woof at that one. Go straight to the mid-on fielder. Welcome back, Wayne.
Yes, Rashawn.
A lot of
I was going to say, I can see clearly now the rain is gone.
Yes, the rain is gone. We had a bit of rain interruption earlier today. That caused us to have an early lunch, but we're back here now. Sun is out in its glory. Beautiful day here for some cricket at Rice's. Big swing, and Herwood falls into the hands of Joshua Dorn. Big swing over the cover region, and he just nicks that one into the safe hands of Joshua Dorn. So Jerome Jones has yet another wicket.
So the Wildey side has come roaring back to really take the ascendancy in this game. We remember actually describing an evenly contested first session before we had that early break for lunch. But since the break, the man has been the captain of the Wildey side, Jerome Jones, and he has certainly snatched the initiative for his team. Just another big shot there, probably not advisedly, Zidane here with the game at the point that it would have been with Gladiola losing wickets fairly regularly since the break for lunch, and Herwood in conjunction with Eiffel, naturally aggressive player. Not that Herwood is not an aggressive player, but Eiffel is that one, the power player, and one would have thought that the more accomplished batter in Herwood would have wanted to hold his position at the wicket, hold the innings together, and to play that anchor role for Eiffel. There he was, big woof, and a simple catch to first slip. Jones doing more damage with this converted bowling style of his. Fast bowler, turn left arm spinner.
Yes, Jones being very destructive today. 3 wickets for 14 runs in just 9.3 overs. And it brings new batsman to the crease, Matthew Jones. So Jones facing up to Jones.
Well, yes, and the captain to captain.
Yeah, so a good matchup here. Who is the better Jones? Who is the better captain? Who can do it for their side?
Well, it's our job to keep up with the Joneses.
Yes. But once again, Wayne, we see a lack of application here from the batsmen. You know, they always say that after a rain break, or after any break, in fact, there's a break in concentration from the batsmen. And we've seen that play out here with the Gladiola side. They were doing so well before the break. And after the break, Wildey just came out and dominated from the get-go. Gladiola losing 4 wickets in a short span of time, as we see Matthew Jones just working that one off his legs.
Thing about it would be interesting to see what Matthew Jones's approach would be. He too is normally a very aggressive player, strong hitter of the ball, a very experienced cricketer he is, and I'm sure that he will be reading the situation and assessing how he has to approach as they try once again to rebuild the innings, somewhat in the ruins at the moment.
Yes, I'm sure that these two batters would be assessing the conditions and determining what exactly their team needs in this situation right now. Two very experienced campaigners, both Matthew Jones and Jamar Eiffel, have represented Barbados at the regional level. So they will have to play 2 big boy knocks here. Eiffel just being beaten, and that one goes into the boundary for 3 byes.
Well, yes, expansive drive there by Eiffel, the ball apparently pitching and spinning between the batter and the bat. and also deceiving wicketkeeper Maynard, who for once makes an error. And 3 runs, welcome runs to the Gladiola side. The runs have been at a premium for them. It has been a struggle all day, and testament to the pressure applied by the Wildey side. You know, you can look at a side and you can see a champion side. This Wildey team, they've got their confidence about them. They've got systems that work for them, and they continue to be consistent with their game. And again, Captain Jerome Jones leading from the front.
Yes, most definitely. You talked about Wildey being a champion side when you look at them. When you look at Wildey's side on paper, Wayne, this side just looks so strong. But cricket does not play on paper. Cricket plays on the day.
You talk about this side being strong, and we earlier talked about 5 players out of the side from that team that played in the first series of matches, the successful team in the first series of matches, and the team doesn't really look that much weaker.
Yes, the team still looks very strong.
So that says something about the quality of the side. You know, they say that a team is as good or as strong as the reserve, and they've got some fairly adequate replacements coming in for those players missing.
Most definitely. Just looking around this field, I can see a flurry of guys who've either represented Barbados or the West Indies at some level. Obviously, there's Joshua Dorn in the Slips region, who played 2 under-19 World Cups for the West Indies. Zishan Matara making his international debut already for the West Indies. There's the likes of Captain Jerome Jones playing 2 under-19 World Cups for West Indies. Good delivery there from Matara. But as I was saying, though, Tariq O'Neill would have represented West Indies under 15 in his youth years. Carlos Maynard also
Barbados youth team representative. Jaden
Leacock as well. He had a brief stint with West Indies under 15, and he was also a part of West Indies under 19 camp. Didn't go on to make the final World Cup, but he was in and around the mix-up.
So Wildey has been attracting a number of players. It has been one of the more attractive clubs in the island, one would have to say. You too, Rashawn, you would have been playing with your school team. Now that you finished school, if you were to resume your career, what's the team that you would associate yourself, you know?
I don't have any teams in mind right now, because as I previously mentioned to you last series, I'm currently injured, so I'm out. But I will make that decision when I return to play. But there's none that I favor as of right now.
No, there are a number of considerations that go into making that decision. Like I said, it could be a relationship, whether it be from family-wise or community. There's also the process of working out which team your services will be best utilized.
Yes, that is it there. Jones just punching that one out into the offside, but that's it there. I will have a look around when I do return to play and see which team best suits me and which team I can best contribute to with my attributes. So that's what it all come down to. It's not a matter of which team I like most or which team I don't like. Which team is the best for me and which team I am the best for.
Well, okay, we see that. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
We'll cross
and
that bridge when we get to it.
I really hope that you get over whatever the injury issue is and get back up fit and strong and ready to get onto the field of play.
I thank you very much. That means a lot. We see Jerome Jones coming back to continue his tidy spell here, picking up 3 wickets already. He's been the key man with the ball for Wildey. Matthew Jones on strike, the skipper of the Gladiola side. He will need to play a captain's knock now. Team in a bit of trouble at 116 for 6 after 51 overs.
You can hear the wind in our microphones.
Yes, so that will let the viewers know exactly how windy and breezy it is up here.
Nice clear sky as we look out towards the east. Here on the eastern side of the island in the parish of St. Philip.
Big swing there from Matthew Jones, and it goes over the square leg boundary all the way for 4 runs. Just getting too straight was Jerome Jones, and Matthew Jones just worked it off the legs over the boundary.
Yes, going with the angle and making it look ever so easy. Of course, you can see a big man, Matthew Jones, and when he hits it, it stays hit. But there was not a great deal of effort in that particular shot, just barely a flick of the wrist and beautifully timed. And I think that just choosing the right delivery to put away.
Yes, good awareness there from Matthew Jones, just picking up on that bad delivery and was up for the challenge immediately, dispatching that one out of the ground.
Remembering that's gone for 4. The boundaries here at Rice's 3s and 4s.
Yes, a very small ground that we're playing on today. Easy to pick up boundaries. Good comeback delivery from Matthew Jones. Not Matthew Jones, my apologies, Jerome Jones.
Pitch has eased out somewhat too. It's been playing a lot easier for the batters as the moisture has dried out under this wind and the sunshine that we've had. But Jones has been excellent. Jerome Jones, I mean.
Oh, and a big swing over the long on area for yet another 4 from Jamar Eiffel. Anything too full of an area, he just hits it back over the bowler's head, over the ropes.
No nonsense player, Jamar Eiffel, and again, Jerome getting it a bit too full into the arc and hitting straight down. Strong player down the ground. Jamar Eiffel, I remember first seeing him playing for the Barbados Defence Force Sports Program on that big ground up there at Paragon, and it's as big as an open ground. It's quite windy, and I've always recalled he's one of the few players I've seen hit 6s on that far side of the ground at Paragon, and that's a massive hit hitting into the wind, and so his reputation has preceded him here as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, you can definitely tell that Jamar Eiffel is a man with a plan. He knows exactly his game and his scoring areas. Anything too full in his arc that he can free his hands at, you just go through the line of delivery, hitting it back over the bowler's head. Anything back of a length, he doesn't mind just sitting in and just blocking it. Another full delivery there. Just work that one into the leg side. 1 run.
Another perfect example of what you just described. There he is getting a delivery on a much tighter line, a tighter length, and coming onto the front foot and playing it off the inner portion of the bat and gets a single to retain the strike at the end. So Gladiola 126 for 6, nowhere near where they would want to be. I think they would be more concerned with the number of wickets they have lost, more so than the actual total at this point in time. But Jerome Jones, as I said, bowling excellently. And I've been watching him very, very closely. And I was discussing with Andy earlier, he's not the conventional left-arm orthodox spinner. You can see that this is a fast bowler converted. Everything about him says this is. But I think what he's got going for him is his accuracy. And if he deceives the batsman with his lengths, a number of times I've seen batsmen play back to him to deliveries that were a lot fuller. And I think that starts with the delivery out of his hands. He gets the ball to hang there in the air that extra period of time, that extra second or split second, and he's deceived a number of the batsmen with picking his lengths.
Yes, I completely agree with you. He does not look anything like a spinner. You can tell for sure that this is a fast bowler converted into a spinner. From the run-up to the way he releases the ball, you can definitely tell. And I think that a lot of batsmen are deceived by this because he's one who typically bowls a big swing over the top and it goes into the road for another 4. Jamar Eiffel freeing his hands once again. He's in a no-nonsense mood here. Let's just watch the replay. Full delivery. Just eyes it up. Eyes light up and he steps into it and hits it back over the bowler's head. That's what we were just talking about, Wayne. Anything full of a length, he's happy.
Don't forget the meager size of the boundary. And I think Jamar Eiffel confident that even a decent miss hit will land outside the boundary here at Rice's. So he's willing to take his chances.
Yeah, most definitely. Very, very small straight boundaries. Another one, and it goes, oh, and Jones drops it. A soft chance goes a begging. What really should have been taken goes down.
Matara had his man. This time we saw Eiffel again looking to go straight. And believe you me, he didn't mistime the ball, because maybe if he had mistimed it, it would have gone higher and out of the boundary. He did hit it out of the middle of the bat. What was the problem though is that he didn't get under it. He didn't get the elevation he wanted, and the ball traveled very quickly, but straight down to Jones on the boundary at long off. Got both hands to it and was unable to hold on. Hard luck on the young leg spinner.
Yes, very hard luck on Zishan Matara indeed. He did all the work, but his skipper just not able to hold on in the end. Comes back with a full delivery.
Interesting as I said. That ball was not a mishit by any means. It's just the problem was that he was not able to get it out of get under it and put it out of the boundary.
Delivery angle down the leg side. Matthew Jones just sweeping that one off the legs, and it will go into the boundary. No, in fact, it stops just short of the boundary, and they come back for 3 runs.
They run the same 3 that we've gotten for a boundary. But a wayward delivery there by Matara. Yes, down the legs. Easy pickings for the left-handed Matthew Jones. Leg spinner pitching down on the leg stump and just helping himself to 3 runs.
Yeah, so Zishan Matara just getting a bit too straight.
So this innings definitely in need of a partnership now.
Short delivery. Just punched out to that point fielder. Brings another over to an end. 134 for 6 after 53 overs.
So Matara completing another over and over. A mixed bag, more or less. He was hit out of the ground. He should have and could have had the wicket of Eiffel. But coming on, he got the key wicket though, the set batter in Giovanni de Pisa as we go back to Queen's Park, and we find that the home team, Spartan, very much in their first innings, well into their first innings. They have raced off to 56 without loss in 7.2 overs. Achilles Brown and run a ball 19, and Akeem Springer at better than a run a ball. He's got 32. Akeem Springer, the captain. So Spartan really pushing ahead there against the youthful Signia Globe Financial BCA youth team. Take a look and see the youth team's total win in their first innings. All out for 121 actually.
Yes, and we switch back over now to St. Philip, where we have Superb Blend Gladiola having a knock. Jamar Eiffel currently set on 21 from 19 deliveries, and Matthew Jones 11 from 13 deliveries. Jerome Jones, though, has been the star with the ball for Wildey. 3 wickets just for 26 runs in his 11.1 overs. He now delivers to Eiffel, just driving that one down the ground. They'll come for 1 run.
So ticking the score over. The 2 left-handers. Contrasting in build. Both tall men. Matthew much broader in the shoulder.
Yes, and he certainly, went to extend his shoulders on that delivery, just getting an inside edge down to the deep mid-wicket. 2 of these batsmen look very confident and positive in their approach, Wayne. They've just been very watchful on deliveries back of a length, but the fuller deliveries, they've had no problem with hitting them straight back over the bowler's head, over the ropes. See again, I feel being very, very watchful.
Very much so. Playing on the back foot, but this time the delivery outside the line of the stumps.
Big swing, and it goes up in the air. Fielder settles under it. That's Jaden Lee caught, and he takes the catch. So Eiffel falls. Jones picks up yet another wicket, and Gladiola fall even more into the hole that they've dug themselves into. That was Desmond Currency taking the catch. My apologies. Jones just flighting that delivery, inducing Eiffel into a big shot, and he just top edges it out to the deep fielder, and he takes that catch.
Subtle change of pace by Jerome Jones, and Eiffel going for one aggressive shot too many, looking for the slog sweep, getting it off the top edge, and just lobbing it up towards the man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. More success to this man. Jerome Jones continues to be a thorn in the side of our local batters, and he's now got his 4th wicket, I think.
Yes,
And
he does have his 4th wicket. 4 wickets for 28 runs.
Eiffel gone for 22. So what was beginning to look like a promising stand between himself and his captain has been brought to a close. They've added some 26 for that wicket in just a matter of 4 overs. Surely would have wanted to carry on a bit further.
Yes, most definitely. And this really gets me back onto the point, Wayne, of batsmen not applying themselves. I'll put a pause in that. New batsman to the crease is the experienced Ashley Nurse. He'll face up to Jerome Jones. Just one delivery to close out this over. Hit on the pad.
If you were Gladiola and you had a choice in who you would want at the wicket in a situation like this, you couldn't ask for 2 better players than Matthew Jones and Ashley Nurse.
Yes, 2 very experienced players with a good head on both of their shoulders. They just have that ability to think through a game and do what is necessary for the team. But as I was saying, another over comes to an end. 137 for the loss of 7 after 54 overs. This just goes to show the lack of application once again, Wayne, because teams are in spots of bother and they continue to attack and play shots. And we saw it last game with the Wanderers game that we were at, where Wanderers were restricted and bowled out very cheaply. I know we're seeing it again where teams are in bad spots and they continue to attack instead of just doing what is necessary for the team and batting some time out of the game.
Come to think of it, the pitch has improved in quality from my viewpoint here. It's gotten a bit drier. The ball has been coming on to the bat a bit better than it might have been in the earlier part of the day's play. And I think, as you said, lack of application and spurning the improving conditions.
Yes, it's just a matter of patience here. Batsmen just have to earn that level of ease when it comes to batting by staying at the wicket. And we saw it earlier with young Gittins, who would have batted so patiently. Big swing there from Jones, and it goes over the ropes for 4 runs. So he continues his positivity. Matara just getting a bit too full, and Jones just extending his broad shoulders, and it goes over the ropes for 4 runs.
Well, yes, Matara, the leg spinner, he's been forced to give the ball some air, and these batters not going to miss the opportunity with these very short boundaries, I think. Again, not that he doesn't have the ability to deceive them from time to time. So it's just a matter of how he's able to outfox these aggressive players. But we know for sure that his style of bowling is going to invite them to go the aggressive and aerial route.
Yes, most definitely. And that's typically what happens with leg spinners. Batsmen look to attack them, but they're very effective in taking wickets. And we see this one hit high, and Jones settles under it, and he takes an easy catch. So Jerome Jones redeems himself with a catch. And as I was now saying, Wayne, leg spinners usually hold some stick, and then they come back and take the wicket. So yet again, another batsman falls softly. This time it's Matthew Jones, falling for just 16 runs.
Excellent stuff from Zishan Mutara. He changed his line with this delivery, Rashawn, in that his previous deliveries that went down the ground were mainly straightish deliveries on the stump. This occasion, he decided to go wideish of off stump, and Jones, seizing the opportunity because of the width he had been offered, looking for the big hit. But what you got was the ball taking the outer half of the bat, and again, not quite to the pitch, and just holding out. You call it on these small grounds, you know, it looks as if it's easy it looks so easy to hit the ball out of the ground. But there we saw Matthew Jones basically bursting a cloud and offering a simple catch to the fielder at mid-off, the captain, Jerome Jones, who just had to come around and take a much simpler offering than the previous one that he would have put down. Off Matara's bowling, the batsman then being Jamar Eiffel. So Gladiola at the refreshment break that has been prompted with the fall of that 8th wicket, 141 for 8. So yes, I'm going to introduce Andy Payne to the box, and he has got for you a special guest.
So thank you very much, Wayne. That special guest to all the viewers is going to be none other than the CEO of the Barbados Cricket Association. I tell you, they're very excited as we have this one, Mr. Paul Skinner. He's the CEO of the Barbados Cricket Association, and he'll have a few words with me quickly as we go through the streaming process of the Barbados Cricket Association in collaboration with Bell Imagery, introducing for the first time in the BCA Elite Division live streaming of a 3-day game. Paul, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Andy. I'm very happy to be here, having the opportunity to come watch some elite semi-professional league cricket here in St. Philip. Lovely day. Had a little bit of a drizzle earlier, but you know the grounds out here tend to be a little bit hard and dry, so any moisture is welcome.
Yes, like you said, any moisture is welcome, but the BCA being very inept in putting together this streaming process, what have been the decision behind that, Mr. Gaskin?
Just trying to broader reach of the cricket. We went semi-professional this year with the Elite Division, and this gives us an opportunity to get a further reach of our cricket. So now folks who can make it to the ground have an opportunity to view what's happening here at the venue, be more involved in the game. We are now streaming from all of our elite grounds. So as we have breaks, we can go across and see what's going on. The streams are all on our website. So it's just a matter of choosing the link, and you can go in and at least have a view. This one is being commentated on, so you actually get commentary with this. But the other 4 venues, and of course, there's a viewing of the women's game at Rubis in St. Michael that you can also view online. So a total of 6 games every weekend that we're going to have and being able to. I think this just allows us to get the access that we need, folks, to see the quality product that we are. But now, of course, exposure for the women's game, which is important as well. And we ask our supporters and fans around, just, view it. If you can, come down to the actual venues. Please come out and support our cricket here in Barbados.
I'm sure with the advent of streaming, sponsorship is something that's probably much missing from that aspect of it. But I'm sure that the corporates around the country, they have an opportunity here to see what the BCA is doing and where they're putting their money into. I'm sure you will like something like that to be a partnership going forward for such an event.
Yeah, definitely. We are looking to invest money in the cricket, of course, and that's the whole aim, to improve the product that we have, help our cricketers as well, help the clubs as our members in the BCA to improve what they are doing here. But of course, the hope and anticipation is that corporate Barbados will realize the steps we are taking to improve what we do, bring it closer to the communities around Barbados and outside of Barbados. We've had some comments from folks who have called in to say that they're happy that they're able to go on our website, just select a link, and able to see what's happening at these elite grounds in across Barbados. So, but yes, the appeal is always there, corporate Barbados. We're looking to partner with you, and I think there are new and exciting things to come. This is just one of the avenues that we're using to promote the game further, and I think it augurs well for Barbados cricket.
No, and that being said, the quality of it, what you've seen, the streaming, sending out to all audiences around the world. I mean, you being here today, you've got some feedback already. Are you happy with what you've seen so far, Paul?
Yeah, it's a work in progress. So as we go along, I expect things to get even better. I mean, what we're doing is in a state of constant improvement. We're looking at what we do. It's new. I don't know if anybody else has done this in the region. I don't think so. So we are innovators in what we're doing. We're trying to take BCA cricket to be the forefront of cricket in the Caribbean. And certainly if this is an example and everybody follows, I think it augurs well for West Indies cricket as well. But giving an opportunity at least for our cricketers to be seen, they have an opportunity, their families, friends, across the region as well, to see what they're doing here in Barbados on local ground. So we're very excited, and this is just like I say, it's the first official weekend. We had a dry run last weekend for the last series, sorry. So going into this series now, this is where we really start to fine tune and make things better. But again, it's after every day there is a review, so that we can tighten up our show and make things even better for our viewing and listening public.
Yeah, I can tell you a very fantastic initiative being put together with the BCA and Bell Imagery. And that dry run, I can tell you, if you haven't noticed, there were some over 6K viewers. So that is a fantastic number to advertise in such a format. And as the cricket continues to be good here, you see the superb Gladiola just getting closer to that 150 mark. They're 144 for 8. In the middle is Jaden Lord. He's on 2. And Ashley Nurse, he's very much there. Needs no introduction to Ashley Nurse. He's on 1. And Jerome Jones, he continues to be good. He's picked up some 4 for 30. He's in his 13th over. Remember earlier today, the Wildey side, the defending champions, they won the toss and opted to field first and have the home team here in the spot of border. But back here at the Rice's ground, the CEO of the Barbados Cricket Association, Paul Gaskin. Paul, the final question for me. How do we select the round of games as we go to?
Through the office, you take a look at who are the teams, the opposing teams are, and the most likely matchups that are going to provide the excitement and clash that you're really looking forward to. So it's varies from week to week. We look at the standings as well, how the teams are sitting in the table, and we try to give everybody a little bit of the pie so that you get the teams in elite. Everybody gets a view to be that game of the series, if it were. So it's nothing set in stone. We look at it from week to week, and that it will move around the country. I think it's good that we go to different grounds. It gives folks a different aspect in different parts of the country and what is happening at the various venues around Barbados that play elite cricket.
Thank you very much, Paul. I know you're a busy man. You said you're going from here to see action at Foursquare, where Wanderers, they're taking on the home side, ESA Field Pickwick. So it was a pleasure having you on set, Paul, as you came here for the witness the opening of the BCA's live stream in collaboration with Bell Imagery. And I want to thank you. I'm sure the players, they're very happy to be seen all around the world in such a forum.
Yep, thank you very much for having me on, and we look forward to much more. And as we build throughout the season, I encourage everyone to tune in, whether it be via radio commentary or through the stream. Just take advantage of what we have offering here. It's a work in progress, and lots of improvements to come. We're going to get better, bigger things to come.
Thank you very much, Mr. CEO.
Thank you.
So live here again at the Rice's ground, we're back on the main action where Ashley Nurse continues to fight for his team. The veteran in Ashley Nurse, he's facing up against the youthful Zichan Matara. He struck that one through the mid-wicket region to pick up yet another boundary. Remember, boundaries here are 3s and 4s. So taking the superb Gladiola up to 147 for 8. A delivery, a line on the leg stump there. We'll welcome you back into the commentary booth. And he picks up another boundary. He takes his total up to 4. And the superb Gladiola to go closer to that 150 mark, 147 for 8.
Well, yes, and picking the gap perfectly there, Ashley Nurse. There's a man at a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. And that sweet shot bisecting the two to perfection.
Matara, again a short time on this occasion. I hit well over the mid-wicket region, Wayne. And that gets the maximum on this ground. Also brings up the 150 for the superb Gladiola, pulling that one down the leg spinner. And Ashley Nurse really lashed onto that and hitting a massive ball over the boundary for 6.
A case of overcompensation there, having been struck off the front foot with the previous delivery. Matara looking to pull his length back, and he pulled it back much too short. And Ashley Nurse camping out on the back foot really pulverized it. Hit that one very, very powerfully. That one traveled many a mile.
As the leg spinners tend to be a bit expensive, picking up wickets in the process. He's now into his 7th over. He conceded some 35 runs from 6.3 overs, and like you said, got those 2 wickets. But Ashley Nurse, like you said, really pulverizing on that one and hitting it a long way over mid-wicket. And Ashley Nurse, can hit a long ball.
Well, another key factor here, Andy, would be whether Gladiola are able to pick up at least the 2 batting points that they would acquire if they do reach 175. Remember, the points on offer in the first innings of these Elite Division matches.
Again, this time on the back foot and hitting that one pass backward point is Nurse, and over the ropes for 3 more. Remember, boundaries being 3s and 4s, and rightfully so. And with that 3, it takes a total up to 154. Trying to get up to that 175 on grounds of 3s and 4s nature. The bonus points begin at 175 win, and Ashley Nurse, he's capable enough to take his thing there.
Once again, timing and placement on the part of Ashley Nurse.
Again, this time just feed it there in the point region. It looks to be caught. A good catch there by Shane Paris. Again, going for the cut is Ashley Nurse. Couldn't keep that one down. And diving forward is Paris and coming up with an excellent catch.
The leg spinner getting his man once again. He did suffer the boundary, the previous delivery to a similar shot by Ashley Nurse. This time I think the ball pitching a bit closer to Nurse, not having the room to actually find the gap as he did with that previous delivery. And instead, the ball traveling in the air inches from the ground. A fantastic catch, I thought. Very, very good catch by Shane Paris. But then again, you would know Shane Paris, Andy Payne, one of the better fielders in local cricket, even in his younger days.
Yeah, very good move of the field in the field, picking up a good catch there is Shane Paris, diving low in front of him. When Ashley Nurse, he really thought he had gotten a lot of that as well, like you said in the previous shot, but failing to beat the man at point. And Matara picking up a 3rd in the process, like you said, seems to be going a bit expensive by his standards. But the leg spinners, as we tend to know, Ian, always comes back to get the wicket.
Yes, and especially on a ground this size, he would go for runs. It is expected, but I think the key to his being in the attack is that he always has that potential to pick up that vital wicket. So at 154 for 9. It is anybody's guess now, and I know the young man that has gone to the wicket has no pretensions whatsoever, or he's no track record before now to suggest that he will give a lot of problems. But then again, this is cricket, and Gladiola desperately in need of a little stand here. They would want to at least get up to 175 and get those 2 batting points.
And that batter that we rightfully spoke about is Stefan Griffith. He'll be facing that to the left spin of Zishan Mataro. He's chucking the bat. A stifle of Pete for a leg before him. Going on the back foot to a quicker delivery from the leg spinner. But Gregory Buffett, the ever competent umpire, says not up. So the over comes to an end. 57 ball. The superb Gladiola 154 for 9.
Well, yes, looking to outfox his man there with that quicker delivery first up, Matara. But just down the leg side, and the batsman not coming across his wicket, if anything, going more towards a square leg and being struck on the pad. I think that was a fairly straightforward decision for umpire Brathwaite.
As we switch over here to Queen's Park, where the home side, the Fusion Boutique Spartan, they takes on the Signet Globe Financial Barbados Youth. Just bowling out the youngsters for 121 there. 71 for 1 in reply. Achilles Brown, he's very much there on 32. But we're back here at the live action at Rice's. 154 for 9.
Captain Jones continuing from that southern end. It's been going ever since the resumption from lunch at that southern end. Has really spun his way through the middle and lower middle order.
Here you're seeing the ball from Jaden Lords just stuck up to mid-off. He's picking up a 1. Shanalda Taylor, he comes into attendance, but it brings your favorite batter.
Stefan Griffith, tall, lanky left-hander. Bowls fiery right arm, fast, but left-handed with the bat. He's going to pick up, face up to Jones. Jones in search of a 5-wicket haul. Adventurous-looking heave from Griffith. The ball outside of his legs, taken behind by keeper Maynard. Jones is beating his man. Doesn't know a lot about that. Certainly Griffith. Jones continuing over the wicket, 4 for 31, looking for yet another 5-wicket grab, as this one is off the inner half of the bat again, going for that whip shot off the legs and getting it off the inside edge, out to square leg. No run. He survives another Jones over, and super blend Gladiola 155 for 9 with Jaden Lord and Stephon Griffith, I think, who most probably will share the new ball if and when this innings comes to an end. So just a prelude, one would have to say, before we see them both fiery young bowlers, young pacers in operation. Matara will look to wrap it up here now, though. He'll be bowling to Jaden Lord. 3 for 38 from his 7 overs. Decent figures on this ground.
What's being great about Matara, Wayne, is the bounce that he continues to extract on this surface.
Tall young man, gives it a good rip. Here he is. Bowls a quicker delivery. Struck on the pad slowly. The finger of umpire Brathwaite comes up, deceived by what might have been the googly. I think it is, yes, that ball pitching coming back into the right-handed batter who would have been looking to dab it away outside, behind square on the offside, and struck in front of the off stump. Umpire Brathwaite having no hesitation. Gladiola's innings has come to an end. 50 overs and the 1 ball. All out for 155. And I think Captain Jones can feel comfortable that the decision he made to bowl first on winning the toss has paid rich dividends.
Paid rich dividends indeed. We're just coming into this session after the luncheon period and picking up 8 wickets. Remember, we were going to lunch, early lunch being taken with a rain break. There was some 76 for 2 after 35 overs. And just to come back and dismiss the superb Gladiola side for 155. You must say excellent effort by this team from Wildey.
Well, yes, and total dominance at the end. We saw Stephon Griffith left not out, no score. Lord was leg before wicket to Matara for 3 and 155 all out in 58.1 overs. And I think it'll be interesting to see the bowling stats for the Wildey side as we look at more action here from Queen's Park. Young leg spinner, another young leg spinner. So
similar build, some tall, wily, got some long arms, get lots of bounce, and both produce some very telling googlies.
Justin Paris, much young, a little younger than Matara, very much involved with at the youth level for Barbados. One of the really promising up-and-coming cricketers. He's already distinguished himself as a leader also, having captained a number of age group teams in his rather short career so far. He is with some 2 slips in position. Spartan having lost the 1 wicket, that of their captain, Hakeem Springer. 78 for 1, remembering that the BCA youth all out for 121. And they batted first. Queen's Park looking resplendent as we look towards the southern end of the ground. The famous fountain somewhere behind that sight screen. The southern end. Bowls a full toss, and Achilles easily picks up a boundary. Just piercing that outside field. Once it got through, it was timed well enough to head out to the boundary. So Spartan well on the way to first innings points, having already picked up maximum bowling points, taking advantage of the inexperienced Barbados youth. So let's look at some of the bowling here in the Gladiola first innings. Bowling for Wildey, Leacock 5 overs for 14 runs, Bostic 5 overs for 10. They have not been seen since their opening burst with the new ball. Joshua Dorn bowled 6 tidy overs for 9 runs, and then Tariq O'Neill. Let's spare a couple of minutes for Tariq O'Neill. He came in and took up the attack from the southern end, and immediately made an impact. Immediately created problems for the left-handed. The top 3 in the Gladiola batting are all left-handers, and he immediately created problems for them, a bit of mayhem, and it was no surprise that he managed to prize out the first 2 wickets.
Yes, indeed. It was a good spell of bowling by young Terry O'Neill. Unluckily, he couldn't get a second spell based on what was happening from that southern end with the captain and Jones, who picked up a 4-for from that end. But I thought he really created problems. He got the ball to spin a long way, and he also had quite a lot of bumps on the surface. So he might feel a bit unfortunate that he couldn't get a second spell, especially at the back end when the left-handers and the likes of Eiffel and Jones, the captain, they were at the crease. But he's the man that really made it in and what it was because of his spell of bowling, and he was very economical as well. They weren't scoring off him, and he was creating plenty chances.
Desmond Currency, who really had his best ever season domestically last year. 11 overs for 30 runs. Never really hit his traps, never got into that rhythm that we know that he is capable of. Jerome Jones, I think he was the man, though, who was the most impactful of the bowlers in the end, coming back after the luncheon break with the game fairly evenly poised to go either way, and he definitely swung the advantage towards his team with that devastating spell after the break. 4 for 31, 14 overs, 3 maidens.
Yeah, before we go there, I mean, if you go over here quickly to this game where the windward side, they've now gone on past the 250 mark. They're playing against the ANA, or to express ANA side, and their Empire. They're 252 for 9 wins, so they've gone off beyond the 250 mark.
Well, they've lost 9 wickets, but they've been going helter-skelter. Those 259 runs coming off only 47.1 overs. So it said that there has been positive batting and lots of action. 9 wickets going for 250 runs in 47 overs. That suggests that it has been quite entertaining and quite attention-grabbing there at Lucas Street.
Yes, this looks like Nathan Seeley, the captain of the Empire side. He's going against Komari Griffith, and at the non-striker it is Jarian Hoyt. But 252 off 47 overs, scoring at a run rate of 5.3. Well, like you said, that's a good clip.
Well, yes. Seeley, I noticed, didn't do a lot of bowling in that last game that we covered at Darrah's Road, Empire versus Wanderers, and they also noticeable that he batted at number 3. And one was wondering if this may be adopting a new role. Here he is bowling what is only his second over out of 40, no, the 48. So it also suggests that he has been outside of the bowling for quite a while. So it's interesting to see how it proceeds with him captaining the team, and seemingly at these early stages looking to adopt a new role as a top order batter and less bowling.
Seems to be that way to me. I mean, he's a very equipped batter. He's one who can really bat and get some base scores, as we saw last year in one of the practice matches at the back end of the trials in the park, where he got up to a century. But here he is, like you said, probably a bit on the ball. I think he's still quality enough bowler to get some more overs on his belt, as he picks up a second here. No, that seems to go. Is it?
Keeper breaking
the stump. Just saw that there. Mario Albert, the keeper, and Kevin Stout just there at first slip, but the keeper breaking the slap. But he's a much better bowler than that, so I think he should try to get a couple overs on his belt.
Kareem Tate, the umpire, standing. And this time Kareem Tate comes into the game, immediately struck on the pad, looking for the sweep shot is Griffith. And Tate giving the verdict in the favor of the bowler. And there we are seeing Windward dismissed in 48 overs for 252. Empire winning the toss, opting to field. The game has gone on at a very quick clip, and we see how the Empire team responds. 48 overs would suggest to me that there'll be another 25 overs a minimum available when Empire start their innings, and if they are going to be going around long at any rate comparable to Windward, those at the ground are in for lots of entertainment for the rest of the evening. So just to get back to to climax the bowling for the Wildey side, as the umpires already in the middle, the two opening batters for Wildey in the middle, and the pitch still being rolled actually, as the Gladiola players prepare. And we are now looking at the ladies, the Iris Walker BCA ladies team. They are in action. Is this at
Rubis?
That's
correct.
Let's see a delivery. Vivanat outside the all stump. Be interesting to know who they are up against, but it looks like this Chrisanne Howell. Speaking subject to correction, the ball, a right arm medium fast, ball short delivery, slapped into the offside. The batters just shot through for what would be just a single. So yes, the BCA also featuring the ladies in this new initiative to be streaming the local cricket competition exclusively to the Elite Division, and also inclusive of the Iris Walker ladies team in the second division competition. All this happening while we prepare for the resumption of play here at the Rices, where the Wildey team about to begin their pursuit of the 155 all-out made by superb blend Gladiola in their first innings. And we welcome back Rashawn Hackett to the commentary chair, where Rashawn, 155 all-out. I think the Wildey side would think that it has been a job well done.
Yes, most definitely. Thank you very much for the welcome, Wayne. And I agree with you. I think that Wildey would agree on that. On the fact that their performance was a job well done. I assume that Gladiola would be a bit disappointed seeing the start that they had with that partnership with the Pisa and Gittins. It was so good, and then for it to just collapse and the rest of the batsmen falling very cheaply, I think that they'd be a bit disappointed in this fact. But as it stands right now, Wildey will face up their first ball. That's Shenaldo Taylor facing up to Jamar Eiffel. He starts with a big drive straight back down the ground, goes into the boundary for 3 runs. Lovely shot. What do you think of that, Wayne?
Glorious coverage drive, over pitch delivery. First up from Eiffel, a loosener, somewhat a gentle loosener. Shenaldo Taylor bouncing on it, driving it gloriously past the left of Matthew Jones at mid-off. Never had a chance, and it just turned to retrieve. So excellent start here for Taylor and the Wildey side, Shinaldo Taylor, coming off a big score, playing in the intermediate division in the the first series of matches, which was the last series also, and showing us a bit of the kind of form that he might be in.
Oh, and he cuts that one over the boundary into the ropes for a one bounce. It's a one bounce three, I have to say. A lovely shot though. Taylor.
Again. Well, the first delivery was over pitch. This one was short, outside the off stump, and Taylor just rocking back and slashing it. Typical left-hander shot, getting it out of the middle of the ball, traveling quickly over the point area and into the boundary. Shinaldo Taylor, I suspect, is only not playing in the elite division because he's with Wildey. Because of the amount of the riches that Wildey has. But it could easily open the batting for most other teams in the elite division.
Yes, most definitely. We talked about the strength of this Wildey team earlier today, in that they have so many players who are quality. And Shinaldo Taylor, it is very hard luck that he misses out when all of the Wildey players are here and available, because he's such a talented and skilled opening batsman. We know that he's a no-nonsense player.
Well, that ball yet to be retrieved, disappearing in the distance. I think that is some kind of vegetable farm on that side of the ground, the western side. And now it comes back onto the field of play. So 6-7 without loss in what is now being just the one delivery. So we did have why was it a leg by or no ball?
It looks as if it was a no ball.
A no ball, yes. That second delivery,
that one just flicked off the legs. I'm not sure if it's a leg by or if it got back. Taylor coming back for 2 runs. He's scampering and he'll get there safely. So Taylor starts with intent. Leg by is the call.
Yeah, busy beginning here by Shinaldo Taylor, dashing left-handed batter. He and Tariq O'Neill opening the batting. That's a new one.
I was not about to get to that. It's not one that I've seen very often, but I'm very excited to see how he goes about his innings. I know him as normally a very capable lower order batsman, but I've never seen him open the batting. So, loud appeal. No run, but as I was saying, I know Tariq O'Neill as a valuable lower order batsman who can come and put on some runs, but I've never seen him at the top. So this is a new one that I'm definitely excited to see how he faces up today.
Well, with Zachary McCaskey out of the Wildey side today, I think he is one of the players. His absence is due to an injury. A number of the other players have decided to trek off to Trinidad to make some money. Can't hold that against them.
Definitely not. Eiffel comes into Taylor. Big drive straight back, but it goes straight to the fielder. That's for Sean Worrell. No run.
Very well timed this time. You can hear that sound. The ball hit the cue near the cue end of the bat. But again, looking for that big drive, Shinaldo Taylor.
Yes.
Interesting to see the field. 2 steps of gully, a backward point cover and mid-off. Long leg, mid-wicket and mid-on.
Back of a length delivery, just tucking Taylor up. But they scamper and get through for yet another run.
Well, yes, much better deliveries leg by, in fact. The ball probably taking the thigh pad and running on into the onside. But yes, he was cramped there by that delivery, which seemed to jag back into the left-handed batter, taking the bottom hand off the bat, not managing to get any bat onto it, but one more to the total nonetheless, and brings O'Neill up to face for the first time.
Yes.
Yet another left-hander.
Flashy drive there from O'Neill to start his innings, but it's no run. It'll surely look good though, Wayne.
Yes, an enterprising beginning here in the first over by the Wildey side. They have picked up what it was 10 of the first over with Taylor scoring 6 of these with boundaries off the first 2 deliveries, and Jamar Eiffel still working himself into top capacity as we see a United Airlines aircraft making its way out of the Grantley Adams International Airport, which is away somewhere to the south of us. So that aircraft taking off and pointing in this direction, a northerly direction, and on the way to North America.
Yes, most definitely. Have you ever been to North America, Wayne?
Yes, a couple of times I have been. I've been to Canada. I've never flown to the United States. I've been to the United States by trekking across the border from Canada.
Oh.
The couple of times that I've been to North America, it was flying directly into Canada.
Okay, understood. I've never had the privilege of going to North America, but I'm sure that I'll make it there one day. But as we can see on screen, new bowler into the attack is young Jaden Lord, former Barbados representative at youth level. Comes into Shenaldo Taylor. Just starts a bit down the leg side. Perhaps so he will want to fix that line.
Jaden Lord, from all indications, seems to have recovered from some injury issues that would have plagued him over the last couple of seasons. I would suggest came onto the scene as a fiery young teenage turbo while he was still at the Lord School. I want to recall a few seasons back where himself and Joshua Dorn are still very young teenagers who were actually invited to the senior Barbados trials, but he's had his worries with injuries, and I am told now that he's in a much better shape, and I'm gladly to see him back into the fray. Jaden Lord.
Short delivery, just guided into the hands of Slips, and Lord runs straight to the square leg fielder. A soft dismissal for Taylor, just guiding that one into the hands of third Slip, and Lord and the entire Gladiola team are happy. They're jubilated about this dismissal.
Great celebrations there by Jaden Lord. Shortish delivery, angling across the left-handed Taylor, and I think beaten somewhat by the bounce and the angle. He got on top of or attempted to get on top of the delivery, ended up basically guiding it into the hands of the fielder at second slip, but they didn't even get to notice the fielder that took the catch there at second slip.
That was Gittins.
So Shamari Gittins in the slip staking. A fairly straightforward catch. If you had turned up here at Gladiola at this time during the practice in the week, you would have sworn that was a case of a bit of a slip catch in practice.
Yes, he just guided it straight into the hands of Gittins. A soft dismissal indeed, and I guess that's the price you have to pay for when you're such an attacking player. So Taylor came out with one intention and one intention only, to attack and score. He wasn't looking to leave any deliveries, and he fell into the hands of Gittins, just trying to guide that one to the slips, and it went straight to the slips instead.
Well, good start though for young Lord. I think that will boost his confidence. He'll be very, very much rearing to go now as he comes in. I just mentioned the name Joshua Dorn, and I mentioned that these two from quite early would have caught the attention of the Barbados senior selectors and would have been invited to trials at a very young age. And here they are up against one another now in the second series match. Lord to Dorn, the right-hander.
Yes, Joshua Dorn, the classy number 3 batsman. Let's see how he goes about his first ball. Short delivery, just gets on top of the bounce and immediately opens his account with a single.
Well, yes, confident-looking shot. Delivery, like I said, pitch short and outside the off stump, getting up on his toes and helping it down backward of point, coming through for the single. So he's immediately off the mark, up and running.
Yes, and it brings Tariq O'Neill back into strike, only faced one delivery, played a lovely looking shot, but it was no run.
Well, they slip cordon very much now. 3 slips and a gully.
Very bouncy there from Lord, just hitting Tariq O'Neill, and a bit of banter from the slips and that fielder Rashawn Worrell.
Oh, yes, again, good lift there by Lord. Again, pitching this one into the pitch. The ball rising up towards the right shoulder of the diminutive Tariq O'Neill, not the tallest of persons. I don't know if you can actually associate the word tall with him, but managing to get on top of it. I think the ball probably striking the arm somewhere. He's not rubbing, he's not showing any signs of discomfort, not wanting to send any signs to the bowler that he has rattled him in any way. What it has done, though, is prompted the introduction of a man under the helmet at forward short leg.
Yes, more mind games here being played by Gladiola. Lovely on drive, but it's a dot. Lord doing well to stop that one.
The double bluff, because here we had the short leg being introduced, the short delivery previously, and quite intelligently, Lord coming full, looking for the stumps, but Tariq O'Neill equal to it.
Yes, Tariq O'Neill, it shows that he's playing the ball and not what's going on around him. Good awareness from him. Oh!
Edged! Double strike by Jaden Lord. I told you, Rashawn, I am happy to see this young man back to full fitness. And there it was. Tariq O'Neill had no answer to another delivery, angling across the right-handed batter. This edge was a lot finer into the gloves of wicketkeeper Rivaldo Clark, and off he went, Jaden Lord, as if he was going to run off the field, heading for the pavilion, with the other 10 members of the Gladiola side chasing after him. Great celebrations, and the action, more action continuing here at Rice's.
What a start it has been for the superb blend Gladiola side.
A superb start.
A superb start. It's in the name. And they've done so well to start early on, just rattling early wickets here, dismissing both opening batsmen. So now we have a situation where number 3 and 4 are in the third over. What a start it has been from superb blend Gladiola. We're in for an exciting evening of action here as we enter into just about over the last hour of play.
Yes, it's heading up to 4:45, just after 4:45. Light, not as bright as it has been all day. Some cloud has come over the sun, which has already made its way down towards the western side of the island. 11 for 2 after 2 overs. New batter being Shane Paris, but it will be Joshua Dorn on strike when the new over from Jamar Eiffel starts. Passes umpire Gregory Bradford, and this delivery is outside the off stump and through to the keeper as Dorn shoulders arms.
Delivery looked to have good pace and bounce on it, carrying to the keeper with good height. So Eiffel looks to be fired up, so as to the Empire Gladiola side.
Well, Jamar Eiffel made his first-class debut last season for the Barbados Pride. Didn't actually distinguish himself particularly, but had a very good trials leading up to this season's regional competition, and must have been very close to making that side out to Jamaica. Steered away through the gully by Dorn. He's going to pick up one. He'd stay on one. Ball pitched upon the off stump and just without a lot of intent, just coming forward and getting it into the middle of the bat, opening the face, and the gully and the backward point going in pursuit. So one more to Dorn, up to 2, and brings Shane Paris for his first delivery. But yes, Jamar Eiffel has been quite impressive as a bowler. You know, previously I don't know if his bowling was taken as seriously as it might have been as an all-rounder, but over the past couple of seasons we've seen him increase his pace, that's for sure, And he has caught some eyes. Here he is. Bowls the delivery outside the off stump. That's a ripper. Well left though by Shane Paris, picking up the delivery. But one notices the keeper taking it up towards the right shoulder. Rivaldo Clark, that ball pitching and taking off. So already we see the extra pace coming out from the Gladiola bowlers as against what we saw from Wildey when they started the pace. It was Jaden Leacock and the gentle medium pace of Orient Bostic and the same Joshua Dorn. But this pair of Eiffel and Lord, bowling a lot more rapidly. This delivery is outside the off stump, picking up the line again and quite early, and leaving it through to wicketkeeper Rivaldo Clark. So we've got 3 slips in place. We've got a gully, we've got a square cover, we've got an extra cover. Then on the onside is the man at the short square under the helmet, a man deep backward square and a long leg.
I'll tell you one thing, Wayne. Eiffel is certainly fired up, bowling some rockets here. Delivery is looking very fast. Another one beating Shane Paris and carries through to the keeper. He takes it reverse cup at his chest. Pace like fire.
Well, this time I don't think Paris could claim that he left that one. By the time he made the decision that he might not have wanted to play at it, the ball was already into the gloves of wicket-keeper Clark. That ball pitching down, probably not holding its line on pitching. Looking to match Eiffel. Dorn with 2 wickets in his first over. And striking the batsman this time, showing some discomfort, grabbing the rib area. Paris after being struck by that delivery. I think every previous delivery held its own. This one darted back in towards the body of Shane Paris, struck in the midriff. No run of the final delivery. He bends over to regain his composure, and another rapid over. An over of rapid bowling from Jamar Eiffel comes to an end as we have another look all the way down at Brighton in Blackrock, right on the west coast where the Iris Walker ladies team are in competition. That looks like umpire Lester Millington calling that no ball, a no ball called for height way above the
shot by Joshua Dorn.
Adorning the race's ground with an exquisite drive through the offside. He's taken the upper hand with that shot over his young compatriot. So let's see what's the response from Jaden Lord. Some adjustments being made to the field. Actually, the man Gittins has given up the helmet at short square and the offside field to be reinforced. Now we've got the backward point, we've got the cover point and the extra cover. Has turned in the air, falling well short. Looked dangerous for a wild ball up on the pad and Dorn onto the front foot, looking to turn it into the onside. The ball traveling in the air but dropping well short of the mid-wicket fielder, Matthew Jones. Pushing forward, beaten, comprehensively beaten outside the off stump. Dorn definitely committed to the shot. The ball shaving the outside edge and into the gloves of wicketkeeper Rivaldo Clark. This is exciting stuff as the evening gets quite a bit cooler. This is wonderful conditions for a fast bowler to start your spell with a new ball.
Yes, it most definitely is. As you see Lord steaming into Dorn. Short delivery, just guided to that gully region. But as you were now saying, and it's a no ball as well. But as you were now saying, it's the worst time to be a batsman, Wayne. Late evening session, fast bowlers are fired up, no sun in the sky, and it's windy. So, fast bowlers have the perfect conditions here, and we see Eiffel and Lord making the most of it. Eiffel just ramping things up with his pace, and Lord being on the ball at the batsman every single delivery.
Into Dorn, finds that fielder at gully once again. Comfortably onto the front foot again, opening the face, allowing the ball to just slide down to the Pisa in the gully. So yes, one of the more exciting aspects of watching cricket as a spectator. Fast bowlers with their tail up, batsmen prepared to take them on.
Short delivery, and that's pulled into the leg side from Dorn, but it won't go all the way for 4. They'll come back for 2 runs. Just short of a delivery. And with that, the over comes to an end. 17 for 2 after 4 overs.
Well, yeah, very much in control, that delivery. Not the quickest delivery that Lord has bowled so far in this short spell. And Dorn almost off the front foot. Just being able to guide that ball, decided where he wanted to hit it, and guided it just over square. I think the ball not really carrying because of one of the cracks in the outfield. Outfield very dry, very parched, and the ball hitting and stopping rather than running out towards the rope. And one of the longer boundaries on this race's outfield on that far side, the far eastern side. But it will be Jamar Eiffel, still wicketless. To bowl to Shane Paris onto the front foot. Ball goes past the outside edge through to the keeper. Noticeably, no real excitement shown by the fielders behind the bat, which would suggest that the batter probably deliberately played inside the line of that delivery, but we can easily be fooled from our position here. We're looking at the cricket from a straightish mid-wicket, basically a cow corner position on the western side of the ground. The bowler bowling from the north. And this time, again, through to the keeper. Again, the debate as to whether Paris was committed to playing that shot, at least playing at that ball or not. 3 slips at gully, and the keeper all waiting for any offerings.
Testing areas here from Jamar Eiffel. Just challenging the batsman each and every ball, and those 3 slips and that gully are waiting down there. Just hoping for a catch. So is too the short leg. Rapid bouncer goes over the head of Paris. Paris just looks to be a bit phased here, Wayne. He doesn't look comfortable at all, and I suspect that it was a result of being hit early on, which brought him a bit of discomfort.
Somewhat disconcerted with that blow, but that particular delivery, I think he picked up the line fairly early, picked up the length fairly early, and was down in the crouch position, not showing any, he was in any particular danger with that delivery. Pitched up this time wide of the stump, but again Paris not prepared to come forward into the drive, very much lingering back on that back leg, given the lengths that Eiffel has been bowling so far.
Yes, I was about to say, Wayne, that although he went to drive that ball, he didn't even look like he wanted to drive it. It just looked as if he was just hanging back on the back foot.
Nowhere near the line of the delivery. Pitched up. This time he's going to get a boundary. Full on the pads and easily just whipping it through the forward square area. No protection there. There's a man at deep backward square and a long leg, and really timing it well. But the shot was on. It was there for the taking, and he would have welcomed it.
So after 9 testing deliveries, Shane Paris opens his account with 3.
Gets off the mark with a boundary. Shane Paris, reputable player over the years. Started out with Andy Payne at the Maple Club back in the day. Then he moved over to Wildey. And very respectable record. There he is. He's gonna be safe, getting this ball off the back of the bat, looking again to work this one into the onside, playing a bit too early, getting the leading edge, and the ball spiraling up towards the extra cover area. But Matthew Jones, who is at cover, was never going to make a catch of it. But I think for a moment there, Paris's heart must have been in his mouth when he saw that ball up into the outside. He eventually gets a single.
Yes, and as we see that, we now switch over to the other game in St. Philip, which takes place between Pickwick and Wanderers. Currently, Wanderers are batting. They're now starting out their innings. Ivan Grant and Micaiah Simmons being the opening batsmen, and they trail by 225 runs. So that's a target that they will need to continue to chase down in order to get these first innings points.
Wanderers all out for 227. In fact, so this is the start of the Pickwick replay. Kyron King, another one of these young quickies, bustling fast bowlers on the circuit here in Barbados.
Lord starts his over with a wide delivery.
You know the history of the rivalry between Pickwick and Wanderers, Rashawn?
I have heard a bit about it. I don't know too much about it. I do know that there are two of the older clubs in Barbados.
Not older, oldest.
Two of the oldest clubs in Barbados. That's what I meant to say. So I know that the history and the rivalry would obviously be there. But educate me a bit more about it, Wayne. You would know a whole lot more about it.
Basically, you said it. The two oldest clubs in Barbados, two of the oldest clubs in the Caribbean. As this delivery is down the leg side, taken by Rivaldo Clark. But yes, in these would have been the first two clubs formed. I think Wanderers for sure, the oldest club in Barbados. I think 18, but I'm not going to quote the dates for fear that I might not be exactly accurate, and I don't want to give you any inaccurate information. What I can do though is give you another homework assignment.
Oh dear. I come cricket every week and get homework. So I will go home and do my homework, Wayne, and I will come back next week and tell you exactly.
Rashawn, I consider you to be the future of cricket commentary, a part of the future of cricket commentary. And if you're going to be part of the future of cricket commentary, you've got to have your information correct. You've got to know your history and bring accurate information. So your homework assignment is to look through the history of Pickwick and Wanderers, the two oldest clubs in Barbados. Jaden Lord is in, pitched up, driven through mid-on. There's no one there at mid-on. Chase for Rashawn Worrell from cover because Matthew Jones, not the briskest of movers in the field. He would have been closer to the ball than Worrell, but Worrell almost lapping him and pulling the ball back in at the deep mid-on position. The batsman pick up a couple of runs.
Yes, so will they continue their attempt to rebuild this innings after losing 2 early wickets? I will do my homework though, Wayne. I now wrote it down actually. I will come back to you next week with the history of the Wanderers and Pickwick clubs.
The formation and that rivalry.
Yes, I can tell you for sure that I know that Pickwick used to be at what is now the Kensington Oval. That was the home of Pickwick.
Well, you know that very well.
Yes.
That is a fact. You also know that Wanderers did not start at Darrell's Road. They were started at the Bay, where the Bay Primary School is now the field called the Bayville field. They would have actually started there before they moved to Darrell's Road. Rashawn driven in the air down the ground, a boundary. Overpitched and just coming forward, offering the full face of the bat, Shane Paris. The ball was in the air, but there's no danger there. No one at mid-on, well out of the reach of the bowler, well timed. And that would be a boost of confidence for Shane Paris. He goes into double figures. It's 29 for 2.
Yes, a huge boost of confidence there from Shane Paris. He now looks to be coming into his own. Short delivery, just blocks, keeps that one out. And that brings another over to an end. 6 overs completed, 29 for 2.
29 for 2 in reply to 155. And the bowling now, Dorn, not working up that same pace as he would have. Noticeably, he was more effective against the left-handed batters. Since then, 2 for 14 from his 3 overs. As we've had some 6 overs in the innings so far. And Jamar Eiffel is going to continue from this northern end.
Yes, and he will bowl to batsman Joshua Dorn.
Down the leg side, and uncomfortable take for keeper Rivaldo Clark. As a matter of fact, I think he might have very well have been struck by the ball, not directly, the ball ricocheting from his glove. The ball pitched a full length outside the leg, so inside the crease, outside the leg stump, seemed to have really taken off, and Clark, moving away to his left, managed to get his left glove up to it, unable to hold on. The ball, I believe, ricocheting into the area of his face somewhere, and quickly some support has been called. He has already taken the pads and the gloves off. He's going to walk on his own back to the pavilion, as it looks like Zidane Harewood will take over. So not maybe as concerning as it might have seemed at the beginning, but I was actually about to describe it as a very good stop, because I thought he did very well. That ball really took off, and took off at pace down the leg side, and he got a very hard left glove to it. Ball banging into the glove before he was ready to actually give and take the ball, and then only to later recognize that the ball would have spilled from the glove onto the face. Doesn't look a dangerous blow though, and play will resume momentarily as the reserve fielder Akeem McCullin will take his place on the field. Of course, not behind the stump. Zidane Harewood has already gotten himself with the pads and the keeper's gloves. Zidane Harewood, a wicket keeper of some repute himself, so he will be quite eager to get those gloves on. Eiffel will continue. 29 for 2. On a day we've seen so far some 12 wickets falling. Not even 200 runs yet.
Yes.
Day. So it's been a bowler's day. It started very green, grassy looking track, and Wildey winning the toss and immediately opting that they will bowl first. So they would have read something in the service, which has proven to be very much in the favor of the bowlers, if the numbers are anything to go by. Just another delivery, pitching and taking off outside the off stump this time. And Joshua Dorn, who's one of these players, you know, Rashawn, I always rate players, especially batters, by the amount of time they have to play the ball. And you can see that this Joshua Dorn, he has that extra split second to play the ball, which suggests that he is about to become an exceptional batsman. I'm not going to give him those papers yet. I'm not going to sign the certificate yet. Outside the off stump, left alone, through to the keeper, no run. 29 for 2.
Yes, Joshua Dorn, he certainly looks the part. As you said, he always looks as if he has extra time. He plays so easy, and he just looks as if he has the world of time to play these deliveries, as if he's seeing it like a beach ball. Even when he leaves and doesn't offer a shot, he leaves very decisively, and when he plays very late under his eyes. So you can definitely tell that he's watching the ball all the way from the bowler's hand. Furthermore, before the ball leaves the bowler's hand, all the way until it reaches the bat.
Touch of class about him. He settles now. Comes languidly onto the front foot.
That's what I was talking about. Look at how late he plays the ball. He's not a big strider out to meet the delivery. But what he does so well is just waits for it to come all the way onto the bat and plays it at that very last moment. And it's not a rushed playing it at the last moment. It's that he's waited and chooses to play at the last moment. So he does very well in that aspect. Very compact player. What you would define as guaranteed number 3 batsman.
Again, he's onto the front foot. Working a delivery. Pull back in length somewhat by Eiffel. But Dorn still quite prepared to come onto the front foot and work it into the onside.
Eiffel, he's been very disciplined so far. Bowling 5 dots in this over. He'll look to close out this over as a maiden. And he does. That brings another over to an end. 7 overs completed. 29 for the loss of 2.
Another delivery outside the off stump. Not mixed bag again. A couple of deliveries the batsman was able to ignore. We go back down the road, just down the road here, down to the 4 square area. Pickwick, 16 without loss. Kyron King from the south in to bowl to Ivan Grant. No, Kyron King, formerly with the Barbados Youth. You would have played a lot of cricket with Kyron, wouldn't you, Rashawn?
Yes, most definitely. I knew Kyron from a very young age, probably about the under 15 level. I would have played with him at Wanderers. He was there for a very short period for junior cricket, and then we went on to play at the Barbados Youth level together. So Kyron, he's someone I enjoy playing cricket with. I just love to watch him get into his work as a fast bowler. He's very aggressive, never shy of a word, and he's always challenging batsmen. So he's a good cricketer that I enjoy playing with.
Slick, smooth action, nice approach to the wicket. Some people have likened it to Michael Holding. Pardon me, not committing sacrilege by any means. I think that's where the comparison ends. It's onto the back foot. We've got an introduction of a new bowler from the south, Captain Matthew Jones. Like his counterpart from Wildey, left arm orthodox spinner.
Yes, we've seen the left arm orthodox spinners do very well today. There was Matthew Jones. Desmond Currency bowled a good spell. Didn't get any wickets, but he definitely bowled well. Zishan Matara picked up 4 wickets for the Wildey side.
Yes. So we're saying goodbye, Rashawn, to the Chief Development Officer at the Barbados Cricket Association, Wendell Coppin, who has been among a number of BCA officials who have graced us with their presence today. We had Paul Skinner talking earlier with Andy Payne. Anthony De Pisa, another board member, was here also earlier. And I'm told that Hendy Wallace has also been present. So the BCA officials getting around, getting out to the grounds. You know, I keep commending the BCA, Rashawn, for really the work and the commitment they have put in to keeping local club cricket going in all the various formats. You know, we've got some places both in the region and around the world that a lot of the concentration has gone into the limited overs and the shorter versions. But the BCA continues to pay serious attention to what I call the real cricket. You know, it's like music, Rashawn, where you've got all the different genres, but the root has to be in the classics. And just the same thing, you get all the different versions of formats of the game. But if the root dies, the tree will fall.
I completely agree. The longer format of the game is where it's all at, and a lot of players who have turned into great limited overs players, both batsmen and bowlers, have all started in Test cricket or 4-day cricket, and it's really where batsmen and bowlers get to learn their craft, get to learn their skills, because they can experiment, test out different things. There's the longer aspect to the game, so it's always a good thing to have. And as you said, it's the root of the tree. Without it, none of these other formats would be possible.
That's right. So we've had that over from Matthew Jones. It remains 31 for 2. And Eiffel now with his 5th over on the trot is striking him on the pad and gone. Joshua Dorn. Bye-bye Dorn. Pitched up delivery from Jamar Eiffel. Dorn coming onto the front foot. The ball striking that front pad. And umpire Gregory Brathwaite making the decision. Dorn has to go. Excellent breakthrough from Jamar Eiffel. Perseverance certainly paying off.
Yes, that one was definitely out. Adjacent with all 3 stumps. Umpire Brathwaite made the right decision, and Dorn has to go. A very, very good delivery there from Jamar Eiffel. He's been toiling away on that area, constantly asking batsmen to play, and he finally gets the reward of Dorn. So, Jamar Eiffel, 1 wicket for 12 runs in 4.1 overs, and it takes Wildey to 31 for the loss of 3. So, in further trouble on this evening session from Wildey.
Gladiola fighting back at 31 for 3 in what looked like an inadequate 155 when they batted. But the Pacers, Jaden Lord and Jamar Eiffel certainly getting.
And that brings new batsman to the crease, Carlos Maynard.
So this is the
ninth over.
I think we go back and have a look as first delivery. Shane Carlos Maynard, another left-hander, looking to get out of the way, looking to get the bat inside of the line. Through to the keeper it goes.
Jamar Eiffel, he's been very impressive here in his spell. Just consistently asking the batsmen to play, giving them no time for their minds to rest and be at ease. Comes in again. Good delivery on top of the line of the off stump.
So we had the Gladiola dismissed in 58.1 overs. So that makes it 59.61 plus 263. So 12 overs, I think it would have been the available for the Wildey side to bat this evening. A minimum of 12, that is. We've had 8.5 so far. Light continues to fade. Still very playable. Onto the front foot comes Maynard. The ball, I think, comes off the bat, the inner edge of the bat, onto the thigh pad and lands in front of him on the pitch. The end of a successful over? No, it's not the end of the over. Umpire Brathwaite just moving and showing some concern to an area on the pitch, probably in the area where Eiffel is landing. So some engaging cricket.
Most definitely, I'm sure that the viewers at home are enjoying this evening session here as Paris Maynard, my apologies, just flicks that one off the legs and comes back for 2 runs. They run briskly to the wickets.
Yeah, not the briskest of movement by Akeem McCullin in the deep there at deep square, and Maynard immediately citing the opportunity to come back for a second run and completing it quite easily. 33 for 3 now, trailing by 122.
Yes, 3 wickets lost in this evening session, and Wildey will have to do their best to keep this partnership going into next week. Good delivery left outside the line of the off stump, and it brings another over to an end. 33 for the loss of 3 after 9 overs. But as I was saying, Wayne, Wildey will have to do their best to not expose any of the other batsmen, because after this batsman is dismissed, you don't want a new batsman coming out, especially one who is in the middle order. We now take a quick switch over to UE, where we see Gary Austin bowling with his distinct action, to Kyle Jordan, that is, and to Mel Evelyn. So UE now starting their innings, need 202 runs to get first innings lead. Gary Austin starting tidily, 3 balls bowled, no runs conceded as yet. Full delivery.
Matthew Jones to continue here. Yes, we see at the UE. But Jones back here. Left arm around the wicket, coming between the umpire and the stumps.
Yes, and 2 fielders in underneath the bat. Punching that one, no run.
Just to tell you, back at the 3Ws Oval, Bayview Hospital YNPC all out for 202. So UWI now starting out in pursuit of that first innings target. Short, hit hard, up to cover. Ball traveling very quickly to Jaden Lord and the non-striker Maynard, interested in a run, scampering back into his ground. Coming onto the front foot this time, dropping it to that man there under the helmet though. So there's a silly point and the forward short leg. So all out attack here by Matthew Jones as we head towards the end of the first day of this match. As this delivery short and onto the back foot, and the ball seeming to coming back in with the arm, not having the room and just dropping it in front of him again is Shane Paris. Paris on 10. It's brought onto the front foot, pushes it back along the wicket, quickly throw. With that, the 9th over, Matthew Jones, 31 for 3. I suspect there might be some adjustment to that. Yes, 31 for 3 after 10, the Wildey team.
Yes, Matthew Jones bowling yet another maiden. He's bowled 2 maidens, so he started very tidily. Jamar Eiffel, though, will continue from the other end. He's been so impressive this evening.
Yeah, showing good stamina, maintaining his work rate, keeping his pace up. As I did mention, it was nice cool conditions to start with. So I think that would have helped somewhat. As he short, good, well directed short delivery, sends Maynard pedaling as he's looking to get across the wicket and then having to drag his head back to get out of the way. We see a replay of it here now. Just looking and doing well to keep those hands down and out of the way, but very well directed the delivery from Jamar Eiffel.
Ferocious fast bowling here from Jamar Eiffel. You would call this a true West Indian display. Pace is up. Batsmen are uncomfortable. Well played. Keeps that one out. Bit of banter in the middle from Eiffel.
Shuffling behind it. Noticeably, Rashawn, there is one fielder outside of the forward short leg. There's one other fielder in front of the bat on either side. That is Matthew Jones at a squarish cover. The rest of the field, 3 steps of gully, a backward point. There's a long leg. There's that man at forward short leg and the man at deep backward square. So Eiffel definitely won't be providing any drives. I would hardly expect to see any drives served up, as that is another delivery back of a length. Maynard looking somewhat uncomfortable, but managing to fend it down into the gully area.
Yes, Maynard bowling back of a length here, and it's clearly a plan based on the field that you know called out. Just one fielder being in front of the bat besides the forward short leg. It's bowling back of a length, just troubling batsmen in that area, up in the hips, that uncomfortable length.
Eiffel passes the umpire again. Bows another short delivery. Worked off the hip. Is running fine down towards long leg and gone into the boundary at a very fine leg. As the fielder at long leg is somewhat wider, Stephon Griffith. And managing to tickle this one around. This time Maynard, and picks up a boundary. Brings the 3 runs. It would have been, in fact, to bring the total to 34.
Yes, a rapid delivery there from Eiffel. Just worked off the hips of Maynard. Goes into the boundary for 3 runs.
Rushed into the shot somewhat, I thought, but managing to get enough bat onto it. As now Eiffel opts to go around the wicket. And is pitching this one up. The ball comes off the inside edge onto the pad. Lobs in the air in front of the batter, but the man under the helmet is much squarer, more of a short forward leg. And I think it would have taken a silly mid-on to be in the position to take that offering. But the ball definitely taking the inside edge onto the pad and lobbing up another anxious moment for Carlos Maynard and Wildey. So Gladiola fighting back after being dismissed. Lovely shot. Beautifully played on the legs and caressed through mid-wicket. We didn't mention that we didn't expect them to be any drives, but Eiffel deciding that time he was going to go for glory, pitching it up and right into the briar patch. A lovely shot played by Carlos Maynard.
A gorgeous shot indeed there from Carlos Maynard. Bowler just getting a bit too straight, just flicked off the legs, couple bounces into the ropes for 3 runs. Ball appears to be lost in the bushes.
Disappeared into a bushy canal looking area. So it's going to take some searching and some finding. Of course, this is out in the countryside in Barbados here at Rice's, the easternmost part of the island. And that ball has gone into a very bushy area. So we're going to make another switch over to the 3W's Oval, where UWI opening with the young pair of Damel Evelyn and Kyle Jordan. And in the 3rd over of their reply to the YMPC total.
Evelyn just driving that one through the covers. They'll come back for 2 runs. Beautiful shot through the offside.
It's Gary Austin. Burly left-handed quickie. Capable of very, very high pace when he gets it right. Big, tall 6-footer.
Yes, and we see over in this game as well, there's also a forward short leg in play, bowling that similar length, back of a length into the ribs of the batsman.
Pulling the bottom hand away and fending it in to the leg gully area there is Evelyn. Gets off strike. Brings Kyle Jordan back into the fray as Rashawn here. We still continue to try to locate that ball over on the eastern side. We've had some, 11 wickets falling since the break, since the lunch break, where we saw Gladiola lose their last 8 wickets for the addition of 65 runs after being 90 when the 3rd wicket went down, and then it became a steady procession thanks to the bowling of Jerome Jones and Zishan Mutara, who both picked up 4 wickets. So we saw those 8 wickets tumble, and now we've seen in 11 overs only 37 on the runs, 37 runs on the board, and Wildey already losing 3 wickets. So a very productive period since the lunch break here at Rice's, as the ball now having been located. It's back on the field. It's going to be Matthew Jones to continue a new over bowling to Shane Paris, the right-hander, and gets a delivery that bites a bit, having to drop that bottom hand. Good technique though, loosening the grip, ball coming high off the bat, but just rolling down to Ashley Nurse there at first slip, closing in quite close to the bat. So is young Gittins as Ramsey in at silly point. Gittins is at forward short leg, all crouching like vultures waiting for any scraps that may come their way.
Yeah.
Onto the front foot, off the face of the bat, along the ground, out to Gittins there at forward short leg.
Have you ever felt fielded in short leg, Wayne?
Yes, I have at some point or another. Yes, I actually did. You know, the short leg position normally comes to the most junior. Well, there used to be a rule that the short leg position came to the most junior player in the team, and I remember having to field in that position for YMPC when I first started out. Not being trusted with the gloves at that early stage. I always remember fielding at forward short leg to a delivery from a guy called Barry Waint, playing for Pickwick versus YMPC Arlington Hunt bowling. And Arlington bowled this full toss, and I was at short leg. No helmet, mind you. And all I know, I can still feel that ball just nipping my ear, my left ear, and hearing it go past my head. And I've always wondered to myself, if that ball had struck me, what would have been my fate?
Well, thankfully it didn't hit you. Because if it did, I'm not sure if you'll be sitting here next to me today, Wayne.
Well, I'm not sure. I would have hoped that I would have been sitting somewhere. I'm not lying anywhere.
Yes. Fielding without a helmet in short leg, though, what drove you to do such insanity?
There were no helmets. Not even bicyclists nor motorcyclists were mandated to wear helmets at the time I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. No helmets.
That was a long time ago then.
It was cricket. Not all that long ago. You're making me sound old, Rashawn.
Currently, though, we see Jamar Eiffel returning for his 7th over, facing up is Carlos Maynard.
So Eiffel continuing the spell. 7th over now he's starting. Yes, the sun has actually come back with us. I think this is it's come to say goodbye. It's come for its farewell. But the sun has returned to us. Those clouds down in the west seem to have moved away from in front of the sun. So we've got nice, cool evening sunshine. Still a shadow coming from this side, pushing out towards the middle. 37 it is for 3. Things have become quite a bit more sedate after all the action of earlier today. Short delivery down the leg side. No pressure on the batsman, Carlos Maynard. So to the keeper.
What's been so good about Eiffel, though, Wayne, is that although he's into his 7th over, the pace has not dropped one bit from ball 1. He's kept his pace up, and we still see the same carry going through to the keeper. The keeper catching those balls, reverse cup, chest height, and he's been rapid from ball 1 all the way into his 7th over.
Well, the pitch has hardened up quite a bit from when we first started at midday today. Rushing him into the shot, the defensive shot, right on target. That delivery from Eiffel. And you see hurriedly coming down Maynard, getting it up towards the mid-wicket fielder. Now only the 2 slips. A bit more cover in the outfield, backward point cover. There's also that man at that straightish mid-wicket position, the substitute fielder Akeem McCollin. Around the wicket, bowls a full length delivery, looking for the Yorker there on that occasion. You can hear that woody sound on the bat as it hits the bottom of the bat. Maynard coming down hard on it. This is the 13th over of the innings. We've gone past the 5:30 hour, the official closing time, when play started quite promptly at 12 noon today. As the short delivery turn in the air, beats the man at the leg gully position and down to the fine leg area. Griffith comes around from long leg and they get to, but an involuntary stroke from Carlos Maynard. The ball again from around the wicket, angling into the body and looking to work it away. Got it uncomfortably close to the man there at the leg slip position. I called it leg gully, but more of a leg slip position. Fortunately for Maynard, it was wide enough for that the fielder couldn't get a hand onto it, couldn't make a catch of it. It looks like Rashawn Ramsey, and he picked up a couple of runs.
Yes. Quick delivery there, angling into the ribs.
Full toss, over pitch, sliced behind point. Easy pickings for Maynard. He would have felt relieved when he saw that offering. Full delivery on the off stump. That puts an exclamation mark on today's play. It takes Wildey up to 42 for 3, still 113 runs behind Gladiola with 7 wickets in hand. And when these two teams return here next Saturday, there will be all to play for. Shane Paris 10 and Carlos Maynard 13 have been able to shepherd the Wildey team to the close without further loss after they lost the wickets of Shinaldo Taylor, caught by Shamari Gittins, bowled by Jaden Lord for 6. Tariq O'Neill caught wicketkeeper Rivaldo Clark, bowled by Jaden Lord for no score. And then Joshua Dorn, leg before wicket to Jamar Eiffel for 8. When that third wicket fell, the score was 29 at the start of the 9th over. It's now 42 without further loss with 13 overs bowled, and it has really been a gripping first day here in this contest. It's early days yet, but you can actually be referred as a top of the table clash because both these teams would have scored victories in the first round of matches, and today we've seen the fall of some 13 wickets for less than 200 runs. Slight interruption for rain, so it has been a day for the bowlers, Rashawn Hackett.
Yes, a dramatic first day which has been heavily favoured by the bowlers. 13 wickets falling for less than 200 runs as you talked about. Superb Glenn Gladiola being sent into bat, scored 155 for the loss of 10. So all out, Rashawn Worrell being dismissed for 20. Shamari Gittins, after a patient 42 runs from 124 deliveries, he was dismissed by Jerome Jones. Rashawn Ramsey going quickly for a duck. Giovante De Pisa, another set batsman, was dismissed for 25 runs by Zishan Matara. Rivaldo Clark dismissed by Jerome Jones for just 3. Zidane Harewood had a short stint, just scoring 1 run. Jamar Eiffel 22 runs in the death, scoring boundaries rapidly. Matthew Jones the same thing, 16 runs. Ashley Nurse 11 runs. Jaden Lord 3 runs. And for the bowling side of Wildey, Jerome Jones was the pick of the bowlers, taking 4 wickets for just 31 runs, and he was well supported by Zishan Matara, taking 4 wickets for 38 runs in his 7.1 overs. So it's been an action-packed day.
Don't forget the work of Tariq O'Neill.
Tariq O'Neill, how could I forget? 2 wickets for just 12 runs in 10 overs.
First 2 wickets too.
The first 2 wickets to break that opening stand for Wildey. So it's been an action-packed day which has been heavily dominated by the bowlers, and I'm sure that the bowlers from both teams will be happy. Wildey's bowlers will be happy with their performance, along with Gladiola's opening bowlers. I'm sure that Jamar Eiffel will be happy with his start, along with Jaden Lord and Matthew Jones. It's been a day dominated by the bowlers. Yeah, so as I was saying, the batsmen though will have to go back to the drawing board and do a bit more reflection, because as we clearly observe, a bit of a tricky wicket here today, full of grass, full of bounce, full of grip. So
Depleted may be too strong a word, but a weakened Wildey batting lineup, having lost 5 key players. And I mean, anytime a club, a local club, losing the likes of Nemar Bolden, Demetrius Richards, Zachary McCaskey, even Akeem Jordan, it would suggest that the batting lineup somewhat weakened. So it's going to be somewhat of a test of the reserve, of the depth of this Wildey side, the champions, the defending champions, mind you, when they come back here next Saturday. We look forward to it.
So, just for a final roundup, Superb Blend Gladiola being sent into bat 155 all out. Bowling for the Wildey side was Jerome Jones and Zishan Mataro picking up 4 apiece, along with Tariq O'Neill, Uruguay Wayne, picking up 2 wickets and restricting runs in a crucial period, breaking that opening partnership. He did so well. And in reply, Wildey are 42 for 3 after 13 overs. Shanado Taylor was dismissed first, just scoring 6 runs. Following was Tariq O'Neill scoring a duck. Joshua Dorn LBW by a beauty from Jamar Eiffel, 8 runs. Shane Paris and Carlos Maynard are the 2 not-out batsmen overnight. Shane Paris currently on 10 from 33 deliveries. Carlos Maynard, 13 runs. Doing the damage so far for Superb Blend Gladiola was Jamar Eiffel taking 1 wicket in what was a rapid spell. The pace was up. Jaden Lord taking 2 wickets.
So that's about it. That's all she wrote for today, Rashawn. And on the behalf of yourself and Andy Payne, this is Wayne Holder, wishing everyone a very good night and looking forward to being here to greet you next Saturday when this, what has looked a fairly even contest up to this stage, continues here at Rice's.
Thank you very much, Andy. You enjoy your night as well.